hello, YouTube, hello, VOD watchers. I hope you are all doing well. We are today playing the Red Pearls of Borneo, a game that I am super duper excited to share with y'all. Unlike most games on the channel, I've actually played this before. I played it a couple of, well, like 6 months ago now, so I've forgotten like half the stuff. But I was intended to check it out to see if we could stream it, and then I played the whole thing. But it has been long enough that I feel okay about replaying it, this time getting to share it with you all, because it rules. If you've not heard about the game, basically, you have a special power that the game calls retrocognition. Basically, you're a psychic that can do historical detective work. And our job is to figure out what the heck happened. And it'll be great. So, I'm terribly excited. Without further ado, well, I should say, normally, at the start of doing a new thing, we do a history hour about that, but here's the deal. The game knows more than I do, and the game has no problem telling us. There's a lot of glossary entries, so we'll do our historical education during the process. Don't worry about it, it's all gonna be fine. Hello, Polly. How is the heat treating y'all? Badly. Everyone's doing badly. The US has joined Europe in suffering, and, yeah. Anyway. So, Potassium, hello and welcome. We are, other than melting, other than it being way too humid here, we're doing good, and again, I am really, really excited to share this with y'all. So, let's get going. Press any key to start. Oh, this game contains some stereotypical racial insults against the Japanese army. Would you like to censor those words? For the sake of the demonetization, let's censor them words. Good afternoon. How may I help you? Mrs. Sterling, it's so good to finally meet you. You don't know me, but I know a lot about you and your family. Oh, it did not start a new file. Why did it not start a new file? Interesting. I don't know how I can fix that. It is picked up at the end of the game. Why did it do that? Technical difficulties, go burr. Let me... Give me just a sec here. I'm going to just reset. Take two, this time with feeling. We got into the settings menu finally. And reset data and start it. Let's start at the beginning. Censor that language. Select difficulty. Normal. To Miss Delphine. What happened in Borneo? 14th of April 1948, London. Dear Miss Delphine, I trust this correspondence finds you in good health and that the spring air is proving a welcome relief after the winter's winter's chill. I must apologize for the sudden nature of this letter, as we have never been formally introduced. However, I was given your name by a mutual acquaintance in Oxford who spoke with great conviction of your unique gifts. He assured me that where the conventional authorities reach their limit, your investigation begins. It is that hope, perhaps a desperate one, that compels me to write to you today. They told me it was the war, that my father and my sister Lune, that they were just casualties of the occupation. But I know better now, they were gone long before the Japanese landed. I was stuck here in London during the Blitz, unable to reach them. My father, Jeremiah, had been running the Goodwill tobacco plantation in North Borneo for decades. It was our paradise. Now they say it's a graveyard. I spent every penny of my inheritance chasing ghosts. Letters to the colonial office, bribes to sailors, and this is all I have. A box of scraps, a map, some photos. You are sensitive, I'm told. That's what they call you people? Please, I need to know what happened to them. Access the memories attached to these items. Find the truth. Enclosed are the few photos I managed to recover. The only thing I know for sure is what little the Colonial Office told me. Jeremiah Goodwill was alone in the study at 1600 hours on Tuesday, 16th December 1941, when he placed a telephone call to the local authorities regarding the arrival of an unannounced and unexpected guest. Please help me put them to rest. J. Goodwill, Jr. I have a map of the plantation, but I'm only aware of the study as a location so far. I've been provided with photos of everyone who is known to be present on the premises at the time, but I only have the name of my benefactor's father and sister. I will need to figure out the names of the other guests before I can start being able to connect with them. Right. Let's get to the study and see what we can find. So, a hydration break for everyone except for me. Why do I not get a hydration break? I have chai lattes. I'll need to get a lot more fluid before we're done. But that is okay. Glossary. The colonies. Borneo in 1941 was a period of industrialization for the island's resources, dominated by a handful of European powers and corporations taking advantage of the local population. The economy shifted away from traditional trade towards large-scale industries like rubber, tobacco plantations, and a small but lucrative pearl oyster industry. By 1941, Borneo was effectively split between two European powers. The British in the north were divided into three territories: Sarawak, ruled by Charles Brooke of the Brooke family of the White Rajas; British North Borneo, ruled by the British North Borneo Chartered Company, of which the Goodwill Plantation was a part; and Brunei, a British protectorate. The Dutch occupied the south as part of the Dutch East Indies and administered from Jakarta. Historically, Germans had been early pioneers in Borneo's tobacco industry before World War I, but their influence declined after that war. There was a massive boom in plantation agriculture which redefined the landscape of the island. After World War I, small note, consistency. Pick one. I don't care which one you pick, but pick one. The demand for rubber because of the auto industry skyrocketed. European companies cleared vast tracts of jungle to plant rubber trees. By the 30s, rubber was the most significant export for both British and Dutch Borneo. Before that, North Borneo was world famous for its high-quality cigar wrapper leaf. However, by the 1930s, many tobacco companies began to switch to rubber because the American cigarettes were taking over and the demand for cigar leaves dwindled. When people spoke of oyster farms in Borneo during this time, they mean pearl oysters to farm for pearls and mother-of-pearl shells, rather than edible oysters. The Sulu Sea and the Celebes Sea were the primary grounds. Natural pearls were harvested by indigenous divers. In the 1920s, the industry faced a crisis due to the invention of cultured pearls in Japan. As Japanese cultured pearls flooded the market at a lower cost, the value of Borneo's natural pearls plummeted. The British and Dutch governments issued concessions to European companies to dredge the seabed so they could do it at scale and fight off Japanese pearls. They were primarily interested in mother-of-pearl, which is used for buttons and jewelry in Europe and America. It is important to note that while Europeans owned the land and capital, they did not provide the labor. Before World War II saw a massive influx of Japanese laborers brought in for tobacco and rubber, and eventually became the dominant merchants in coastal towns like Sandakan. Japanese were highly influential in the 30s in timber and fishing, often acting as spies to the Japanese military, gathering intelligence before their invasion in 1941. Did I mention that there's a lot of information in this glossary? I can feel the essence of the study as I focus on it. It's nearly as if I am in the room. The feeling is impossible to describe, but many think it's not real and just a parlor trick. I don't blame them. There is a specific feel to old rooms. The objects that form the essence of the space become a part of the room. Items that remain in that space long enough become anchored to the space itself. Heavy teak furniture and the smell of stale smoke fills the air. A telephone is on the desk. I know that Jeremiah was alone at 4 p.m. in the study. Focus hard enough on Jeremiah, I should be able to see the echo of what happened there. Set the timeline to 1600 and place Jeremiah's photo into focus. A guest can only be in one location at any given time. If you see a guest in a location, they cannot be in another location at that time. An event doesn't necessarily take the whole hour, but only one significant event happens in a location at a time. Guests may appear in the edges of an echo in one room and may be in another room for the remainder of the hour. They will only account in the room where they are fully present. And so, if we have a when, a where, and a who, we can pull up some script. Jeremiah Goodwill. And you left him with Lune? What were you thinking, man? Yes, go tell her to fetch towels, that's fine. I'll deal with notifying the authorities. Jeremiah Goodwill picks up the rotary telephone. Once the owner has been identified, Delphine can feel the aura of the person using the item at any given time, see the echo of what happened in his presence. Identify owner, Jeremiah Goodwill. She is only able to hear and feel what the person using or holding the item is doing. District Officer, this is Jeremiah Goodwill at the Goodwill Plantation. I want to log an unexpected visitor, a Mr. Lucas Sterling, who moored his raft at my dock. He claims to be the solitary survivor of a pirate outrage on the coast. Would you be so good as to notify the constabulary? The Marine Wing of the North Borneo Armed Constabulary is the closest thing to a coast guard in the British parts of North Borneo. They operated small armed motor launches that patrolled the coast before the Japanese invasion. Furthermore, I should like to inquire if there have been any reports regarding Royal Navy vessels currently unaccounted for in these waters. The chap's story is fishy. Very fishy indeed. The survivor strikes me as a young pup, altogether too cheeky for my liking. My head Jaga. A Jaga is a guard. Sikh or Punjabi men were commonly employed as watchmen across British Borneo, typically wearing formal turbans and high-collared button tunics. Conan interrogated him at the boathouse. Yeah. At the boathouse. I don't care for his manner one bit. Description? He's young, in his 20s, I'd say, with a haircut that's altogether too styled for my likings. Like one of those Americans on the silver screen. He may well be the victim he claims, but for all I know, he's a common scoundrel or a scout for the slur. I shall ring again by the first light, but I expect you have particulars by then. Much obliged. Tuan Bone is waiting for you in the library. Someone is in the edge of the space during the event. I do not need to know who they are. They will just remain as ghostly forms in the shadows. And you can tell this gives us clues for 2 additional things. So, guests. We know young man with a styled hair with the name Lucas Sterling. We also know man, Sikh or Punjabi with a turban, Anna. We can also now go back to the map. Focus on the arrival of the guest for now, fine. We have the library and we have the boathouse. A sagging structure of salt-bleached wood, inside tattered fishing nets hang from the rafters. The numbers in the red bubbles on the timeline are hints. They indicate how many clues to events you haven't discovered are in this scene. By discovering this interaction between Lucas and Kanan, you'll have decreased the hint number in the study at 4 PM from 2 to 1. Boop. Lucas, Kanan. I see someone pulling a small raft onto the dock. He seems like a prim and proper young man, but his uniform is tattered and soaked with blood. It's Lucas Sterling. He's looking exhausted. Kanan's large frame is blocking his path, hand on his sheathed sword. Halt. Not another step. Who are you? What are you doing here? My good man, 1 minute, just let me explain. Can I talk to your master? This is a British plantation, am I correct? I could tell from a distance when I saw the steam engine and the unmistakable croquet lawn. You have to respect a nation that will doggedly try and recreate the English lawn in the jungle. And a damn fine job they did, I might add. It feels like home away from home. Lucas Sterling has managed to get on shore and is now close to Kanan, trying to charm his way to the house. I'm not sure Kanan is buying it. I'm not here to cause any trouble, I'm just seeking asylum for the night. My ship was attacked by pirates off the coast. I managed to hide behind the piracy grill. The threat of a pirate hijack was so common that steamships in the 1920s were equipped with piracy grills, heavy iron bars and gates that separated the bridge and first-class quarters from the rest of the ship, and essentially turning the officers' area into a fortress. The rest of my crew, they were all massacred, and with the British government, we were carrying a cargo of chandu. Chandu is refined opium, boiled and fermented into a treacle-like paste. It was a government monopoly in many colonies, but the pirates took everything. You are far too young to be an officer on a Royal Navy ship. Why would they put someone your age in charge? But if you are not, how did you manage to get behind the grill, but not the actual officers? Camden gets really close to Lucas Sterling, his hand tight on the hilt of his sword. It's mighty suspicious you're the only one left alive. You are going to turn back, jump on the raft, and take me to the boat. I'm going to check the veracity of your story. There's no need for that. There's nothing there but the gruesome sight of my dead mates, I tell you. Lucas Sterling is being remarkably evasive. There's something more to his story. I'd best make a note of this. I'll come back to it later. A woman's scream can be heard in the background. It's coming from an observation deck perched on the edge of the cliff overlooking the South China Sea. The sound distracts Cannon long enough to stop the line of questioning dead in its tracks. A young woman intervenes, getting in between the two men. No points for guessing that it's Luna Goodwill, looking giddy. Oh, come on. Focus on all of them. Oh, stop it, Cannon. Father will want to see him. Let him come through. Luna rushes to meet Lucas, holding out her hand for a handshake. Don't mind him. My name is Luna Goodwill. What's your name? My name is Lucas Sterling. Pleasure to meet your acquaintance, young lady. Come with me to the veranda to meet everyone. My mother Teresa is already there, having her first sundowner. My research shows that a sundowner is a local colloquialism for an evening drink taken when the sun is setting, to mark the transition from the heat of the day to the cool of the evening. I was there too, and so was Father. How did someone your age end up behind the pirate girl? My good man, might I introduce you to the concept of nepotism? Age has never let connections get in the way of Age has never gotten in the way of connections before. We watched you arrive on the raft. Father rushed off to his study to tell on you, I'm sure. He can be so paranoid. He'll be back by 6 for his sundowner. Miss Goodwill, I don't mean to be rude, but I've just experienced the most traumatic moment of my life. Could you point me to somewhere I can freshen up and get on some clean clothes first, if it's not too much to ask? Oh, what are my manners? Of course, Mr. Sterling. Come with me. I'll show you to the guest house. Can you tell Asia to come to the guest house with fresh guest towels? Yeah. She was just in the kitchen, thank you. Of course, Little Mem. Mem is a specific title for lady of the house. I gather that Little Mem is an affectionate term used by the servants to refer to Luna. Come, let's go. Alright, we got a lot of folks we can identify now. Asia. Done, immediately. Believe we can actually do this. Aw, incorrect deduction. Tragic. Alright, well, back to our time. Nope. Back to our map, I should say. Observation deck. We don't know what's happening here yet. But we do know... Located at the back of the building to keep furnace heat away from the main rooms. At the same time, Asia... Oh, nothing happened. There we go. Asia is busy preparing snacks for sundown. She is shelling peanuts for kachang. Kachang means bean or nut in Malay, usually peanuts roasted with spices. I just saw the German man in the hat by the jungle entrance. He told me to let you know. Thank you, I'll go meet him in the usual spot. Can you take over? These need to go to Miss McIntyre in the veranda. Now we can do this. Identify Teresa McIntyre. Then we can go to the veranda. Place where the family gathers to drink their evening sundowners and watch the sunset. We know all of them were there at 3 o'clock. Jeremiah Goodwill enters the veranda. Luna Goodwill and Teresa McIntyre are already there, sat facing the sea. It's about time you got here. I am parched. My dear, what did you do while I was away? I've only been back a few hours. Did you go thirsty these last few days? Just start pouring already. Jeremiah Goodwill gets to the bar and starts making sundowners. Teresa McIntyre takes a pill from her purse and swallows it. Must be her 2-ounce dose. A dose of quinine taken daily by the masters of the plantation, the Tuans. The quinine was usually taken daily with a sundowner and as an evening snack, as was believed it shouldn't be taken on an empty stomach. Almost everyone in Borneo take it every day to fight off malaria. This is feeling very Agatha Christie. Yeah. Absolutely. Right? Because we know horrible things are going to happen because the initial thing just told us that horrible things are going to happen. But right now, we are piecing it all together. And that's one of the things I really love about this game, right? It is taking the analogy of historical work is detective work. Very, very, very literally. Like, very literally. In that we are literally doing psychic detective work. But we're doing it on a thing that happened in the past. And it's an analogy that is really useful for educating people on historical processes, at least in the beginning. Right? Because we have our big long timeline of what the hell's gonna happen overnight here. Over this 24-hour period, a lot of shit is gonna go down. But by knowing who's who, who's where, who's with who, and when's where, we're able to start to piece together a story of what everyone is doing over the night. And by knowing all of the locations and putting all of the pieces together, you get a complete picture. And so it emphasizes the big thing of that context is king. And thank you for that Hail Hydrate. Have you seen Down yet? I need to talk to him. We're losing the Orient. What does that even mean? Confound it, Teresa, you never listen. There is no Orient. They have no luster. It's that bloody nuisance of a crimson swirl, I tell you. I just don't understand. Who says? They all do. The Tokais. Chinese Tokais are powerful and influential merchants who controlled the pearl trade in North Borneo before the war. The Bajos. The Bajo are nomadic sea people who live in the waters around Borneo. They are amazing divers and experts on pearls. The Japanese, they all say it. There's no Orient, so they're all worthless. All 10 tons in the warehouse. Absolute waste. The tobacco trade is drying up. 30 years ago, North Borneo was world famous for its high-quality cigar wrapper leaf. However, by the 1930s, many tobacco companies began to wind up or switch to rubber and coconut because of cigarettes becoming more fashionable and soil exhaustion. Looks like the goodwill were behind the curve and feeling the pressure. We're starting to really get a handle on reliably finding tons of shells, but now this, I just feel cursed at the moment. Not bothering me with your problems, I was just humoring you while you were pouring the drinks, but you're starting to bore me now. I don't care about any of this anymore. Where's Rose? Shouldn't you be sending off to your lovely new wife instead? Jeremiah Goodwill downs his drink in one gulp and slams the glass down on the bar. He pours himself another. Blast it all, you know damn well where she is and who with. I don't know what she sees in Vitalina, but they're together more often than not these days. Actually, your new friend says she was going to go up on the balcony to greet Rose after she finishes her phone call. I haven't seen Vitalina yet today. She's not my friend, she's my lady solicitor. Anyway, it's Vitalina's husband I need. Where's Bone? Darling, he's at the clubhouse, of course. It's the only place him and Dieter can hide. Do you know what? I saw Mr. Tanaka go there just now. Do you think he's also a registered smoker? Teresa McIntyre mimics taking a long drag from a pipe using the straw from her drink, then she laughs. Father, look, there's a raft approaching us, coming from that big ship anchored further up the coast. Lune points towards the sea. Jeremiah squints in the distance. Jeremiah puts his drink down and pops his head inside. Brandon, go down to the boathouse and see who that is. Don't let them land without checking them first. I watch from the railing as Lucas docks his craft and cannon approaches him. Mother, look, he's young like me. Darling, he's not a child. He's probably twice your age. I'm not a child, Mother, and he looks very nice. Why is Cannon being so rough with him? Teresa McIntyre takes a drink and sips it lazily, looking bored. She doesn't seem to care what's happening at all. I don't like the look of this. I'm going to the study to contact the constabulary. Jeremiah puts his drink down and heads inside. Lune waits for her father to leave, then hitches up her skirt and runs down the stairs towards the boathouse to greet the stranger. Is it just you? Perfect. Teresa McIntyre is alone on the veranda nursing a drink. She picks up a faded photograph from the mantelpiece. Look at you. Teresa drains her glass. She stares at the photo with a mixture of hatred and pity. He'll tire of you too, my dear, just like he tired of me. And then it'll be little Miss Seville's turn. You'll see. Alright. Well, are we able to do any of these people yet? I don't think so. Yeah. Oh, duh, right. Faded photograph. Identify owner. Rose cabinet. Rose Goodwill. Are we just correctly identified as Rose Goodwill? Thank you. Alright. So. Do we have... Do we have a last name for you? I didn't think so. No. Alright. Well, we've got a jungle entrance back here. On my way from the wedding, back from a wedding. Who died? No one yet. Well, lots of people... I should revise that sentence. Lots of people 5 years ago, and no one yet. So, we are a psychic. We're trying to figure out what the hell happened on this. Something really bad happens on this, and it gets blamed on the Japanese invasion of Borneo in December 1941. But someone has hired us to say that they don't believe it. They don't believe that that's true. And so, we're trying to figure out what the heck actually happened here just in general. Alright, nothing should happen here, nothing should happen here. But this time slot... Oh, Luna is here too, I should... No? Is it just you two? It's just you two. Luna is escorting Lucas to the guest house. The guest house on the right here, just past the wash house. Can I use the wash house now, quickly? Is there water? Oh yes, we always have water. Follow me. Do you know what to wait for Asya to come with fresh towels first? I just really need to get cleaned up in this heat. I will drive very quickly. Oh, but you must wait for the towel. I shall be quite alright. Is this it? Luna nods. Lucas opens the door and steps inside. He takes off his tired uniform and just holds onto a pouch that he was hiding under his jacket. Lucas grabs a gayong, traditional plastic or metal ladle used for scooping water from a jar or a bucket for bathing. From the Shanghai jar, a large ceramic Shanghai jar are used in colonial houses to store cool water for bathing. Parts of his hair, face, and body, a look of satisfaction on his face. He scrolls away at the mud and blood for quite a while. When he finally stops, he stands there for a minute, then looks down at his right hand. It's trembling uncontrollably. Lucas starts to sob quietly. Lucas, compose yourself, man. It's over. You made it. You're safe. He looks around the small room. The floor is made of stones to prevent wood from rotting. The floor is sloped towards a drain that leads out into the garden. He jumps as he hears Asya arrive. He stands still for a minute, listening to Luna and Asya's conversation, and waits for Asya to leave before he resumes his search. Lucas knows there's a loose stone on the floor. He pries it up and hides the pouch underneath before replacing it. I have the towels and some clean clothes. It's starched white. Standard attire for men in colonial houses. Starched white shirt, white knee-high socks, and a white shirt. They are clean and... starched white shorts, I should say. They are clean and pressed and strongly fragranced. They're not practical for work, but are used to maintain an ill-conceived illusion of British superiority. Oh my god, I just finished playing this. By the way, I should mention, if y'all are enjoying this, if this seems neat, this game is free. I legit hope that Green Mist over Portland is not free, because I want to give the devs of this game money. I wish to give them money to support what they are doing, because this rules. But yeah, no, this game, is free to play. I hope they fit. They belong to a young cousin of my father who died from the fever. The Lune must mean the Blackwater fever, by far the most feared cause of death for young Europeans in the tropics. It's a terrifying complication of repeated malaria infections, and it's fatal within days. Don't worry, the clothes are clean. Lune is waiting patiently for Lucas to finish drying himself. My parents divorced a year ago. My mother has been... well, you'll see soon. She's a lovely woman. She was the most beautiful woman in the whole of Sabah when she was younger. Sabah is the largest state in Borneo. It is bordered by the states of Sarawak and Kalimantan to the west and the Philippines to the east. It's ruled by the British North Borneo Chartered Company, a private company that was granted a royal charter by the British government back in the 19th century. The sun took its toll. My parents divorced, and my father remarried within weeks. My mother drinks a lot now. But she's lovely, you'll see. And I have a brother in London. He left for boarding school when I was a baby, but I think you know that already, don't you? Lucas comes out of a washhouse looking at Luna with curiosity. I don't know what you're talking about. Boss, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Luna gives him a knowing look, as if expecting him to confirm this fact. Thank you for the clothes. They fit very well. I don't know how to thank you. You're welcome. I'm glad you like them. Come now, let's go to the others. Dinner will be ready soon. You must be hungry. Pouch. Inventory. Pouch. Lucas. Beautiful. And we can now go to the veranda again. And we should have Jeremiah, and Luna, and Lucas, and... There we go. Everyone's here. Mother, look who it is. Mr. Stilling is all cleaned up. Doesn't he look smart? He certainly cleans up well. A vast improvement on the bloody mess that arrived on our doorstep. You were too kind, Mrs. Please call me Teresa. There's no Mrs. here, just an ex-Mrs. As you wish, Teresa. If I may ask, who exactly is on the plantation at the moment? It feels busy. Oh, it's a veritable circus. Thanks, Lucas, for giving us the exposition. Our neighbour's here, Dietrich von Guntram. I don't know why. He's always here. Then there's Edward with his Russian girlfriend, Vitalina. They're all family friends. Bone is practically an uncle to Luna. Sorry, Bone. Hey, his name is Edward. Call him Bone affectionately. There's no malice behind the nickname. And then there's Rose, Jeremiah's new wife. And Cynthia is here too. She's Jeremiah's personal lady solicitor, ostensibly for legal and financial discussions. But then again, Rose was the nanny, so we never know with Jeremiah. She's so pretty and stylish. I love her glasses. That's quite a gathering. And we can't forget the help. There's Jiro. He handles all the maintenance around the estate. He taught me how to fish. Indeed, and you've met Cannon, a ray of sunshine, isn't he? And Isia runs the household staff. So, the prodigal stranger is making himself at home, I see. Cannon tells me you claim to be a government agent. Mr. Goodwill, well, I wouldn't say that. I didn't actually say who I was. I just assumed that... A loud bang echoes from the clubhouse. The floorboards vibrate. What in God's name was that? I think it came from the clubhouse. That sounded like an explosion. Mr. Goodwill, you lead the way. Wait for me, please. No, Luna, it's too dangerous. You stay here with Teresa, we'll be right back. Where is Cannon? I would have expected him to have run over here to check on us. Maybe he's already at the clubhouse. You're probably right. I'll need to put my trust in you right now, Mr. Sterling. But now, this isn't over. We will resume our little chat soon. Alright. Guests! Nope. You, Jiro, Tanaka, you, Cynthia, Seville. Are you Dieter? Dieter von Guntram, you're Edward something. You're Vitalina something. White clothes are truly a power move of, I am not the one who does my laundry, right? Okay. Well, let's go back to the map then, and let's backtrack a minute. The clubhouse, a rustic version of a London gentleman club complete with a billiard table, outdated copies of Punch and the Illustrated London News. There's a bar serving gin pahets. It's a gin served with several heavy dashes of Angostura bitters, which help to settle the stomach after a day in the jungle. We still don't have Edward's last name. Heck. Really? Yeah. We don't have... Frustrating. Nothing happened at that hour. Cynthia Seville is heading to the guest house to freshen up before dinner. What on earth? She showers and changes into fresh dress and walks out as Connor runs past her in a panic, smooths her dress and heads towards the dining room. Fabulous! Cynthia, what are you up to? Cynthia Seville is heading to the guest house to freshen up before dinner. As she steps into the washhouse, she feels a large stone wobble beneath her heel. Curious, she kneels and pries it loose. Underneath, she finds a heavy leather pouch. She opens it. Inside is a revolver, and a small glass bottle with a biohazard label. What on earth? She pockets the biohazard sample and the revolver, shakes the pouch, and tosses it into the tall grass behind the washhouse. Cynthia showers and changes into a fresh dress and walks out as Connor runs past her in a panic. She watches impassively as he sprints from the workers' quarters to the source of the blast, albeit a tad late. You replay previous conversations, those blocked off after you see them. You can just click on any time window, right? Anything you previously solved is highlighted green in the timeline down here. You can just click on it and go revisit them at any time. Alright, workers' quarters. Conan? Let's see if other workers are here. Okay. They sure are. Asia, please listen to me one last time. We leave at first light. I am listening to nothing from you, Conan. I have work to do. The Japanese are coming. Not maybe. Not soon. They are here. They have plans for this place, for the Tuans. Everyone who stays will be slaughtered, but we are invisible to them. If we go now, we live. Love you, Asia. I'll not see you butchered for the sake of these white ghosts. I need your protection. I have plans of my own, Conan. Plans already in motion that offer far more safety than running into the jungle with a deserter. Deserter? I am trying to save us. You are abandoning your post. You are a Jaga who is fleeing at the first sign of real danger. Never loved you. I see you for what you are, a frightened pup playing soldier. What can I do? Tell me, how do I prove I am worth something to you? I want to help, then be blind. Tonight, whatever you see, whatever you hear, you do nothing, you say nothing. What wickedness are you planning? That is not for you to know. Tell me! Asia just stares at him. Conan's hand flies up and strikes her across the face. Asia doesn't flinch. She slowly touches her cheek, her eyes burning with hate. You shall rue this night. When the end comes, Conan, I will make sure you are the first to bleed. Walks away back to the kitchen, leaving him shaking in the darkness when suddenly an explosion can be heard coming from the direction of the clubhouse. Alamak, what in the blazes was that? Wolfie, holy moly, thank you for the 10 gift subs. I so appreciate that. Hey look! The folks who were out here, hanging out here in chat, got it, so. Good to see all of you. By the way, I should say, subs are discounted right now. Like, it's like 35% off, which is pretty darn good. So if you've been holding off on gift subs, or want the bonus things, now's a great time to do that. Okay. Well. So, what do you think the odds are that the next hour... Kitchen... Here... is it just you? Nothing interesting happened. Okay, nothing interesting happened. There we go. Asia stands by the sink, pressing a wet cloth to her cheek. She hisses in pain. Curse him, curse that wretched, frightened man. She glances out the window into the coming dark. A figure is moving across the grounds from the clubhouse towards the jungle entrance. It's Conan. What is he doing? He's not... Her eyes widen in realization. God in heaven, Conan, you utter fool. She throws the cloth into the basin and sprints out the back door. And this dude with another 5 gifted subs. I so appreciate it, everyone. That's very kind of you. Alright, Conan. Okay, there's other stuff happening. Cool. Clubhouse. I still don't have... My problem is that I still don't have everyone's things, right? Because yeah, there's a crap ton of stuff in here, but I'm missing names. Like... We don't have their last name yet. Which is what's getting us into trouble. And the observation deck, I don't think we have anyone there yet. Grand hall where a large fan overhead stirs the stagnant air. And the boathouse. Alright, what do we think? Woman scream on the edge of the observation deck. Guest house. Uh-huh. What else is being done here? All this game being like touch things to learn everything that happens sounds like a historian's dream, right? I mean, it's basically what we're doing. It's just we have psychic direct access. Right? So, this mechanic here, right, the main idea... I'm gonna... Okay, does it need to be Lucas? Yes, it does need to be Lucas. So, the idea being, right... that objects have specific contexts. So, with our specific contexts, it is basically what's known in historical work as provenance research. Right? We are trying to figure out who owns a thing, when, and what they do with it. And when through that process of research that we are able to sort of access the memories that the object would have had potential witness to. Oftentimes there's a level of guesswork in this, but right, for lots of historical museums rather than art museums, that's really what we're interested in, is not the object for the object's sake, but the object as testimony to a specific or general memory of a way of life. So, if this is in the veranda, nothing interesting happened right then. I just wanted to look at the... Man. Really? What do you mean? Look, those three are definitely there, but there's also a fourth. Vitalina is also here, and I just don't know her last name. I think. Unless there's something else in the inventory that I'm missing. Vitalina... No, because, yeah. Edward. Fine. Let's just check the... Guess let's check the clubhouse. Jeremiah, Lucas. Yeah. Peter, Jiro. Cool. Yeah, there's stuff happening here. Anyway. Thank you so much. Oh, that's a good emote. Oh, that's a very good emote. She named a lot of them. Were any of those with last names? Not for Edward or Vitalina. She told me Dieter von Guttram. And she gave us Jiro Tanaka's first name. But she did not give us the last names of any of the two people that I actually care most about. Oh. There's a library, there's a jungle entrance, workers' quarters, boathouse. I guess we can see if Rose happens to be alone at any of these. Rose is alone at the start of this. Fabulous. Rose Goodwill stands alone on the precipice, staring into the swirling green mist rising from the Sulu Sea. Be so easy, scarcely a single pace. Would it hurt, slash against the rocks, or would the mist catch me? Rose Goodwill leans further out. The wind whips her hair. She screams into the void, then composes herself and steps away from the edge. Or maybe the young man down there arriving in his raft, maybe he's my St. George come to whisk me away from this godforsaken rock. Cynthia Seville is climbing up the stairs to the deck. Rose Goodwill violently wipes the tears from her cheek. She fixes her hair and paints on a smile. Get yourself together, Rose. Showtime. Mistress of the house must meet the master's latest little acquisition with becoming dignity. Good evening, Rose. I'm Cynthia. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm sure it is. Rose Goodwill keeps her back turned for a moment longer than tonight. It's a beautiful late afternoon, isn't it? Cynthia joins Rose on the edge of the balcony. The mist is very eerie. Do you know what it means? The end of days, Miss Seville, just like the Black Smoke. When the Japanese invasion was imminent, the Dutch blew up the oil refineries and set the wells at Miri and Balikpapan on fire. For weeks, the sky over Borneo was stained black. Just like the Black Smoke coming from the south. The war is coming this way. We couldn't continue living like this forever. The land below the wind is about to face its greatest storm. Cynthia and Rose stare to the sea quietly for a while. So, what is the deal with Miss Petrovsky? She seems like far too beautiful for a man like Mr. Bone. He's so, scruffy. His beard looks like it hasn't been washed in a long time, and frankly, from what I gather of his accounts, he is in decidedly strange circumstances. One wonders what on earth. She finds in him. He is stony broke, that's for sure. Love is mysterious, isn't it? No, perhaps it's merely a case of mutual tastes. Mutual tastes? They both have quite the appetite for the pipe. Opium binds them closer than any physical attraction ever could. That's very dark. Let's change the subject, she's coming. There we go. Vitalina Petrovsky. And now we can go over here, and we can add Vitalina to the list. Am I interrupting? Not at all, my dear. We were just solving the world's problems. Or at least the plantations. Rose pours a drink for Vitalina. Did the Lord answer your prayers? I don't know. I'm not sure I believe in him anymore. It's nothing more than a ritual at this stage. So, can you tell me about this von Guntram? Doesn't feel right having the Japanese wandering about the or having, presumably the slur for a German, wandering about, the clubhouse, especially with the way things are brewing in Europe. Haven't you seen the poor creature? He's been trailing after Teresa like a stricken animal this past weeks. It's deucedly pathetic. Been carrying a torch for her for a long time, hasn't he? Always, but now she's divorced, he thinks he has a chance. He does not. Wet rag of a man, no back to speak of, and he's German. Marrying into that lot is hardly the done thing these days. One simply wouldn't be seen with him. What about you and Jeremiah, Rose? Rose takes a long sip of her gin pahit before answering. Cherry, he swept me off my feet once. I was a green girl full of nonsense. I thought I walked straight into a romance novel. Once the novelty wore off and he has his way, well, I became another trophy. Something to be kept on the plantation for the neighbors to admire. I am bored to distraction, ladies. If it went for the gin and the scandal, I should quite lose my mind. You'll pardon me for being frightfully blunt, Vitalina, but you and Mr. Bonfire, it seems like a rather rum match, if I may say so. You are quite an inquisitive woman, Miss Cynthia. I crave your pardon. I spend all my hours over the ledgers working with nothing but numbers and statistics. I'm afraid I've quite forgotten my social graces. It might look odd to an outsider, I know, but I do care for him quite deeply. He is a transparent soul who wears his heart like a slave, you see. He would move heaven and earth for me. Even despite his habits, the pipe is a hard master, Vitalina. The pipe? It's the only thing that dulls the ache. Those great war wounds, they never truly mend, they haunt a man. But I have connections in Shanghai, so as proper pharmaceuticals, medical grade, and making arrangements to have them shipped down to the islands. I merely have a certain obligation to fulfill for a gentleman here first. Connections in Shanghai? Are you a Bolshevik agent, Vitalina? Everyone has their theories these days, but the truth is quite a bit more prosaic, my dear. I am simply a White Russian, one of the thousands who fled the Reds when our world went up in flames. So the White Russians in the Russian Civil War are supporters of the Tsar. Believe it or not, my mother was a Grand Duchess of the old Empire, but the Civil War is a great leveler. I found myself in Shanghai, earning my bread as a taxi dancer in a jazz cabaret. I was swept off my feet by a soldier of the line, and, well, you know the rest. Cynthia finished her drink and says to glass den. Well, this has been illuminated, but I must excuse myself. I have some ledgers to put in order in the library before my meeting with Jeremiah later. Cynthia leaves the deck. Which tells us Cynthia's not here, so it's just these two. Rose and Vitalina are leaning against the railings, drinks in hand. I should also grab you. Edward Bonfire. There we go. You're getting yourself in a frightful state, Rose. Little Miss Seville is merely a business resource to Jeremiah. She's not a bad person. She seems civil enough. I don't give a fig about her resources. Or how nice she is. Look at her. She is a lady solicitor, darling. Her refreshing demands she both be commanding and decorative. You find her fetching? Is she younger than me? I can't tell. Her skin is so tight. You are a stunner, Rose. Jerry chose you. Did he? Or was I simply the only young white woman within 50 miles of this godforsaken jungle? A deafening roar tears through the air. The crystal tumbler in Rose Goodwill's hand slips and smashes upon the floorboards. Good heavens, what was that? There's smoke from the clubhouse. Quickly, they bolt towards the veranda, where they run into Lune and Teresa. Oh. Sorry. They bolt towards the veranda, where they run into Lune and Teresa. Mama, what was that report? Is it them or the war for the Japanese upon us? Shh, Lune, compose yourself. I knew the wireless was lying. Father insisted they were leagues away, but I knew they'd come for us in the night. I should have gone with Mr. Lucas. I should feel infinitely safer under his wing. He'd know what to do. You be sensible, darling. If that were a Japanese battery, we would already be dead. This is some other devilry. That is hardly a way to reassure your daughter, Teresa. We haven't been bayoneted yet, is rather thin consolation. Purely stating facts, hysteria is a luxury we cannot afford. When I go to the chapel, I need to pray, please, Melvar. For heaven's sake, the girl's quite overwrought. Suddenly, the doors to the clubhouse swing open. Jeremiah, Lucas Sterling, Dieter von Guntram, and Edward Bonfire stumble out, but instead of blood and laughter, they are blood and battle. They are bellowing with laughter. Is that... they're laughing? She sees Lucas walking largely unharmed, and a relieved smile breaks through her fear. Vodka, Vitalina! Vodka! Leave me, you mad beast, you glorious fool! For you, my heart, fresh from the fire. Group coalesces, tensions melting into relief and joy as they move toward the dining room. Before we do that, there should be a time there where Cynthia is alone in the library. Cynthia Seville enters the library. She sees pearls scattered on the floor. Cynthia Seville kneels down and carefully picks them up, inspecting the reddish swirl in their luster. She shakes her head and places them into her blouse pocket. She walks over to the bookshelf and selects several heavy volumes. She sits at the desk, opens the briefcase she brought with her, and spreads out a series of ledgers. Cynthia lights a cigarette and begins to work, her brow furrowed in concentration. She runs a finger down the column of expenses. They are hemorrhaging money left, right, and center. How much for drinks and opium? She slams the ledger shut and rubs her temples. Really must go and make myself presentable for dinner. It is wretchedly hot. And I couldn't possibly appear in these damn things. Just as she's about to leave, an explosion shakes the house. Cynthia Seville stands still for a moment. Once everything seems to have settled, she resumes her walk to the guest house, calmly. Inventory. December ledger. Hello, Dr. Hubbs. How are you doing, friend? Oh, good Christ. Tobacco operations. 150 head worker wages, £450. Fermentation shed repairs, £35. Drying racks, £12. Fertilizer, £40. Sacking cloth and twine, £8.50. Oyster farm. Diving gear maintenance, £25. Shell cleaning acid, £15. Boat fuel, £45. Net repairs, £6. Generator fuel, £30. Horse feed, £18. Vet supplies, £7.50. Croquet lawn upkeep and pesticides, £5. Rice and staples, £85. Tin meats and luxuries, £60. Ice block delivery, £10. Entertainment, £150. Opium procurement, £120. Taxes and levies. British North Borneo Charter Company land tax, £200. Raja's protection levy, £100. Harbour dues, £25. Total expenses, £1,447. Total income estimated, £320. They're not even making their taxes. They're not even making their taxes. Alright, let's go figure out what happened at this damn clubhouse. Bup, 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 bup. Is it just everyone? It's just everyone. Jeremiah and Lucas burst into the clubhouse expecting the worst. Instead of carnage, they find Dieter, Edward, and Jiro Tanaka bent over in double, roaring with laughter. The room smells strongly of alcohol and singed hair. What in thunder is going on here? We thought the Japanese had finally landed. No, Jerry, not quite, old boy, just a minor technical difficulty. Yeah, a hit. Große Gott, what a bank. I told you the pressure was too high, Mr. Bonfire. I told you. Explain yourselves and be quick about it. Well, you see, Vitalina also complained that she missed her vodka, and DJ had all this corn brand. German brand of grain spirits very similar to vodka, but often distilled to a slightly lower proof so as to retain the flavor of the grain. To a British observer, it might look like vodka, but to a German or Russian, the distinction is vital. So, Mr. Bonfire instructed me to rig up a still to distill it, to give it a bit more kick. A surprise for the fair Vitalina. It was a marvelous surprise, very loud. You could have leveled the Bally Clubhouse. You could have burned us all to a cinder. Details, details. Everyone's intact, and look. Edward holds up a small glass of clear liquid. We managed to save a solitary tot for the lady. Jeremiah Goodwill sighs, the tension leaving his shoulders, but he shakes his head, suppressing a grin. You are all stark, raving mad, the lot of you. I think I'm going to fit in here just fine. When you've quite calmed down and made yourself presentable, dinner will be served. You may all join us in the dining room. Jiro, you can join us too if you wish. It's the least I can do for my friends here, dragging you into their folly. I thank you kindly, sir. I'm very grateful for your generosity. You're a tad late to the party, my good man. What on earth kept you? Crave your pardon. Tuan Bessar. Tuan is the standard address for officials. Tuan Bessar, a big master, is the head manager in charge of the entire estate. I was all the way on the other side of the plantation by the jungle entrance. What happened? Is everyone alright? Everything is ship-shape, Cannon, as you were, old chap. Alright, what's happening here? What are you all doing? No? I'm missing somebody. Okay, well, fine. Edward and Dieter strut into the room. Dieter is waving a bottle of cornbrand around the air. Aha, the master craftsman at work. How goes the Enterprise, Jiro? Coming along, just finishing the condenser coil. The setup is a marvel of improvisation. A large pressure cooker sits atop a gas burner connected to a wire-cooled bucket acting as a condenser. Wunderbar, it looks strictly scientific. It's crude but effective. Pour it in. Dieter pours the clear spirit into the pressure cooker. Jiro seals the lid and ignites the burner. They watch in anticipation. Slowly, a few clear drops drip from the copper tube into a jar. Is that it? The trickle will be here all night. Distillation takes time to unbone. You can't rush physics. Nonsense! More heat, more pressure equals more speed. No! Don't touch that! Just a tad more. Well, is it just Jiro in here? Jiro Tanaka is alone in the clubhouse. He sits on the bench rubbing his temples, trying to shake off the last of the drug. Shimata, my head. Stupid idea. Stupid idea. He stands up unsteadily and moves to the drinks cabinet. He pours himself a glass of water, splashing some on his face. Right, pull yourself together, Jiro. Focus. Looks at the corner of the room where a collection of copper pipes and a pressure cooker are piled up. If I don't get this bloody still working, Twin Bow will never let me hear the end of it. Rolls up his sleeves, picks up the wrench, and approaches the makeshift distillery equipment. Edward and Dieter can be heard laughing just outside the door. Is it just some of you are here? Some of you are here. There we go. Edward Bonfire sits alone in the dim light of the clubhouse. On his table before him is a jar of chandu. Exactly, I can bake the cookies at 400 for 10 minutes or at 4,000 for 1 minute. That's how math works. On the table before is a jar of chandu, a small oil lamp, and his pipe. Patience bone, nearly there. He dips a long steel needle into the dark paste, pulling out a pea-sized glob. Holding it over the lamp's flame, he watches the opium bubble. He rolls the warm substance against the flat surface of the pipe bowl, shaping it into a small cone. Finally, he places the pill onto the ceramic bowl. Alright, where are my boys? Jiro enters the room. Speak of the devil, have you seen Herr Dieter? Starting with a hit? I won't be able to think straight. Can't we just finish the job first? Stop worrying, it's all ready. One hit won't hurt you. I'm rigging up the still for you as a favor. I have better things I should be getting on with. Come on, man, stop being a bore. Fine, one hit. The air in the clubhouse is thick with smoke. Bonfire, Edward and Jiro lie motionless on the benches, eyes glazed. Jiro, do you still regret getting pushed into this? Quiet. Miss Plass in silence, tentative knock at the door echoes through the haze. Tuan Bessard is asking for you. He's waiting in the library. Well, Edward groans, shielding his eyes from the outside light. Tell him I'm indisposed. Said it's urgent one about the pearls. Alright, tell him I'm coming. Then we go back to the library. No? Oh, actually, don't we have, items? Pearls. If I remember right, this one's bait. No? Object resist. Why does the object still resist my touch? Alright, link to Edward Bonfire, I guess. Sure. Oh. Jeremiah and Edward enter the library. Jeremiah opens the cigar box on the every table, handing out a cigar to Edward and lighting it with his lighter. It's the unmistakable click of a Dunhill lift arm. Jeremiah then puts it back in his vest pocket. They do have a lot of orient in them. They're not glassy. I can see the luster. They're trying to rip you off. But the shells, though, they're still good. There's more value in the shells with the kind of volume we have. Well, you, Jerry, they're right. It's a curse. First the tobacco business drying up, now the oysters getting this ominous red swirl. Look at them! Just look at them! They look like the devil's work. We're finished. Uh-huh. British part of Borneo was divided into 3 territories. Sarawak, which was ruled by the Brooke family, known as the White Rajas. British North Borneo, which was ruled by the Charter Company. And the Brunei, which was a British protectorate where the Sultan still ruled. Bomo was a spiritual and medicinal Bornean shaman. They were highly respected and were often called to treat the sick and injured as well as perform more spiritual matters. If it's not a curse, there's the Triad. Chinese Triad were a highly organized criminal empire in Borneo, managed the island's illicit economy. Okay, is it still just you two? Okay, it is just you two. The old batch of pearls is no orient bound, that's the verdict. I know what you're saying, but everyone I've seen agrees that red swirl that's appeared in all our pearls mean they might as well just be a piece of rock. They're worthless, we cannot just use them as mother of pearl jewelry. Or they just cannot use them as mother of pearl jewelry. What about the shells though? They're still good. There's more value in the shells with the kind of volume we have. They won't touch the shells. They're scared their pearls are contaminated with a curse. And once they don't believe that, think it's chemical warfare from the Japanese to kill us all off. I'm telling you, Jerry, they're right. It is a curse. First the tobacco business drying up, and now the oysters gaining this ominous red swirl. Hey chat, put in your guesses. What's the red swirl? Don't be so ridiculous, man. Look at them. Just look at them. They look like the devil's work. We're finished. It's the Brooke Rogers Bomo, I tell you. It's trying to drive us away. They've wanted this land for years, and the Charter Company doesn't care now that they have the rubber and palm oil gold mines. The company cares, Bone, but they are preoccupied. We all should be. This isn't a curse. It's geopolitical instability. The Japanese threat is real. Europe is in economic turmoil with the rise of Nazism. That's why the markets are spooked, not because of some witch doctor. You're blind, Jerry. You're just too far removed from it all, sitting here in your ivory tower. Have you seen the green mist on the horizon? How the hell do you explain that? Been getting close for weeks now. Maybe you're the one who's blind. You don't see what's going on out there spending all day in the clubhouse high on opium. If it's not a curse, then it's the Triad. They've done something to our stash. Conspiring with the merchants to devalue the pearls so they'll buy us out cheap. Enough. You're being paranoid. Stop this nonsense. We'll need a plan to save the plantation, not ghost stories or paranoid conspiracy theories. Alright. That gets us through. There was one other thing that I think we can do right now, right? No, we cannot do anything there yet. Cool. Dining room. But what's that first day that literally everyone's here? Bum bop 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 bop. Now? Who's not? There we go. Just did register some clicks. The dining room is crowded. The air is thick with smoke and the smell of roasted pork. I want to welcome our unusual guest to our little gathering. I must admit I was very suspicious of the young man when he arrived, but one can see a true character of a man in his actions. I must say I was pleasantly surprised by the way he reacted to our little incident, can see his heart by how he protected Luna Goodwill, and with gumption with how he didn't hesitate to run out to the clubhouse. Of course it turned out to be a false alarm, but he did not know that at the time. Anyway, just wanted to give a toast to the young man and welcome him to the plantation. Also, we should grab the lighter. Identify owner, Jeremiah. To Lucas, cheers! Cheers, Mr. Goodwill, thank you. I feel very welcome and honored. Jeremiah sits down and turns to Cynthia. I hope we've made you feel welcome so far, Miss Seville. Oh, yes, everyone has been wonderfully welcoming, thank you. Did you manage to reach out to your colleagues to let them know you've arrived safely? I'll let the operator send out a telegram. I believe that'll be good enough. Splendid. Let's enjoy the evening, then. Cheers. Gino, sorry about Bone and Hair von Goodcharm. Don't feel obliged to help them in their harebrained schemes next time. They can be quite persistent and persuasive. Don't think on it, sir. It was my own errors that led to the incident. I'll be more careful next time. So, Mr. Sterling, what exactly is bringing you to this side of the world? Pardon me for being blunt, but you look like a new chum, and only an old hand will be sailing these dangerous seas as anything but a passenger. Believe me, sir, I am quite an old hand here despite appearances. I don't like to admit it, but I have the tremors, too much quinine. And if we wanted such lovely company, I will show you my jungle shin. Edward laughs a hearty laugh and slaps Lucas hard on the back. Good man, I'm impressed you managed to keep the sallow away, I must say. Sallow is a term used to describe the yellowish skin that develops on the face of the hands of Europeans who contracted malaria. It's a sign of chronic influence. Not for the lack of trying, I face malaria quite a lot, I've just been lucky. Either that or my liver is made of steel. No such luck here. My liver is destroyed. Tidagapa. It's life. I was at the Navy myself, you know. Lucas, you like that story? Uncle Ben was a hero. Easy. I was in the Sunning in 1926. The Sunning was a steamship that was hijacked by pirates in 1926. The officers took the ship back with boiling water and fire axes. Edward rolls up his sleeve to reveal a nasty scald scar. Boiling water. Yep, we did what we had to do. Lucas nods, a grim respect forming. Do you know what happened in 27? The Royal Navy cleared out Bias Bay. Hidden Cove by the coast of Guangdong was reserved as a pirate republic during the Golden Age of piracy. Most of the fishermen, whether guilty of piracy or not, were massacred in the area. I was but a midshipman on the HMS Hermes. It was my first posting. I heard about the 27 operation. That must have been a sight. Lucas, you're a hero too, I knew it. Corner Teresa sits quietly, Teacher leans over to her. This social dinner arrives like the old days, Teresa, before the Great War, when the German plantations reigned supreme. Tita, when are you going to tell them? Not so loud, they'll hear you. They deserve to know. Keeping what you told me on the lawn earlier as a secret is indefensible. I would have thought that you of all people would understand. Why should I tell them? Let's change the subject. I can feel I was starting to listen in. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Rose and Vidalina are pouring wine for Cynthia. Drink, darling. It'll help you relax. The spirits cannot speak if the vessel is tense. Tell us more about your travels. It must be so exciting to be a lady solicitor in the city. Oh, it's mostly paperwork. The journey here from Sandakan was eventful. Sandakan was the capital of British North Borneo and the largest city in the region. It was completely destroyed by the end of the war. Sorry to interrupt, Mr. Phil. Did you say you came from Sandakan? But, yes, on the Straits steamship. Was the main route for the Goodwill to transport goods and people from the mainland to Borneo. It was a regular route, but also a target for pirates. You sailed 20 hours from Sandakan to Tawau past the pirate-infested waters of the Sulu Sea for a lady that is remarkably impressive, or positively foolhardy. I was under Jeremiah's protection, naturally. His legal affairs required my attention. I considered it merely a matter of duty. I visited Sandakan with Father on several occasions. It's a grand place. I've never seen such a spectacle of a harbor. With all due respect, Luna, Sandakan was a very different face depending on whether one frequents the governor's set or not. Let's say it boasts more millionaires than any city on earth, but the gilding is quite thin. It's a great deal of squalor once you leave the cliffside bungalows. Lucas is correct, though. I shouldn't change a thing. I should never have met my intended otherwise. Your intended? You're spoken for, then? Yes, I'm due to be married when I return to the city. I've only been away 48 hours, and I confess I miss him dreadfully. I'll drink to that. To the lovers! Then, something happens suddenly. A loud crash and gasps, and someone new enters. Their aura is very strong, but also very dark. I do not know them. Who is it? Well, that's a good question. But we have a lot of glossary entries to read. So let's do some actually... I've been talking a whole lot. Let me give y'all some snails real quick. Get some water. And then when we come back, we'll do some glossary. We'll take a history break on that. Dark and spooky. BRB. Welcome back, everyone. What have you missed? Welcome on in, Magistress. I hope you're doing well. You have not missed too much. We are currently at dinner. But, apologies that took longer than expected. I decided it would be a great idea to make a smoothie. And, oh boy, she thick. I mean, what else can I say? Oh boy, she thick. Look at her, vacuum sealed. So it took a bit longer to blend because everything is was very frozen, and it is very thick. I left us on a bit of a cliffhanger. Don't worry about it. Hello, and like, yes, I did. Blueberries, cranberries, cherries, chocolate chips, and strawberry ice cream. So it's more of a milkshake than a smoothie, but don't worry about that. She unthickened. There was a place in Boston where I could get fruit ice cream shakes, and it was just fantastic. So that's what I do these days, because it's fantastic. Also, I left you on a cliffhanger, but I also showed you a boy. Boy. Alright. So, I also promised that we would take a break on the cliffhanger and really dwell in the moment by reading some more glossary entries. The land below the wind. Sailors in 1941 referred to the seas around North Borneo as being in the land below the wind. North Borneo lies just south of the typhoon belt that ravages the Philippines and the northern South China Sea. For the pirates and plantation owners of this era, that meant the seas were relatively calm and navigable all year round, which is exactly why the pearl industry and maritime smuggling were able to thrive there. The weather rarely interrupted their business. North Borneo, modern-day Sabah, was defined by its relationship with three distinct seas, which each playing a specific role in the economy, smuggling, and rampant piracy. The South China Sea to the west was the main artery for trade and smuggling. The Sulu Sea to the east was the heart of the oyster farms and mother of pearl industry. It was also the domain of the Bajau, sea nomads, and the pirates who preyed on coastal settlements. The major port here was Sandakan. Then the largest town in North Borneo. It was known as the most dangerous water on Earth at the time. The Sulu pirates, or Moros, used the thousands of tiny islands in this sea to hide from British gunboats. The Celebes Sea, to the south, was the boundary between British and Dutch waters, bordering the Dutch East Indies and the port of Tawau. It was the primary route for Javanese and Japanese laborers coming to work on the plantations. We already read the colonies, but piracy. The 1920s up to 1941 were a major period of piracy in the South China Sea. Piracy evolved from traditional marauding into a highly organized criminal enterprise. It was the perfect storm. And the explosion of piracy was driven by the political collapse of China following the fall of the Qing dynasty. Central authority in China vanished, replaced by local warlords who often made deals with pirate gangs, taking a cut of their loot in exchange for protection. Oop. I know, cherry pie sounds fantastic. Actually, if it wasn't like 8 billion degrees, cherry pie would sound fantastic. Unfortunately, it is 8 billion degrees, and therefore the only pies I accept are citrus, lemon, and key lime only. It's nothing personal. I need lemons and limes in my life when it's hot out. Anyway, famines and the Great Depression pushed coastal villagers into piracy as a means of survival, including many women and children. The most legendary figure of this area was Lai Chui-san, the pirate queen. She reportedly commanded a fleet of 12 pirate ships and thousands of followers. The coasts of Canton and Fujian were a maze of thousands of tiny islands with hidden coves and river deltas. The most infamous of these was Bias Bay, which served as a pirate republic. The 8 billion degrees are on their way here tomorrow? I'm surprised they're at me and not at you yet. Unlike the Caribbean pirates who chased ships down, South China Sea pirates of this era used a more subtle method. Pirates would purchase legitimate tickets and board steamships as third-class passengers. They would smuggle pistols and grenades in their luggage or have them hidden on board by bribed crew members. Once the ship was at sea, pirates would rush the bridge and the engine room, killing or capturing the officers. They would force the ship to sail to Bias Bay and would offload the cargo and kidnap wealthy passengers for ransom. This threat was so common that in the 1920s, the steamships were equipped with piracy grills, heavy iron bars and gates that separated the bridge and first-class quarters from the rest of the ship. Hong Kong was a primary target for pirate activity, forcing the British Royal Navy to maintain a massive presence known as the China Station. After a particularly brazen hijacking, the British sent gunboats and even aircraft carriers like the HMS Hermes to Bias Bay to ransack pirate villages and burn their ships. The Bias Bay raid in 1927 was one of the largest operations involving British troops landing at Bias Bay to destroy pirate strongholds after the hijacking of the ship SS Sunning. While they destroyed dozens of pirate ships, the pirates simply hid into the hills and returned weeks later. The British eventually began placing platoon guards on merchant ships to prevent hijackings. The era of pirate republics came to an abrupt end in the late 1930s, not because of law enforcement, but because of World War II. In 1937, Japan launched a full-scale invasion of China. By 1938, the Japanese Imperial Navy occupied the coastal regions including Bias Bay. The Japanese had no patience for pirates interfering with military supply lines. They destroyed any ship or village suspected of piracy. Many pirates either fled, were executed, or joined the Chinese resistance as guerrillas, where they used their knowledge of the coast to harass Japanese shipping. The cup is just a little bit big, so I need to grab the paper towel and a different cup. BRB. Alright. So, let's do pearls and then we'll, well, I guess let's do these two and then we'll get back to it, because there's a lot more. There's a lot more to say. The glossary is extensive, and the glossary is usually very good. As with like every historical game, my complaint is that there's actually a little bit too much glossary. Right? It's an easy thing to mess up. Because, of course, we've got fun facts. Who doesn't want fun facts? Right? We all want our fun facts. Especially around here. We love trivia. We love fun facts. We love bits. But Valiant Hearts really paved the way for in-game glossaries, huh? Yeah, that is probably about right, huh? When they really become popular versus being just kind of around. Like, the idea of having entries like Civilopedia stuff, but that's not quite the same, right? That this sort of historical, on-the-ground, subjective narrative game. Yeah, that would be about right, that Valiant Hearts would be when it really kicks off. I don't know, that's an interesting question. Like, what is the first game that has an extensive in-game glossary? And also is in this sort of, realist genre, right? In other words, right, if we exclude civilization. So I guess highly narrative game. Like a research kind of question? Not really. Because it will take it could take a really long time to actually find an answer. If someone else has looked into it, excellent. But like, if no one's actually done that research before, uh, it could take a hot second. But yeah, it could definitely be Valiant Hearts. It's just a more interesting question in general. Anyway. Stepping into a British plantation in North Borneo felt fundamentally different from entering a Dutch-run estate in the south. The British might have brought a very specific brand of colonialism that left a distinct visual and cultural fingerprint on the landscape. Here is how you can easily recognize a British plantation and what made them stand out. The most immediate giveaway was the manager's bungalow. While Dutch houses in the south tended to be built close to the ground, British bungalows were on stilts. They were almost always raised 6 to 10 feet off the ground on massive piles of wood. This kept the house above the mud, away from snakes, and allowed air to circulate underneath. A British bungalow was recognizable by its massive wraparound shaded veranda. It served as the living room and the bar. If you saw a small steam engine, you were undoubtedly on a British plantation. The North Borneo Railway was a uniquely British project. It was the only railway system on the entire island. Plantations were designed to plug into this rail line. The Tuan would usually have a great deal of nostalgia for the English countryside. You could recognize a British estate by the English garden attempted in front of the bungalow. The British spent an absurd amount of effort trying to maintain a flat green lawn in the middle of the jungle. It was often used for croquet or badminton. Unlike most British plantations were managed by an agency rather than the government itself. Unlike more independent Dutch planters, British estates followed a standardized manual for how a plantation should look, from the spacing of the trees to the color of the paint on the outbuildings. In British Borneo, social life was tethered to the club. If you saw a building that looked like a rustic version of a London gentleman's club, complete with a billiard table, outdated copies of British magazines, and a bar, you were in British territory. The British were keen to wear very iconic attire to show their superiority over the locals. The solar toupee was the mandatory iconic white helmet worn with starched whites. Even in 90% humidity, that would often change into starched white shorts, white knee-high socks, and a white shirt. Anyway, and then more things on pearls. Okay, there was a thing on the croquet lawn earlier. At some point here, with these two, there it is. Dieter is crossing the garden, a bottle of Quamband in his hand. Dieter, wait, do you want a sundowner? No thank you, Teresa. Bon and Joe are waiting for me at the clubhouse. Please, Dieter, I just need a friend to talk to. Can I just accompany you on the way? Of course, my dear. You know I always have time for you. Jeremiah is frantic about the pearls. No one wants to touch them in their current state. I know I act like I don't care, but if we lose the plantation... Jerry and Bone are idiots, both of them. This red swirl would never have happened in our Stephans back home before the war. What do you mean? Do you know something? I'm not helping them, and neither should you. Not after what he did to you. Why would you help him? You're friends. Friends? What kind of friends are they to me, really? They only tolerate me, but I know what they say behind my back. There's no love lost between them and the Germans. I wouldn't be surprised if they thought I was a Nazi despite everything we've been through. Just because of my heritage. To hell with them. Just tell me for old time's sake, please. It's not a curse, Teresa, that's all I'll say. You need to tell them how to fix it. You're a good man, don't be so petty. Alright, chat. Again, take your guesses. We have one character saying it is decidedly not a curse. And at least one character is deeply convinced that it is a curse. Well, actually, let's just do this. The mysterious stranger. Strides in, two rough-looking locals are standing outside the door. Uh-huh. Where's Connor? What do you do? Very best place for the live. Uh-huh. I want my money soon, Jeremiah. My apologies for the interruption. Please resume the festivities. Well, I'm gonna go away. Literally everyone. Okay. You ain't saying. You ain't saying. So we don't know what to do this one yet because we need to figure out who that is before we can learn the full story of what happened there. But after an uncomfortable minute of silence, Teresa McIntyre walks up to Jeremiah Goodwill and slaps him. What have you done, you silly, silly man? Teresa storms off, followed by Dieter. Jiro feels out of place and tries to slink away towards the library. Edward joins him. Now let's get a drink, Jiro, I treat. Lune starts crying and runs out of the room. Lune, come back, it's alright, it's over. They run out towards Lune's room. Rose and Cynthia watch them go. Rose turns to Jeremiah and laughs. Now you've gone and done it, haven't you? Can't wait till they come back and murder us all. I'm sure Cynthia, Vitalina, and I will be the last to die. These men were looking at us as though they meant to devour us whole. Girls, the heat is getting to me. Let's go to the deck to refresh. I'll get teas and coffees brought up. I'm afraid I am in need of Miss Sybil's company, if you want me to find a way out of this mess, that is. Rose stares at Jeremiah harshly. Enjoy your company, Jeremiah. I will see you in the morning. Do not come to the bedroom later. I will not wish to be woken up. Jeremiah and Cynthia alone. Up, 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 up. Someone else shows up at some point. Let's see if it's usual subjects. Usual subjects. You know, you can do a little bit of brute forcing in this game by being like, someone else is going to show up. Presumably it's one of the servants. You may have to do some extra... I had to do a lot of extra brute forcing later in the game. So Americans got from the Brits that anywhere they go must conform to their sensibilities. Well, of course. Look, Americans make for bad tourists. But there's a high contingent of Brits that want everywhere to be Britain but warm. And then they get really mad with that idea. Cynthia is visibly shaken, her hands trembling as she lights a cigarette. Who was that man, Jeremiah? What have you gotten yourself into? A mistake. Just a mistake. I must confess I put myself in a frightfully tight spot. I've gone and borrowed rather heavily against the estate. Took a bit of a flyer to expand the shell beds. My thinking was, well, everyone's mad for rubber and oil now that tobacco's lost its polish over here. Hi, Karabachi! I thought if we could simply double the haul, we might seize the lion's share of the shell market, and garner the trade in mother of pearl before the Dutch caught on. But the venture's a dead loss, complete washout. The pearls are quite hopeless. Wormy, crimson things with a lake of Orient. Now I'm staring at a mountain of dead lime and a mountain of debt. Alright, we have options. We can sell the land to the Rajas. The Brooke family has been eyeing this coast for years. Absolutely not. This is my plantation. I am not moving anywhere. It'll be up to you, Mr. Goodwill. If the Japanese invade as predicted, they'll take everything by force anyway. You shall leave while you can. Sell, take the money, and go. The workers, the Baja, they're worried too, and they're perfectly calm by nature usually. If they're scared, I need to think about this. The guest room has been prepared for you, but I'm afraid you'll have to share with Mr. Sterling. We have only one guest house, but there's multiple chambers. Share with a man? I certainly will not. That is completely improper. Miss Goodwill outfit earlier. I'll stay with her in your room. In the master bedroom. You go enjoy my marital bed with my wife then. I'll see you in the morning. Tuan Besar, are you alright? Is everyone alright? Dear chap, you're making a habit of arriving after the fire. I'm afraid I was taken off guard and knocked unconscious by the jungle entrance. I'm really sorry, that's terrible, but yes, we are alright. This was all my fault and it will not happen again. I don't understand. We had bloodthirsty pirates on the premises, and you acted if nothing happened? We need to call for reinforcements. We need to secure the premises. We need to... Tomorrow. There is no urgency. They will leave us alone for a while at least. Tonight we rest, and tomorrow you can do what you want. Conan accepts his master's advice and bows. He makes his way to the kitchen, and Cynthia to the bedroom as Jeremiah heads out to find some companionship. No one left there. We've got... Conan enters the kitchen, wiping sweat from his brow. He pauses, looking around the empty room. Asya? The stove is cold, and there is no sign of Asya anywhere. How long will it take to pick 4 cups of cherries with a chopstick? That is unenviable. That's a lot of cherries. That's odd. She's never absent from her post. Checks the back door. It's unlocked. Where's that girl got to? He paces for a moment, a sense of unease growing in his gut. Something is not right. I feel it in my bones. I must inform Tuan Goodwill immediately. Heading towards the study. To the study. In this hour, we try them, and there's now someone else there. Okay. Then, master bedroom. Away from the main house, the separate house building is in the master and his wife's chamber. Should be this one. We'll try Rose and Vidalina. Nothing happened there at this hour. Okay. Is it just you two? It's just you two. Cynthia is pouring a generous measure of gin into 2 glasses. Rose will growls one sits on the bed. The choices. You know, I positively envy you, Cynthia. A lady solicitor. An independent woman with a career in her own right. Oh, don't waste your envy on me, Mrs. Goodwill. The bar is a boys' club. Look at a woman in chambers as if you are a performing seal. Mock-up for a member of the fouler sex, they say, with a sickeningly patronizing tone. And the pressure. Mother is incessantly harping about when I mean to settle down. You can't argue cases forever, Cynthia. Think of your ovaries. Ovaries? As if one's womanly functions had a best before date stamped on them. At least you have a life of your own. And I have this. Waiting for Jerry, fearing Jeremiah. I used to dream of treading the boards, you know, on the stage in London. Now the faith is for it, and the theatrical flair, I'll give you that. I do, don't I? Oh, let's play dress up. Must you always wear these drab, stuffy suits? Let's see you in something positively defined. I could possibly... Well, perhaps just the one. Rose pulls a shimmering silk gown from the wardrobe. Put this on, it's Parisian. Jerry brought it for me to wear to the governor's ball, but I never did. Cynthia changes clumsily into the dress. It fits her surprisingly well. Oh my, you look ravaging, Cynthia. A regular screen siren. Admiring herself in the mirror. It is rather dashing, isn't it? She spins around giggling. As she does so, she knocks her blouse from a nearby chair, and the pearls in the biohazard sample fly from her blouse pocket and scatter across the floor. Rose Goodwill stops laughing instantly, staring at the pearls. Those are Jerry's pearls, the accursed ones. Why do you have them? Are you stealing from us, or is it worse? Heard stories about the Sindakan triads. They pair well for inside men. Is that it? Is the high-class solicitor act just a cover? Don't be absurd. I found them in the library. They were just lying on the floor. I picked them up to keep them safe. I was going to give them back to Mr. Goodwill. Seems trust is in short supply here. The air in the room grows heavy with tension. Then Vidalina crashes through the doorway, tears pouring down her face. Vidalina. Vida, speak to me. What happens? It wasn't supposed to end like this. He wasn't supposed to die. Die? Who? Who's dead? Jeremiah. Jerry? No. You're drunk, Vida. He's in the study. I killed him. I didn't mean to, I swear. Explain yourself, Vidalina. What did you do? The curse, the pearls. I just wanted to save the plantation. Went to the Borneo. It's where I went to see in the chapel. Babali and Antar. He promised me a cure, a potion. To cleanse the oysters. But he tricked me. It wasn't a cure. It was a tuju. A tuju is a curse, where a Momo magically sends an object into a victim's body to kill them. The victim suffers sudden unexplained agony, and Western medicine finds nothing wrong. Tell me more. The occult. By 1941, Borneo contained a rich spiritual landscape in which illness, misfortune, and the jungle itself were often interpreted through unseen forces. Indigenous and Malay beliefs coexisted with modern medicine, while Europeans who were unfamiliar with local cosmologies interpreted these traditions through a lens of fear and misunderstanding. Europeans did not generally believe these things in the same way the locals did. They were just scared that the locals believed them. Here are the occult beliefs, fear cults, and methods of curing curses in interwar Borneo. The deadly cults people feared were a mix of ancient indigenous traditions and secretive criminal organizations. There were the Headhunters, also known as the Cult of the Trophy. The British, under the Brooke Rajas in Sarawak, and the Charter Company in the north, had mostly suppressed headhunting. However, it was widely believed that the spirit of the head was still hungry. In times of drought or epidemic, rumors would fly that the Dayaks were preparing to take a head to appease the spirits. The Europeans, the Chinese secret societies, were the most dangerous cults. They were primarily criminal organizations, not mystical cults, but they did partake in blood rituals. Societies like the Gihin or Haisan used to cult initiation rituals like drinking wine mixed with the blood of a sacrificed animal, called blood wine, crawling under the swords of heaven, and swearing death oaths. They believed they had spiritual protection that made them immune to bullets. And then there was the Orang Bunyan. They were a legendary race of hidden people, or some thought elves. If you stumbled into their village in the jungle, you'd be taken and never returned. People feared being kidnapped by them, but they were seen as refined and morally strict beings. If someone died mysteriously on a plantation, the locals wouldn't blame germs, they would attribute it to specific entities. The Pontianak, the most feared spirit in Borneo, the ghost of a woman who died in childbirth, who was said to manifest as a beautiful woman in white who eviscerated men with long claws. The scent of fragapani flowers in the jungle at night was a sign she was near. The Penanggalan, a terrifying creature of a floating female head with its stomach and entrails dangling beneath it. It flew through the night looking for the blood of infants. People would hang thorny hibiscus branches around their windows because the creature's trailing organs would get snagged on the thorns. The curses were a weapon used by the locals against the powerful. Plantation owner who was too cruel might find himself the victim of a hex. The tuju, a shaman could send an object like a needle or even a lock of hair into the victim's body through the air. The victim would suddenly fall ill with the shakes, and Western doctors would find nothing wrong. The love hex is used to make a man fall in love with a local woman. Usually involves slipping a potion that included a drop of blood into his evening drink. And the Pillicit, a spirit bound to a grasshopper. A witch would send the grasshopper to enter a house, then once inside it would cause the inhabitants to waste away or go crazy. If a young man believed he was cursed, he would seek out a Malay shaman. The shaman would use concoctions to sweep the invisible darkness off the skin. They'd be washed in water filled with limes of flower petals, where the acidity of the lime was believed to burn away the spiritual impurity. The young man would then be given an amulet to wear. For a British man, this might be a tiny piece of parchment with a prayer sewn into a leather pouch and worn around the neck. There's also a common technique where a raw egg was rubbed over their body. When the egg was cracked open, if the yolk was black or contained a needle, it meant the curse had been successfully pulled into the egg. Anyway. He tricked me, it wasn't curse. I gave it to him in his medicine, thinking it would remove the hex upon him, and then he fell, and he didn't wake up. You poisoned him? It was an accident, I love Jerry, you know I wouldn't hurt him. A tuju? He gave you a tuju to kill Mr. Goodwill? He said it would drive away the bad spirits, but it was poison. No! Rose scrambles off the bed, tripping on her gown, and bolts towards the croquet lawn. Rose, wait! Cynthia grabs Vidalina Petrovsky by the arm, hauling her up. We have to go, now, before you say another word to anyone else. Welp. So, yeah. Why not have a useful, thing here? Apparently I don't have a useful thing here yet. I don't have anything useful quite yet. Okay. Well, okay, Lon. 2 a.m. There's more people out here. So, yeah, there's death number 1. Lune's room. So it was after dinner. At 11 p.m. Lune and Lucas... The remaining hours hold no secrets. Close onto the bed, burying her face on the pillow, Lucas sits on the edge, keeping a respectful distance. Lune, please, it's over now. They've gone. They'll be back, I know they will, and Father is powerless to stop them. You can stop them. I know who you are, I know your secret. I haven't the foggiest notion what you mean. You don't have to give the charade with me, I've known since I saw you on the beach. You're my brother, you've come back from England. Lucas blinks, the tension's draining out of him, replaced by confusion. Your brother? You've come to take me away, to take me back to London just as I dreamed for 10 years. You came to rescue me from this jungle. Lucas sighs. running a hand through his hair. He looks at her with a mixture of pity and sadness. Lune, listen to me very carefully. I am not your brother. You're not? But you are right about one thing. I do have a secret, and you must swear on your life to keep it. I swear, I am an agent of British intelligence. A spy, like in the novels? I was sent to investigate Japanese military movements in the South China Sea. That green mist isn't natural. It's a chemical weapon. My crew wasn't massacred by pirates, Lune. We were intercepted by a Japanese destroyer. They caught us red-handed with evidence of their test. My heavens. I managed to salvage a sample of the agent. I hid it in the wash house of the guest house, along with my service revolver, Oliver. I need to retrieve them. Between the pirates and the Japanese, I must be armed to protect you and the sample. You save us? Now, I shall do my utmost. Now stay here and bolt the door. Try to get some sleep. I can't sleep now. I'm coming with you. To the guest house. At the next hour, where they find, rather unfortunately, that neither of them exist anymore. Oh, is it 1 hour later even? Oh no, it's 1 hour earlier. Lucas emerges from the small wash house, his face pale and grim. Lune is waiting for him. It's gone. What's gone? My kit. The pouch was hidden right under the loose floorboard. Someone has taken it. Taking things that don't belong to them seems to be the order of the night. You don't understand. I need a weapon. The revolver was in there. Things go south. And that sample is dangerous. If anyone who has it doesn't know what it is, who knows what could happen? Follow me, the workers' quarters. We keep rifles there for bores. They hurry along the path. As they pass Teresa's room, they can hear screams from within. Good God, what is that? Is someone hurt? Keep walking, Luke. But that sounds like... I said keep walking. It's just Mother. It's best not to ask. 1 a.m. Lune and Lucas step into the workers' quarters from the window, which overlooks the plantation. As the quarters are up on a hill, they have a terrifying view. To the south, the Iron Road. The North Borneo Railway was a uniquely British project. It was the only railway system on the entire island. Plantations along the coast were designed... Yep. To the south, the Iron Road is an inferno. Flames licking the night sky. To the east, at the cove, Japanese soldiers are disembarking from landing crafts onto the sand, and all around them the sky is black with soot. It's worse than I thought. They're surrounding us. There are so many of them. Lucas picks up some binoculars and takes a good look at their surroundings. Alright, I can see 6 launchers landing on the secluded beach with a dozen men in each. And the blaze is giving me a good view of what's happening by the jungle entrance in spite of the darkness. Seems that Edward and Dieter were there with our friend Captain Ludwig Harrow. That man. Ludwig Harrow. He carries himself like a king, not a bandit. Is he infamous enough to be in the papers? I'll need to call our mom about the distress call on the phone anyway. I'll ask him to check the archives for Captain Harrow as well. Our mom? It's Delphine. Listen carefully. I have a phonetic inscription of a call from the plantation in Malay. I was wondering if you could translate. Delphine. My Malay is rusty, but Mati means dead. It sounds like he was claiming Jeremiah Goodwill was murdered by pirates and requested immediate assistance from the British Navy. They were due to have arrived by 9 the next morning. He lied and planted a picture of a massacre to ensure they would hurry. I have another request while I have you. It's going to sound very strange, but bear with me. The plantation was attacked by pirates. The leader of the pirates was a man named Ludwig Harrow. Hoping beyond hope there might be some information about him somewhere. Harrow? Startling. He's a legend, Delphine. Not for piracy, but for the war. He led a guerrilla unit against the Japanese occupation. Saved hundreds from the Sandakan death marches. He's a hero in the history books. I have his service photo from the archives. I'll send it over to you. New identity. Ludwig Harrow. Let's go visit that dinner party again, huh? Jeremiah, and Lune, and Lucas, and Teresa, and Dieter, and Edward, and Vitalina, and Cynthia, and Jiro, and Rose, and Ludwig Harrow. Ludwig Harrow strides in, 2 rough-looking locals standing outside the room guarding the door. He is heavily armed. Sorry to crash the party, folks. Don't mind me. Lucas Sterling's about to stand up, but Jiro Tanaka puts his hand on his shoulder. Don't. This is Harrow. You do not want to mess with him, trust me. What are you doing here? What did you get in? Where's Cannon? Sit down, Jeremiah. Cannon is not coming. What did you do to him? He'd best be alive. Guard dog is taking a nap, but he's fine. One of your young servants is tending to him. I'm just here for what's mine. You missed the deadline, Jeremiah Goodwill. I only just got back from Sandakan. I need more time. I don't care about your excuses. Ludwig walks over to Rose and Cynthia. Excuse my intrusion, ladies. I wish we could have met under better circumstances, but your man here doesn't pay his debts. Rose growls at him. Cynthia looks down. Ludwig pulls out a cigarette. Anyone got a light? Jeremiah hesitates, then reaches into his pocket and pulls out his lighter. Flicks it open and offers the flame. Ludwig takes the lighter from Jeremiah Goodwill's hand. He turns it over, admiring the gold plating. Nice piece. Solid. I'll take this as a down payment. I want my money soon, Jeremiah Goodwill, or I burn this whole place to the ground. My apologies for the interruption, ladies and gentlemen. Please resume the festivities. Ludwig turns and marches out, his laughter trailing behind him. Done. Jungle entrance. An hour beforehand? Kanan and Ludwig? Alright. Kanan moves silently through the dense foliage, his weapon drawn. He spots movement ahead. Pirates, I knew it. He unsheathes his blade, ready to strike. A heavy blow strikes the back of his head. Pain explodes behind his eyes and the world tilts sideways. Kanan crumbles to the ground, his blade slipping from his grasp. He looks up, vision blurring, to see a tall man towering over him. Clumsy work, old son. A trained man like you should know how to keep eyes in the back of his head at all times. Ludwig raises his pistol, aiming between Kanan's eyes. Hold your hand. Asya steps out from the shadows of the tree. Oh, the little canary. Have you a weakness for the stray dog, then? He is nothing, but a bullet now will raise the whole plantation. The gunshot will echo from the cliffs to the very veranda. Fair reckoning. Tie him up, leave him here, he can't stop you. Very well, but if this bites me, my girl, you'll be the one bleeding for it. Oh, good. There's another one. Asya enters the kitchen through the window and closes it behind her. She closes it open hastily, her face slick with perspiration. Asya can hear Kanan and Jeremiah talking in the corridor. She gestures to the other servant who's in the kitchen to leave. The little man wants you at the guest house. Fresh towels for the new arrival. Lizzie, why did you not ask one of the other girls? Because she asked for you by name. Mum McIntyre ordered a tray of small chops. Snacks. For the veranda, I don't have time for your demands. She cannot tell you what to do. She hasn't been the mistress of this estate in years, whether she fancies it or not. Besides, the gym will take its usual hold soon enough, like every evening. We shall see. Just do as you're told for once. Stop acting like this. I can't leave with you. You're plain foolish and I do not love you. Can you please understand? I shall carve out my own luck. Is there anything in here? Yeah. Oh. Jungle entrance. This time again. No? Is it everyone? No. Just you two? Gotcha. Asya kneels beside Kanan, her hands trembling as she cuts the rope binding his rib. I thought I could control this, but they're monsters. Asya checks Kanan's pulse, relieved when she finds a heartbeat. She helps him sit up against the tree. In the distance, a tall figure strides out from the entrance of the main bungalow towards the railway as the pirate captain and his men. He's not going to the jungle, he's going to the tracks. Why, what is he planning? At 10 p.m. The railway! That's 10 p.m. Asya and Ludwig. Asya emerges from the tall grass to see Ludwig Harrow standing by the old steam engine. His men are dousing the wooden carriages with kerosene. What are you doing? This is madness. Why destroy the steam engines? You stared Goodwill, you get what you want. With a distaste for loose ends, I'm a man who believes in a bit of insurance. This iron road is a double-edged blade. It's the quickest route for your master to bolt or for the armed constabulary to send their guards in a hurry. I prefer my guests to stay put and my enemies to walk. Ludwig Harrow tosses his cigar onto a kerosene-soaked carriage. With a roar, the cart ignites, flames leaping into the night sky. Asya screams in shock as the fire reflects in her wide eyes. Look alive, men, let's go. Asya screams and jumps on Ludwig, grabbing his blade. One of his men shoots her before she can strike. Ludwig Harrow gestures to his men to leave her as he kneels down to grab his blade back. Not a bad attempt, little bird. You have some gumption around you. As he is keeling over, grabbing her side, she starts to crawl towards the secluded beach, leaving a trail of blood behind her. Ludwig Harrow gestures to his men to make their way back to the darkness of the jungle entrance as he watches her go. And here, you might be alone there. What? No, they'll kill them all. Okay, is this just solo Ludwig? Solo Ludwig. Is this also solo Ludwig? No. Okay. Well. What happened in the study? No? Not you. Who else is... oh, we can do the library after dinner. Library after dinner, so that would be, what, 11? Where you have Edward and Shiro. Edward is wrestling with the lock of a glass-fronted cabinet. Confounded. Jerry always did keep the good stuff under lock and key, and with the clubhouse looking as though it's taking a full broadside, we don't have much else to drink. Edward produces a small knife from his belt and jams it into the mechanism with a sharp crack, but wood gives way. Open sesame. Grabs his bottle of scotch and 2 glasses, pouring a shot for them both. You really shouldn't have done that to him, Bonfire. To him, Goodwill will be positively livid. Jerry has bigger fish to fry tonight. Besides, the man's in my debt, whether he cares to admit it or not. To survive in the night, eh? And to keeping our heads on our shoulders. You think they'll come back? The pirates? Harrow? He's a shark. He's got the scent of blood in the water. He'll circle till he gets what he wants. I've seen his ilk before in 26, men who think they can take what they want. You saw them off though then, didn't you? We gave him a scrap. That's the crucial distinction. Jerry, he fancies he can negotiate a settlement. You can't parlay with a shark, old son. You have to punch it square in the snout. Jiro downs his drink quickly and sets the glass down. I really must beg your leave, Mr. Bonfire. The camping so soon? The bottle's still full. After... well, I must see a man about a dog, as they say. A dog, is it? I'm not sure what you mean, sir. Don't play the innocent with me. I got eyes. Off you go, then. Alright, where's the party at? I can't be the only one who still needs a stiff drink after tonight's events. Edward hears a friend's voice coming from the veranda and goes to investigate. Edward and Jeremiah. Do you see the look on that young pup's face? Utterly terrified by a rabble of Sulu devils. You can't judge him too harshly, Jerry. He fancies himself a tough customer, but he hasn't the mettle for this rock. Soft as butter are the lot of them. They haven't the iron in their blood as we had in our day. Indeed, my mind's been wandering back to 15 tonight on the Rundum business. The Rundum Rebellion of 1915 was the last major uprising of the Murut peoples against the British North Borneo Chartered Company. It was sparked by the company's tax policies and forced labor. The Muruts, famous for their blowpipes, built intricate underground forts in the jungle, making them invisible. Trekking through that godforsaken Murut country for weeks. Wet rot of your boots and the constant dread of a poison dart in your neck. Silence was the killer. You never heard this, Sumpatan. The sound of darts finding them and marching beside you. In those underground forts, we were chasing ghosts in the mud, outmatched in the deep jungle by an enemy we couldn't even see. We held the line, didn't we? We always hold the line. We did, Jerry, we did. I'm feeling rather weary, old boy. I think the excitement has taken it out of me. Don't know if I have what it takes these days. I'm not the man I once was, Bone. I haven't the fortitude for another scrap. I truly fancied tobacco was a forever trade. I never quite expected the world to take those wretched cigarettes and render us economy quite obsolete. And we always had the shell, didn't we? Mother of pearl was meant to be the bedrock and then simply vanished from beneath her feet. Jeremiah looked out into the night. Fine black soot, the ash from the torched oil fields in the south, begins to rain down from the sky. And then there's the war. I'm tired, my friend, so tired. I'm going to retire to the study, try to clear the cobwebs. I'll finish my glass here, keep an eye out for any further uninvited guests. Good man. Alright, to the study. Jeremiah sits down as Cherry picks up his glass. He takes his 2-ounce dose. That doesn't taste right. Starts to cough. I feel awful. He tries to stand up, but his balance is gone. He falls down hard onto the rug. Gasping for air, he spots an empty blue vial under the chair. Picks it up, staring at it in horror. But Swarovski, what have you done? The empty blue vial slips from his fingers as he dies on the study floor. Shadow in the corridor watching in his horror as the scene unfolding. Bullshit, my... Jerry, do be a sport and wake up. This can't be happening. This wasn't the plan. Vidalina flees, her stifled sobs echoing through the house as she runs. Through what feels like an eternity, Cannon walks into the study and discovers the body. Shocked, he stumbles back and runs to get help. Unsure who that would be, though. Is someone in here earlier, then? Yes. The study is deathly quiet. Vidalina steals into the room, placing the tincture bottle she recovered from the master bedroom and a glass of water on the mahogany side table. Hopefully thinks Asia brought from the side corridors. She's about to turn away when she hears Jeremiah in the corridor outside. The empty blue vial she was clutching slips from her fingers. It hits the rug with a muffled thud and rolls under the leather armchair. Oh no! Who's there, Vidalina? Whatever are you doing there? You look positively ghost-ridden. I crave your pardon, Jeremiah. I was just on my way to Bones' room. Why are you all of a quiver? Your hands are shaking like a leaf. It's the shock of the evening. I think I need to lie down. Quite. Well, I shan't detain you. Singular woman. Positively wrong. So master bedroom. A little bit, no. Is it way up over here? Way up here. Literally, slips inside, closing the door softly. Pours the liquid from the vial into the medicine bottle. On a letter. Tell me about this letter, please, and thank you. Handwritten note. To my husband, Jeremiah, I find that I can no longer endure this wretched existence. The stifling isolation, the heavy silence of the jungle, and the constant gnawing dread have become quite insupportable. It's clear to me now that you are wedded to this estate and its resources, while I have become little more than a ghost in your house. I care for you, indeed, I care for you with all that remains of my heart, but I fear I am now a stranger to you. I desire only for the sake of my breast to cease. I beg of you, do not come in search of me. By the time you read this, I shall have been quietly claimed by the sea. I am going to the cove on a secluded beach. I've always held it dear, for it holds the ghosts of the days when you still looked at me with kindness. So remnants of those lost hours has allowed the tide to take me. Rose. So Rose is doing, badly. Also, inventory. Items. Binoculars, identify owner. Wasn't it Luna who had gotten them? No. Then Lucas? Nope. Fine. Empty blue vial is Vidalina. I actually don't remember, because these two had grabbed the binoculars. But I don't remember what that is. Well, we can just try everyone. You know, when in doubt. Nope. Okay. We'll have to figure it out later then. But... let's try this again. Nothing happened here at this hour. The shaman, an old wizened man dressed in traditional Bajo garb, emerged from below the altar. It is not the land that is sick, man Petroski, it is the master. A dark shadow clings to him and clutches to him. A spirit of greed and despair that bleeds into everything he touches. The pearls, they are but tears of the infected sea. Blah 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 blah. Blah 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 blah. Okay. Well. Well, we know actually from a previous thing that I think it's here. It's these three? No? Is there someone else here? Oh, it's just that. Huh. Lily Caro goes through the corpse's effects. Oh. Well, someone dies here at this hour, apparently. Finds the key to the passageway and pockets it. Ludwig gestures his men to get the corpse out of here. He composes himself putting his vest back on. It is time. Gather your gear, check your weapons. Tonight the Goodwill Plantation falls. Don't you love when you go from, ah yes, everyone is sitting here, waiting, having a good time. We're just waiting. And then there's a corpse. Edward stares at the body and Dieter von Guntram's arm. He recalls in horror. Is that Asia? She's Kanbone. What happened? Oh, there's no time bone. The Japanese are landing on the beach. Oh, sorry, this is German. There's no time bone. The Japanese are landing on the beach. The Japanese here? An entire invasion force, destroyer, landing craft, dozens of them. We have to want the others. We have to get everyone inland. But, Aisha, we can't just leave her. He's right, old man. There is no time for mourning. Ludwig stepped into the light, flanked by two of his crew. Edward tenses, raising the croquet mallet. Easy. I am not your enemy, not anymore. You torched the steam engine. You trapped us here. I cut off the escape route of a coward. I did not know that the wolf was already at the door. Looked at Asia's body, a flicker of regret in his eyes. I am sorry about the girl, truly. She fought like a tigress. She deserved a warrior's death, not this. It was self-defense. My men, they are jumpy. Wolfie, have a good night. Thank you for hanging out for this. Self-defense? She was a servant girl. She was a servant girl. She had a knife at my throat before I knew she was there. She had spirit. The arguing will not help bring her back. My men and I, we can help you fight, or at least help you escape. Why shall we trust you? Because the enemy of my enemy is my friend, and because if the Japanese take this island, there will be no place left for freemen. Fine. But if you cross us, Harrow, save your threats for the Japanese Englishmen. You're going to need them. They'll head towards the house through the lawn and past the clubhouse. Past the clubhouse at the next hour of the morning. Nope. Okay, is it just the croquet? Are we just... Did I overshoot then? I did overshoot. Ludwig, Harrow, Dieter, and Edward emerged onto the croquet lawn along with Harrow's crew of pirates. Wait, I think I see Vida over there heading into the house. Quiet! Crack of gunfire erupts from the darkness near the beach path. Two of the pirate crew fall, cut down instantly. Verdammt! They are here! Ambush! Fire back! We need a diversion. The Japanese will overrun us if we try and make a stand here. They're still in the clubhouse. It's a powder keg waiting to blow. You want to blow up the alcohol? It'll create enough chaos to cover our retreat. We need to get to the main house and gather the others. Do it! Edward and Harrow's men hurl their torches onto the roof of the clubhouse. The dry roof ignites instantly. Run! To the study! They sprint towards the main house as flames begin to engulf the clubhouse. Dieter noticed Teresa McIntyre in the veranda and splits from the rest of the group. Teresa and Dieter. Something is missing. Okie dokie. Well. So you can see everything is going bad. Hey Chad, did you have everything went that bad that fast on the bingo card? Hidden beach with large limestone cliffs? No. Well, since he's only found the body, nope. Do we have the global timeline somewhere? No. Alright, let's go here, head back towards our house. Are they still just here? They are. Lucas shoves a handful of ammunition into a canvas bag. He slings 3 rifles over his shoulder and has 2 more to loot. Big Tease, can you shoot? I think so. Father taught me. Good. Aim for the center of mass. Don't hesitate. We need to find your father. You can help us find out the best way to get everyone out of here. We'll be in the study. Stay close to me, Lune. Whatever happens, do not leave my side. Alright, so that's going to be 3 a.m. Study. Lucas, Lune. Oh, who else is around? I guess let's see, oh, it's just Jiro. Okay. Kanon enters. Jiro peeks and not believing his seeing. You see, I didn't know who to turn to. I don't know who to trust. Jiro attacks for a pulse. None. He sees the empty blue vial and pockets it. Places his own opium pipe on the floor next to the victim's head. Accident. It has to look like an accident. It's better this way. We can say it was an overdose. Bonfire knows about the affair. He'll hang me. Stop worrying, Jiro. I'll take care of it. Kanon speaks in a language I don't understand. I don't speak Malay or Dayak or whatever language it is. I'll need to try and transfer what's being said phonetically and reach out to Armagh in Oxford. So this is we sequence broke earlier. So this is the distress call of saying, oh yeah, there's a pirate assault. What do we tell the others? What about Lune? She'll be devastated. Little Mem is stronger than you think, and she has us. We'll go see Teresa. That's where I'll be if you need to find me. What are you talking about? You can't do that. Forget her. It's 2 in the morning. Just go to bed. Alright, so 3 a.m. Veranda. Well, we know by 4 a.m. Teresa's in the veranda, so... Teresa sits alone in the wicker chair, deep in thought. Jiro hurries along the veranda, but stops when he sees her. He hesitates, torn between duty and emotion. He takes a breath to compose himself, but a sob escapes him. Teresa. What is it now, Jiro? Another calamity to keep us from our stolen hours? It's the Tuan. It's Tuan Goodwill. What's he done this time that could be worse than selling us off to pirates? He's dead, Teresa. Don't be ridiculous. Men like him don't just die. I found him in the study. He was gone. Jiro pulls the empty blue vial from his pocket, his hands shaking. I found this near him. Teresa stares at the empty blue vial, then up at Jiro. Her face is pale. Dead? Really and finally? I hated him. I despised him. But I loved him. God help me, I loved him more than anything. Suddenly, shouts erupt from the garden. Torches flare in the darkness, followed by the crack of gunfire. The watch in shock as the clubhouse erupts into flames. The world is ending. Did you know? No, I'm no traitor. Teresa pulls another measure of gin, her hand surprisingly steady. She downs it in one gulp. She stands up and grabs Jiro, pulling him close. She kisses him. A desperate, passionate kiss. You're a good man, Jiro Tanaka. You need to find yourself a good woman, someone who isn't broken, before it's too late. I have a good woman right here. A smile strides across Teresa's face. A shot rings out and Jiro falls to the floor dead. Teresa stares, aghast, Jiro's blood all over her dress. She screams. So our casualty count is already 2 for the night. What did I do? 3 o'clock, Luna, Lucas. I think it's all of this squad. Conan is already in the study, pacing nervously. Luna and Lucas walk into the room. Luna stops dead in her tracks, staring at the body on the floor. Father? She rushes to Jeremiah. She shakes him, but he is cold. Papa, wake up, you're fighting me. Lune screams. She tries to lift him, but he's dead weight. Lucas checks her pulse, then shaking his head. He's gone, Lune. I'm sorry. Lune collapses into Lucas's arms, sobbing uncontrollably. It was a misadventure, an overdose. The pipe finally claimed him. It took too much chandu. Overdose? Look at his eyes. Opium doesn't cause that. Poison does. You did this. You were the only bleeding soul in the room. No, I've all my life. I found him in the state. Hold your hand. Don't shoot him. It was not his doing. It was me. The room falls silent. Lune looks up from Lucas's chest, her eyes red and confused. You? Rose is in shock. She's just staring at Jeremiah's lifeless body. Tears stream down her soot-covered face, her gown ripped, torn, and full of mud from her fall outside. My love. It was an accident. I gave him the tujo. I thought it was a cure. Lune's expression shifts from grief to cold fury. In a flash, she snatches the rifle from Lucas's hand. Lune, no! Lune fires. The shot rings out very loudly in the small room. Vidalina shrieks, clutching her hand. Blood drips onto the rug. That is quite enough. Cynthia strides forward, slapping Lune hard before wresting the weapon from her grasp. Sit down and hold your tongue, girl. We are subjects of the crown, not savages. Cannon, see to that woman's hand before she bleeds out on the floorboards. Cannon rushes to Vidalina, tearing a shred of linen from his shirt to truss the wound. Now attend to me, the lot of you. Jeremiah's gone, and no amount of hysteria will fetch him back. But the Japanese are on the beach and heading this way fast. If we stay here arguing, we join him. Lucas, lowering his rifle, eyeing Cynthia suspiciously. You're barking gorgeous like a regimental sergeant major, Miss Seville. Just who the devil are you? MI5. I've been tracking a triad operation through the Straits. Jeremiah's pearl fiasco was attracting their attention. And Babali and Antau, who provide the Tuju, one of their agents, most likely. Lucas Sterling offers his hand to Cynthia Seville for a shake. SIS, monitoring the 5th column. Secret Intelligence Service was the United Kingdom's first intelligence agency. It was founded in 1909 and was responsible for gathering intelligence on foreign powers, particularly Germany and the Soviet Union, and monitoring the 5th column. It was later renamed MI6. 5th column was the name given to the Axis powers' espionage and sabotage activities in the Allied countries during World War II. was a term coined by Winston Churchill to describe the Axis powers governments to Axis powers' efforts to undermine the morale and effectiveness of Allied forces. Monitoring the Fifth Column, gathering human intelligence on foreign powers, specifically centered to monitor Japan activities. Now then, Mr. Sterling, it seems we are on the same side. We need to get these people to safety. Agreed, but it's not that simple. The Japanese are coming in from the sea, but I spotted the pirates doubling back through the mangroves. They torched the railway. I do indeed are with them. Ryubimi? This will happen. Please tell me he is intact. He seemed fine from what I could see. The man can fend for himself, Vidalina. I see I helped them. I realize that now. I was in a haze when I saw her dealing with her captain, but it's all falling into place. I say we try and get to the boathouse and reach my launch. It's a grisly sight, but probably our only way out at this stage. We can get to the boathouse undetected by taking the secret companionway to the chapel. It begins behind the paneling in the clubhouse, but we'll need the key from the library. Ken and Cynthia, you escort the ladies to the clubhouse. Rose, take a rifle and come with me. We'll secure the key. You know the hiding place. I'm joining the party. You vowed to protect me. Very well, but no more sharpshooting our friends, you hear? I am dreadfully sorry, Vita. I simply cannot grasp that Papa's gone. Shots can be heard coming from outside. Everyone steps to the window. Some of the parties outside have torches, but it's difficult to see anything in the dark, and with the soot still raining down, it's pure chaos. And Mother? Where's Mother? One hopes Jiro has her under his wing. We can only pray they see the writing on the wall and find a way out. We can't just hope. It's my mother. I am not losing her too. Very well, little mama. Change of plans. I shall strike out and fetch your mother and Jiro. The rest of you carry on as arranged. That's decided. I'm going with you, Canon. Lune turns to face Lucas. Sorry, Lucas. We have to part ways right now. It is my mother. It cannot be helped. Lucas shakes her hand. See you on the other side, young lady. Cynthia pulls out the biohazard sample from her pocket. One last thing, Mr. SIS. I take it this is yours? Indeed, this is a sample of the green mist. Chemical agent the Japanese have been perfecting in the Sulu Sea. A lot of good men died getting the sample. I'm glad it wasn't lost. Yet. Cynthia hands over the biohazard sample. Lucas distributes the rifles and the ammo, and they all disperse. Good luck, everyone. Alright. Well, library. Next time slot. Lucas and Rose. Lucas and Rose scramble up the stairs. Bullets chipping the plaster around them. Japanese soldiers are swarming the downstairs corridor. Into the library. Move! They dive into the library and Lucas slams the oak door, throwing the deadbolt just as an impact shatters the frame. Bullets start splintering the wood. That won't hold on for long. We need that key. The key's not there. Someone's already taken it. The room is suddenly illuminated by a bright light from outside. They rush to the window and see the clubhouse erupting in a pillar of fire. The clubhouse is gone. The secret passage is useless now. What do we do now? We're trapped. If we climb out the library window, we can get to the roof. There's a safety ladder that leads down to the observation deck. Then what? Jump? It's suicide. I always contemplated jumping from there as a good way to go. But no, the tides are up. It's deep enough. It should be perfectly safe at this hour. Well, safer than staying here anyway. Right. Fine. Let's do it. Cherries pitted. Dark Souls font. Cherries pitted. By the way, I'm just gonna say, this is a tough night. Like, we went from dinner at 8 p.m., from like 8 to 10, going very badly, to it's 4 in the morning and everything sucks. Lucas lines out first, finding a precarious purchase on the select tiles. He reaches back to help Rose. Rose struggles with her silk gown, the wind whipping the fabric around her legs. She slips, a towel clattering into the darkness below. I've got you, careful now. Bloody dress, I should have worn trousers. They pull themselves up to the roof, gasping for air. Look, the sun's on its way. The darkness is lifting. In the light of the incoming dawn, the horror of the night is laid bare. Smoke columns rise like black pillars from the estate. Below them, in the burning clubhouse, small figures are engaged in a desperate melee. Lucas uses binoculars to have a closer look. Lucas spots Edward, recognizable by his sheer size, fighting off a group of Japanese soldiers with savage intensity. Is that Bone? He's fighting them off with his bare hands? And who's that running out of the chapel? Is it Miss Seville? It is, she made it. We need to keep moving. The ladder to the observation deck is this way. Observation deck, 6 a.m. Lucas Rose. Dawn is breaking, painting the sky in blood-red hues. The black soot is starting to disperse. Lucas and Rose stand at the edge of the observation deck looking down at the devastation. The clubhouse fire has spread, consuming the gardens around it. To the south, the railway fire has reached the tobacco fields, turning the horizon into a wall of flame. In the jungle, the pirates are retreating, their shadows flitting away from the advancing Japanese lines. The soldiers have secured the beach and are swarming the plantation. At the boathouse, Lune and Teresa are struggling with the raft's mooring rope. A squad of Japanese soldiers is closing in on them. They're trapped, they can't get the knot undone. Lucas raises his rifle and fires. Rose joins him. They pick off the lead soldiers, but the range is too great and they're running low on ammunition. Damn it, I'm out. Me too, they're still coming. I have to go down there. Lucas climbs onto the railing. Lucas, don't. You'll be shot the moment you surface. I have to try. He dives into the churning sea below. Oh, to hell with it. Geronimo! She jumps after him, plummeting into the waves. Alright, so we know at the same time, we got Teresa and Lune. Stumble into the boathouse, slamming the door against the chaos outside. Come on, blast you! Mother, help me with this, it's stuck. Teresa is leaning heavily against the stack of crates, her face ashen. Mother? Lune rushes to her side. Teresa McIntyre's hands are pressed against her side, blood seeping through her fingers, staining her dress a dark crimson. You're hurt, why didn't you say anything? I had to move. Keep moving, little moon. There was no time to stop. Suddenly, the boathouse door splinters as rifle butts smash into it. Lune screams, backing away. She raises the rifle, her hands shaking but determined. Get back, I'll shoot! The door gives way. Japanese soldiers crowd the entrance, bayonets fixed. Lune Goodwill closes her eyes, squeezing the trigger. But before she can, cracks of gunfire erupt from high above. The lead soldiers drop, and the others scramble back, confused, looking up towards the cliff. Lune follows her gaze. High on the observation deck, two figures are silhouetted against the dawn sky, rifles flashing. Is it these two again? Or does Lucas actually make it? Oh good, they all make it. They dive in, they swim over. Lucas and Rose haul themselves onto the jetty, gasping for air. A deafening explosion rips through the beach behind them as a rocket impacts. What in the blazes was that? Divine intervention? Come on, they swim to the boathouse. Inside, Teresa is slumped against a crate, her dress soaked in blood. Lune is pulling her hand, weeping. Mother, please get up. Not this time, little moon, not this time. Lucas quickly dries his hands on his trousers and examines the wound. It's bad, she's lost too much blood. Come on, Lune, the raft is ready. No, I won't leave her. Go, my darling, live. Live for both of us. This place, it is all I know. It's fitting I stay. Teresa grabs Rose by the hand. Take her. Promise me you'll look after her. I know we didn't see eye to eye, but you're a good person and Lune loves you. I promise. Lucas grabs Lune, who is screaming and kicking. Forgive me. Rose, untie the mooring. Rose squeezes Teresa's hand one last time. Teresa nods. I see lights in the darkness. Is that your launch? Over there! Let's go. Let's get there quickly. Teresa watches them go, as life fades from her eyes. Alright, let's back up an hour then. Or a couple of hours, I should say. Cynthia! Nope. Is it 5 AM that Cynthia makes it? It is. Cynthia paces nervously inside the stone chapel. Oh no! You missed the cherries? Aw, that's no fun. But blueberry season should be soon. And apples right after that, so... plenty more options. I'm not a huge cherry person, so I'd rather pick some of the other berries. She peers out the narrow window, watching the chaos unfold below. What in God's name are they doing? Mad, utterly mad. She turns back to the chapel interior, her eyes scanning the stone floor. Wait a minute, the companionway. This chapel sits atop a reinforced structure. There must be a war bunker below. She pushes aside the altar cloth and finds a trapdoor secured with a rusty padlock. Got you. She grabs a stone, but before she can strike, she notices. The lock's already opened. Just as unsettled. Someone was here not that long ago. She hears the trapdoor open, revealing a ladder leading down. Well, no. This changes things. Inside are hail rockets. A series of rockets developed by the British designed to be launched from the ground. God bless the British paranoia. She rushes to the window. Down below, Lucas and Rose have surfaced and are swimming towards the boathouse. Japanese soldiers are lining up on the shore taking aim. They're sitting ducks. Not on my watch. She heaves one of the rocks onto the window sill. It's an old, crude missile, heavy and rusted. She strikes a match against the stone wall and lights the fuse. Fire in the hole! The rock hisses, sparks flying, but screeches out the window in a powerful blast. It streaks down the sand, slamming into the sand right in front of the Japanese squad. Sand and shrapnel spray everywhere. The soldiers scatter, diving for cover, visibly shaken by the unexpected artillery. She reaches for another, but the crate is empty. Damn, there was really only one? Great, now I'm the sitting talk. Seville is pinned down to the chapel, stone chips flying as bullets strike the interior. She risks a glance out the window and sees the raft pushing off from the boathouse. Go on, get out of here. She checks her revolver 2 round left. I can make a run for it, trying to swim. Who am I kidding? I'd be cut to ribbons before I hit the water. Well, Cynthia, you wanted a more exciting life than drafting wills. Be careful what you wished for. Right, let's make the king proud. She stands up preparing for a final charge, but your moment of heroism is cut short as a different sound cuts through the gunfire. Sirens. Surrounding the headlands are the sleek white colours of the armed constabulary, and behind them, a line of grey warships. The cavalry, the bloody navy is here. She sinks to the floor, laughing tears of relief as the heavy guns of the destroyers begin to thunder. Birds, raccoons, and or deer ate them all. Tragic. There is... I have an opium pipe which had been Jiro's. Croquet mallet is Edward. Key to the passageway is regretted... Or, no, we know it's Jeremiah. So, let's try this again. There's something here, right? There it is. Is it they said the rations were stored here? The sudden flare illuminates the shaman's face and reflects it in an old mirror on the wall. For a split second, a ghost image. Of the shaman's expression. Guests. Babali and Anto. Finally. Babali and Anto is rummaging through some crates in the darkness of the secret companionway. Where is it? I said the rations were stored here. The sudden flare illuminates Babalian's face and reflects it in an old mirror on the wall. For a split second, a ghost image of his startled expression hangs in the air. See a crate eating rations from a tin. Finally, peace. Let's see what the spirits have stirred up with this visit. There we go. Then we can go clubhouse. You. Then. Surveys the smoking debris, but his attention is caught by moving on the lawn outside. What the hell? Hero, what is he doing here? The Rajas cannot be aware of this. I get to the trouble of getting Jeremiah poison quietly to avoid suspicion, only to send this brute. Makes no sense, unless... Hero is double-crossing the Rajas, I'm sure of it. Madness, the tobacco fields are right there, the season has been dry. Everything will burn, the entire plantation will be consumed. This is not what the Rajas would have wanted. What is going on here? Babali and Anto breaks cover, he rushes towards the spreading fire. Jungle entrance at this time. Harrow, believe that this cannot be the design the Rajas intended. The plantation will be utterly worthless if you torch it. Harrow turns slowly, he laughs. The Rajas? We're the pocket of the Triads, you simpleton. They don't care about the plantation, they just want to take over the oyster farm. The oysters? But the pearls, they're worthless, the pearls are tainted. Just as much of an idiot as the rest of them, there's nothing wrong with the pearls. Bone is too cheap to buy new cages. He's using the old iron ones from the 20s. They're rusting in the water and staining the pearls. The red swirl is nothing but common corrosion bleeding into the nacre. Pathetic, really. Rust? It's just rust? Wait, you're with the Triads? Please, Ludwig nods. The pirates rush him, and he gets stabbed to death. Hi, what's this? This is the Red Pearls of Borneo, a utterly fantastic historical invasion or psychic detective game, in that we are a psychic and we are detectiving. There we go. And so our job is to basically figure out who's where when for the entire night, as everything went real bad. Vitalina stands before the altar, twisting her handkerchief, Babalion, an old wizened man. Have you found the answer, Babalion? My husband really believes in you. Please tell me you can help. It is not the land that is sick, man, Petrovsky is the master. Jeremiah? But how? A dark shadow clings to him, a spirit of greed and despair. It bleeds into everything he touches. The pearls, they are but tears of the infected sea. Can it be stopped? Can you lift it? I cannot, but the spirits of the deep offer a bargain. Volume pulls a small blue vial. Yada yada yada. Is he just hanging out here? Unclear. Okay. Well. So that's everyone there. Is it right after this? That's the 4 a.m. one? That's Teresa, Dieter, Cannon, and Luna? Dieter steps onto the veranda, his face twisted in a rictus of hate. With the help? Do not have me? Will you spread your legs for the help? For a Japanese person, no less. With everything that's going on? You killed him. Mother! Luna screams, tears through the night. Dieter spins around distracted. Cannon raises his rifle without hesitation and shoots. Dieter looks incredulous as blood starts to pour down his face, a dark hole appearing in his forehead. He collapses over the veranda railing, dead before he hits the ground. A massive explosion rocks the estate, the ground shaking beneath our feet. The clubhouse is gone. We have to move, now! He's gone, men, but Luna is here and she needs you. Mother, please. The clubhouse is destroyed, our route is gone. We must go through the kitchen window and sneak around the back to the boathouse. It's our only chance. Follow me. Stay low. Next hour, so we have Luna and you in the kitchen. The kitchen is dark. Luna is standing guard as Conan breaks the lock on the back window. He climbs halfway out, checking the perimeter. It looks clear. Come, man. Ma'am, he reaches back to help Teresa. Suddenly stops moving in the bushes outside. Get back! A burst of automatic gunfire shreds the wooden window frame. Conan is hit multiple times. He jerks violently and falls back into the kitchen, blood pooling on the tiles. Conan! A Japanese soldier appears at the window, pointing his weapon at Teresa. Lune screams and raises her rifle. She shoots, and the soldier's head snaps back, and he crumples out of sight. Lune grabs Teresa's hand. Run, mother! They vault over Conan's body and through the shattered windows, sprinting into the darkness towards the boathouse. And then we pick them up right there. Okay. Well. We know at the clubhouse, was it 4 a.m.? Edward was somewhere over there. Is it everyone? No. Croquet Mallet is... no. Okay, so he's just not involved. Edward moves through the garden like a demon, shooting his way through the invaders. 3 Japanese soldiers fall in quick succession. He empties the revolver and hurls it at the soldier's face. A bayonet lunges. Edward deflects it, drawing his knife in a blur of motion. The blade finds the soldier's throat. He catches a bullet in the thigh. He grunts but doesn't slow down. He snatches a dead soldier's pistol and fires point blank into the next attacker. He's surrounded. A soldier raises his rifle to execute him. A pirate bursts from the bushes, a crisp flashing in the torchlight. The soldier is skewered. More pirates join the fray, engaging the Japanese in brutally close quarters. Edward staggers on, ignoring the chaos, his eyes fixed on the burning clubhouse. He takes another hit to the shoulder and another in the gut. He reaches the inferno and sees a hand sticking out from under a clasped beam. Violina! He plunges his hands into the burning wreckage, flesh sizzling. He heaves the beam aside with a roar of pure agony. He drags Vitalina's broken body into the sand. She is gone. Edward collapses beside her. He brushes the ash from her face with a trembling hand. Here, love. I'm here. He kisses her on the forehead one last time. He looks up and sees lights a little way away from the shore. Look, my love, a launch. Coming to save us. We can still make it. He does not move again. The fire roars over them, consuming the clubhouse and the lovers together. Oh yeah, they were going to the clubhouse. Cynthia and Vitalina race towards the clubhouse, ducking low to avoid the stray bullets. They reach the edge of the clearing just as the roof is consumed. The secret companionway. It's behind the paneling. We have to... Massive explosion rips through the building as the alcohol still detonates. The shockwave throws Cynthia backwards into the bushes. Timber and thatch rain around her. Coughing in daze, she scrambles to her feet. Vitalina! Vitalina! There is no sign of Vitalina Petrovsky, only roaring flames and the sound of battle closing in. In the smoke, she sees silhouettes of pirates clashing with uniformed soldiers. Confounded, the entire scheme's gone quite to the dogs. She spots a gap in the fighting towards the edge of the plantation. The others will have heard that. They'll know the route is caught. Must strike for the chapel alone. Reach the planned rendezvous. It's the only card left to play. She stays low, skirting the carnage, leaving the blazing inferno of the clubhouse behind her. Lucas's boat. Hey, that's a place we can go. What, 7 a.m.? 8 a.m.? They rowed frantically towards the large boat, anchored offshore. A bullet zipped past them, splashing into the water. Row harder! The shooting stops, but they're too focused to notice. They reach the launch and scramble aboard. The deck is a grim sight. Bodies of British and Japanese sailors lie rotting in the sun. Lucas goes to check the engines. She'll run! Look back at the shore. A line of grey warships has appeared on the horizon. The Union Jack flies from their masts. I cannot bloody believe it. The Navy, they're here. And late for the plantation, but just in time to give the Japanese a bloody nose. Lune stands at the stern watching the smoke rise from her home. You want to go back? There's nothing left for me there. More for me. Jerry's gone. Vida. Everyone. Then we go. I have contacts in London. We can start fresh. New names, new lives. Lucas guns the engine and the boats turn towards the open sea, leaving the nightmare of Goodwill Plantation behind. So, Lucas made it out of the plantation alive? I need to let Mr. Goodwill know as soon as possible. Although I do think there's still more to discover about what happened at the plantation and why. Maybe I can find some clues as to where they went to from here. So the 3 of them made it out. Thank goodness. And... Is it... No, she's dead earlier in the night, isn't she? Is it this one? No. What time do you die? There we go. Asia stumbles out of the jungle path and onto the sand, clutching her side. Darkstay is striding rapidly across her white uniform. Dieter? Dieter! The beach is empty. There is no Dieter. You said that you would be here. Wait by the rocks, you said. We will sail away. I promise. Now Dieter gets here. Asia! No, no, no. Black soot starts raining down from the sky. Ash is staining his face and clothes as he kneels behind Asia. Verdammt! This wasn't supposed to happen. He looks around wildly, scanning the dark horizon. Where's the launch? Where's the signal flare? Roaring sound makes him spin around. High on the ridge, fire consumes the railway carriages. The orange glow illuminates the scene eerily. They're penning us in. The boat was never coming, and now the steam engine is gone. The Rajas are extracting us. We are not partners, we are loose ends. I have been played for a fool. Spots a light on the ocean. Jumps up, waving his arms frantically. Over here! Over here! The light grows brighter. Then another, and another, a whole line of them. Dieter stops waving. The silhouette of a massive iron hull looms out of the mist. It's the Japanese. Here's the churning of engine and the splash of landing craft. Invasion. Not extraction. Invasion. He looks down. With a grunt of effort, he scoops Isia's lifeless body into his arms. Dieter turns his back on the incoming fleet and runs towards the cover of the jungle. Okay. I need a global timeline real quick. Because, like, holy crap. Where is my global timeline? Mind's Eye. That's helpful. Oh, we got 2 people we still don't know where they are. Uh-huh. Cool. Alright, so here's our Mind's Eye where we can actually start to figure out everything We're really down to just a couple of people to start really filling out these locations. Now, once we start filling them out, then we can start really accomplishing some stuff. So, let's backtrack all the way to the beginning. There we go. Cynthia Seville stands by the rotary telephone waiting for the operator to connect. Yes, hello, District Office. This is Miss Seville representing the firm of Sterling and Cooper. Calling to confirm my arrival at the Goodwill Plantation. Please convey a telegram to my partners in Sandakan. Arrive safely, stop. Audio commencing, stop. Situation precarious, stop. Will report Monday, stop. Yes, that is all. Thank you. She hangs up the receiver and sighs, smoothing her skirt. She looks around the dusty office with a critical eye, noting the piles of disorganized papers. What am I doing so far from civilization? I must be mad. Now, oh, what are you doing out here? Dieter emerging from that was a guess. That was fully a guess. Emerging from the jungle path, clutching a bottle of corn brand to his chest. He pauses at the edge of the clearing, scanning the grounds nervously. Clear. Good. Then to the main house, he approaches the perimeter fence. He uses a tool to loosen the wire of a fence post, leaving the mesh loose but visually intact. He's off, disappearing towards a distant cove. Then we go secluded beach at 4 p.m. These two? Okay. Secluded beach is empty, save for Dieter and Isia standing in the shadow of the cliff. Is all in readiness, Isia? Jungle track to the bungalow is unguarded, Tuan. Excellent. And our guest? Captain Harrow will be signaling at sundown. I have trimmed the lamp and set it upon the ridge as a beacon. I shall be glad when this is all over. The fading is killing me. You best be right, Mr. Von Guntram. If this venture fails, it is not merely my situation on the line, it is our necks. Have faith, my dears. The chaos will be uncovered. No one will suspect us. I shall see to it the cannon is occupied. You must ensure the company remains at the table in the dining room. And then he's in the croquet lawn. There. Right before you die, isn't there a thing? No? When does he leave the... Okay, so it is 11. And he dies at midnight? Okay, so yeah, he's just dead. He's dead at both of these times. Okay. There's no gap there. What could be left? No one left at the start of day there. There's a couple of time windows where I don't know. Where were you? Okay, you were there then. Secret companionway, then you were there. So is it clubhouse at... No, clubhouse is right at the explosion time. Okie dokie. Are you just snooping? No. Who do I... The only person I have unknown at 5 p.m. is you. And the only person I have unknown at 6 is you. The only person I have unknown at 7 is you. And I've got a bunch of people at 11 that I haven't figured out yet. Still, there's not that many options at 5, 6, and 7. Right? 5. Let's just check. Okay, well, that works. Sure. 6. Rebellion climbs onto the deck of Lucas's boat from the raft. The scene is grisly. What the hell happened here? Steps over a fallen sailor and finds a report clutched in his hand. Project Mist Report. Rebellion. Glance started, his eyes widening. He pockets the report. I must return. I don't think I'll find much else here. Climbs down to the raft and paddles back to the boathouse. So at 7, he's at the boathouse. Explosion echoes from the direction of the clubhouse. Utter chaos. They run like headless chickens, even that fool Khan and the so-called head Jaga. The bunker leads straight to the clubhouse through the passage. They'll be too busy running to watch the shadows. They can make it there, take a look around, remain undetected. Cool, so that's all of his times. That leaves what happened to everyone at 11. Teresa is followed by Dieter. Vidalina and Rose went somewhere. So you two are there? Teresa and Dieter are seated on the wicker chairs. Dieter, you must tell them. Jeremiah and Bone. Hi, Caffeine! Things are going pretty darn good. And hello, Bree, as well. We are playing the Red Pearls of Borneo, which is a fantastic psychic history detective thing. We're almost done with the first half of the game. Which is, we are a psychic 5 years after the fact. And in order to determine what's going on, we need a location, who's in that room, and when they're there. And so our job is to piece together what the hell happened here, because this whole thing went up in flames. The reports say that the whole thing was done and everyone died, but we were hired because someone doesn't think that everyone died. And so we are trying to piece together what happened. It is, thus far... Well, when I say not everyone died, it can't say it went well. And wrapped up in all of this, it's on the eve of the Japanese invasion of North Borneo in 1941. And so we have some historical figures like Ludwig Harrow, mixed in with just a really nice piece of the economic strain of the plantation economy of British North Borneo right on this moment. There's been poison, there's been intrigue, there's been affairs, there's been gossip, there's been spies. It's got the whole works. You'd freaking love this game, Caffeine. Chasing shadows with this cursed nonsense. I will tell them nothing, my dear. But why? It's cruel. Why should I save Jeremiah's empire when I am supposed to inherit it? Inherit it? What are you talking about? The Brook Rajas are making their move. This is a company weak and the welcoming, they're expanding their influence. And I have facilitated their entry. You're working with them? And the pirates. Captain Harrow is a blunt instrument, yes, but effective. He clears the boat so we may set the pieces anew. You helped the pirates, the men who attacked us. How could you? Did it for us, for you. I know you, Teresa. You have expensive taste. You would never look twice at a penniless German. But the German who owns the Goodwill Plantation, that's a different matter. Join me, be my wife, we can do this together. You utter arrogant idiot. Teresa, do you think I care about the money? I care about this blast plantation? You brought pirates to our doorstep. You have endangered Lune. And you will be safe, I have assurances. Assurances from pirates, from land grabbers. I don't give a damn what happens to Jeremiah, or to me, or to you for that matter. We can all rot in hell for our sins, but if a single hair on my daughter's head is harmed, I will kill you myself, Dieter. Tapping the glass of the veranda window startles them. What was that? I have to go. Stay away from me, and stay away from my daughter. I'll go Croquelon in the next hour? Nope. You just got back from a concert, you're so happy to get you? Well, I hope you had a lovely time at the concert. Cool. What time slots are we now missing? 11 o'clock, we're still missing 3 people. Rose and Vidalina should be in the... Nope, they're not in the master bedroom. We haven't done anything in this room yet. Let's just check if they're there. Nothing, they're not there. Okie dokie. Really? The Croquelon is not where he is? Fascinating. And then we have Teresa's room as well. Lune's mother's room. Let's just double check they're not there. No. I didn't think they would be. I guess we can see if they went to the chapel, but nope. There's only so many options they can be, only so many places they could be, you know? Up on the deck? Up on the deck. The air on the observation deck is cool, but Rose is shivering from more than just the wind. Rose, I must confess something. I was in your room earlier. In my quarters, whatever for. I saw the letter, the one left upon the vanity. Rose, were you planning to end it all? It was merely a passing fancy. A passing fancy? One does not pen a valediction in a passing fancy. It is a cry for help. I suppose it was. I've been desolate, Vitalina. Simply desolate. Cherry was away for what felt like an eternity, and then I heard she was arriving. Thought of her here with him as the black dog on my back. I got into a positively frightful state. So, you wrote those words merely to give him a fright? I wanted him to find it. I wanted him to find me, perhaps on the precipice, or perhaps merely the note. I wanted him to worry, to panic. Thought if he might lose me, really lose me, he might fight for us. He might try and save this hollow sham we call a marriage. I would never have gone through with it. I've not the fortitude. Perhaps I'm not that reckless. Rose sighs and rests her forehead on Vitalina's shoulder. Men like Jeremiah, they do not save things, my dear. They only acquire them. I know, but a girl can dream, can't she? Turns out I was wrong about Cynthia. She's not so bad after all. Did you truly invite her into your own bedchamber? I just thought it would really infuriate him, a bit of spite to season the evening. Rose, you are monstrously wicked. I must confess something else. Do go on. I must beg your leave and take my departure. I've certain private affairs that require my attention. How frightfully mysterious. Run along then, darling. I'll stay here a bit longer. I suspect Cynthia will be a while before she concludes her business with Jerry. I'll join you in the master bedroom soon with a nightcap. Maybe I can get more gossip from her. I'll see you at breakfast. Sleep well. God, 11 p.m. they're like, oh yeah, we're going to go to bed. It's going to be fine. Everything's going to be fine and dandy and good. And 2 in the morning, they're like, well, everything's horrible. Everything's horrible. Everyone's dead. So that leaves exactly one person, and I have no idea where he is. I have no idea. I guess he could be up here? Could be up here. The heat is intense as Babali and the rise of the railway. The fire is spreading fast, consuming dry grass all around. Spots Ludwig heading back into the jungle. Fool, you bloodthirsty fool. How are you destroying everything? Anger replaces fear. Cool. That's all of his stuff. He's now super dead. And we're completely done then. So who's left? Teresa and Jiro. Yeah, that checks out. I'm just going to not leave that one. There they go. Good for them. A loud knock interrupts them. Jiro, ma'am? Go away, Canon. Canon ignores her pleas and enters. I apologize, madam. I know Jiro is with you. I require his assistance immediately. It concerns the Tuan. Ignore him, Jiro. It's a matter of life and death. I have to go, Teresa. You're leaving for him? It's life or death. I know, Canon. He would not be saying this lightly. Let me go see what it is. Go then. Run to your Tuan. Bastards. Every single one of them. Can't breathe in here, it's like a tomb. I need the air and the gin to calm my nerves. Alright. Okay. Who's up next? Also, Project Mist report. Unconfirmed, suspected chemical trial by IJN unit off the coast, rapid necrosis of marine life, mild hallucinations in humans in small doses. Death from longer exposure. Mist is a weapons test sample has been acquired. 1 AM. It's just bone. Where is he at 2? Well, I suppose he could be here. Nope. Clubhouse? He gets the croquet match from Alec from somewhere, doesn't he? No? He could just be in his room, you know? There is a chance he's just in his room. He is not just in his room. Where is he? Actually. I see. He's at the railway. He arrives at the railway, he stops his tracks, his mouth agape. Bloody hell. The wooden carriages are engulfed in flames. Harrow's work, no doubt about it. He searched the only way out. Edward runs to the water tower, grabbing a bucket. He throws water on the nearest carriage, but the fire roars back. It's no use. It's too far gone. He throws the bucket down in frustration. I have to get warned Jerry and the others. Turns to leave, but stops moving from the jungle entrance. A figure is emerging from the tree line from the direction of the secluded beast, carrying something heavy in his arms. Who goes there? Peter? Okie dokie. Then we have Vitalina, Cynthia, and Rose, who are somewhere. Where? Could not tell you, but they're certainly somewhere. They could even be in multiple places. They're not in the study because 1 o'clock's spoken for. Or on the veranda. Well, they could be in the veranda. They're not in the veranda. Where are they? Apparently there. Uh-huh. Shh, my love, I'm here, I am here. Come on, this is your doing, your awful, awful doing. As Vitalina holds her tight, Rose begins hammering her fist against Vitalina's legs, striking her over and over in blind, hysterical fury. Black ash begins to rain down harder, coating their hair and skin in soot. Cynthia looks up, shielding her eyes. In the distance, she sees the lights of the invasion barges hitting the strand in the secluded beach. God in heaven. Cynthia reaches under her dress and pulls out a revolver. Rose stops crying, dragging the weapon. Who in blazes are you, truly? You were right to be suspicious, Rose. I'm not who I say I am, but that doesn't matter now. What matters is we are in grave danger. The Japanese have made landfall, and we must get a room on. Move on. Most of the others to the study on the double. And that doesn't leave very many hours left. Edward and Ludwig. Must be on, like, the croquet lawn, then. Nope. Veranda? No. Still in the study? I mean, these are, like, the only two left. So, there we go. Let's stop short at the sight of Jerry's body on the floor. Jerry? He's dead. Comedy of errors. I come to collect a debt of blood and I find everyone is doing my work for me. Stop it! Have you no respect? Respect is for the living, Englishman. The dead do not care. Miss the others. Where could they be? He freezes through the glass. He sees Vitalina and Cynthia running towards the clubhouse. No! Vitalina, no! As he watches, the clubhouse explodes. Vida! Edward scrambles to the door. Ludwig grabs his arm. Let her go. The place is swarming with Japanese. It's suicide. Get your hands off me. She's down there. Fools. All of them. Looks around the silent room. He walks to the desk, takes a cigar from the box, and lights it with the lighter. Takes a long drag, then leans down and tucks it into Jeremiah Goodwill's breast pocket. I believe this is yours. Turns and walks out into the night, vanishing into the shadows. His aura leaves the plantation. Cannot be felt any more after that. Alright. So that should leave 8 a.m. The last trace that we can actually get. Gunfire ceased, replaced by the orderly shouting of naval officers as they unboard from the launches. Cynthia Seville walks out of the chapel into the morning sun, holstering her revolver. She looks out over the estate. The fires are being brought under control, but the scars on the land are permanent. She reaches into her pocket for a cigarette case, her fingers brushing against something smooth and round. She pulls it out. It is a single, perfect pearl. The red swirl inside it catches the light, glowing like a dying ember. She rolls it between her fingers, thoughtful. Souvenir, lest we forget. She slips the pearl back into her pocket and lights a cigarette. A Navy officer approaches her, hand on his holster. Cynthia, exhaling a cloud of smoke. Relax, Lieutenant. I am Cynthia Seville, MI5. I have all the information about what transpired here tonight, but first, I need to clean myself up. Then I will debrief you. Walks past the stunned officer towards the wash house, head held high. Superior officer by the veranda is not shocked as easily. You go clean up and meet me at 10 a.m. sharp for a debriefing. Cynthia pretends to ignore him but smiles as she continues walking to the wash house. The veranda, 10 a.m. We can actually go inventory, items, Pearl, owner, Cynthia. The owner of an item can be deceptive sometimes. The pearl should be on thy boner, Jeremiah. In theory, it was with Cynthia for so long it's imbued with her essence, which is handy dandy. What? Not allowed? No, I'm not allowed to get a section of it? What? I don't... Obviously it's not... Thank you. Alright, well... We've got a few things left to figure out then. Other times, we can use objects here. Help us out a little bit. Why are the objects not working correctly, though? Does the lighter work? The lighter does work. Superior officer. Nice done, hole. Gold-plated? Alright, so we can go to the veranda. No. Nothing? Really? Really nothing? Really, really, really nothing. Huh. And we, just to make sure we're done. Oh, right, concentrate. The web of memories is complete. I can feel its resonance strengthening. It's pulling me beyond the island. Lucas, Luna, and Rose, I can see their escape. They endured a long, harrowing journey back to England. I've unlocked a new pathway. It maps their return voyage. I can now follow them across the sea. So welcome to part 2, where we can decipher the rest of what the hell happened here. The rest of their journey back to England. So we may as well. I mean, we've got time. Thule! Open water between Borneo and the mainland. Gee, I wonder which of the 4 surviving characters it is. He is calm, but the deck of the cabin, thank you, is slick with blood. By the way, now it's different dates. December 17th, December 20th, December 21st, 2nd, 23rd, December 24th, December 25th, 27th, 31st, January 1st, January 8th, January 12th, 16th, 19th. So a couple of well over a month of, well, alright, July 1948. That's the present day, so that's cheating. But, you know, December 17th to February 6th is how long this phase actually takes. Rose Goodwill is in a cabin with a bucket of water and a somewhat clean rag, cleaning up Luna, who has finally stopped crying. There now, Luna, you're looking quite yourself again. Though I'm not sure I don't know what's to be done with your hair. It's positively unruly. I just not, just leave it be. I wish to curl up and sleep forever. Though I am frightfully peckish, I find I'm pining for Isia's kachang, and the katapak. I'll give anything for a savory right now. Rose smiles wearily. Me too, my dear, me too. There's a knock on the cabin door. Ladies, I shall require your assistance on the deck shortly. Oh, and Rose, I found the scissors you requested. For you, Luna, I managed to forage some salt beef and a few ship's biscuits. Oh, come now, young lady, we can't be choosy. Lunaris accepts the ration and began to chew the leathery beef with a look of grim resignation. Rose uses the scissors and begins to hack at the hem of her sick ill gown, shortening the Parisian finery into something more serviceable for a life at sea. They step onto the desk to face the rotting bodies. Lucas drags the body of a British sailor to the rail. Luna and Rose struggle with the dead weight of an Imperial Japanese soldier. Oh, wait, don't just heave them over. Get their belts, boots, timepieces, and anything else of value of them. Lucas, that's positively ghoulish. Survival, Luna, we have nothing. No coins, no credentials, and the world is on fire. I must say, this is a rather rum way to spend the week before Christmas. The Japanese will have yen, perhaps even a bit of bullion. The sailors may have a few sovereigns or Straits dollars in their pockets, and sidearms too. We trade all of it for clothes, food, and passage to Europe when we reach Singapore in a couple of days. Sickened but resigned, they strip the dead of their valuables before committing them to the deep. Singapore. Luna, Lucas, and Rose. They arrive in Singapore and the place is in chaos. Air raid sirens are wailing, people can be heard discussing the HMS Prince of Wales and Repulse having been sunk by a Japanese air raid days ago. Everyone is panicking. Lune and Rose are held together on Collier Quay. Collier Quay is a bustling area in Singapore as a hub for trade and commerce. Watching the last of the grand ships leaving the harbour. They're still wearing their clothes from days ago. They're trying to clean them and restore them as best they can, but they look like they've been through hell. Lucas comes through the crowd, sets of clean second-hand clothes in hand. There you are, it's so crowded here. Everyone is scrambling. This is the last ship, where there will be no more now that the Japanese are here. What are we going to do? Lucas, I'm scared the crowd is crushing us. Don't worry, I have a plan. I still have the biohazard sample. Should be able to get a hearing with the Colonial Secretariat. The civil servants managing the government on behalf of the governor. It was the final authority for exit visas, travel permits, and emergency funds for refugees. They'll provide us with tramp papers and passage on a tramp steamer, built that wander from port to port in search of leftover cargo to sail. For now, I found you a room at the shop house for a couple of straight dollars. The shop houses were two-story terrace houses with shops on the ground floors and living spaces above. By 1941, these buildings had become labyrinths of small interior cubicles, separated by thin plywood partitions to cram as many refugees waiting for a way out as possible. Not much, but will give you a chance to rest and clean up. What about you? I will stay downstairs. I won't be far if you need me. Sorry, this is all I could find. I hope they fit. Don't apologize, you've done so much already. Get rest. We have a long day ahead of us in the morning. Lucas has departed for the Empress Place to secure their papers at the Secretariat. In the shophouse cubicle, Rose finally scrubs the last of the grime from her skin and changes into the cotton dress Lucas brought for her. She looks almost human again. Lune is famished and devours the hawker food Lucas provided. Satay, rice cakes, and various sugary confections from the sweet street barrows, till she turns a pale shade of green and curls up on the bed groaning. Lucas returns as evening falls, looking pleased with himself. It's done. I've spoken with the harbour master. We are no longer stateless. We have credentials. Thank heavens. However, it means I have to carry a job for them, or to take the sample to Whitehall ourselves. They think it's safer with us as we travel incognito. Of course they do. Also, for the sake of propriety and to avoid any uncomfortable cross-examination by the port authority, I've had to arrange your papers in a particular fashion. Lune, you're now Lune Sterling, and you're to be my sister. Lune perks up instantly, her nausea forgotten. She beams. Your sister? Oh, Lucas, how perfectly grand. And Rose, I beg of you, just hear the logic of it. Lucas begins to squirm, turning a deep shade of crimson. The papers define you as my wife. It was the expedient choice. A man traveling with his spouse and sister raises fewer eyebrows than whatever this motley crew is. Your wife? Really, Lucas? Was there no room for a distant cousin, perhaps a maiden aunt, even just another sister? You too old to play the older sister, is that it? Need to be a matrimonial farce. Lucas sheepishly produces 2 plain gold bands from his pocket. We shall need to wear these. If we're to be inconspicuous, we must dress the part. Lucas stares, or Rose stares at the rings and then bursts into laughter. The absurdity of it all is too much. Lune's smile vanishes. She glowers at the rings, visibly jealous. Lucas notices. He kneels beside the cot and pulls a small velvet pouch from his pocket. Not forgotten you, Lune. Fasten a string of pearls around her neck. Lune gasps, touching the cool gems. Lucas! I need that money for food on the long haul home. You spent it on baubles. Steady on, my darling wife. We have more than enough to see us through. You're taking this marriage nonsense far too easily, Mr. Sterling. Passage to Europe is secured. We depart on the morning tide. It's a Blue Funnel merchantman, not a luxury liner, but there isn't another bolt hole out of the city. I was incredibly lucky to even be able to get those. I have to warn you, we aren't heading into open water. We have to run the Malacca Strait Gauntlet. 500 miles of the narrowest, shallowest earth on God's earth, and Japanese hold every inch of the northern coast. They've captured the airfields in Kedalor Strait and Sungai Patani. That means their bombers will be only 20 minutes away from our deck at any given moment. They'll be hunting for the ship's wake from the clouds and will be navigating in a total maritime blackout. No lighthouses, no channel markers. If the captain miscalculates, we'll be sitting ducks for a strafing run. And then there are the I-boats, the Japanese submarines. They're covering the funnel at the top of Sumatra, waiting for the few of us who don't get caught by the planes. Sumatra is the largest island in Indonesia. It was the crown jewel of the Dutch East Indies, and the primary reason Japan went to war in the Pacific. So, by all means, get your rest on now. Delightful bedtime story, Lucas. Well done. I shall take my leave then. I'll step outside. Sleep well, ladies. You'll do no such thing. Stay in the room with us. After all, it would raise eyebrows if a husband and wife were found keeping separate quarters. There's space on the floor. I'll get you a spare blanket and a bolster. Oh boy. Malacca Straits. Boop. Boop, boop, boop. Oh, we're not there yet. Okay. Boop, boop, boop. The group gets woken up in the night. A loud wail begins to rise and fall over the city. They get dressed and go downstairs to see what's going on. Lucas notices a disheveled British soldier, a veteran by the look of it, held in the archway of the shophouse. I say, soldier, what's happening? The Japanese, they're taken to strafing the city on a regular basis now. Nightly turnout, as it were. The soldier gestures vaguely towards the shattered storefronts across the street. Did you not notice the blown-out glazing? Find a hole if I were you, and I'd do it sharply. The streetlights suddenly go out. The soldier laughs. At least they've learned from last time. Bally incompetence. On the first night, the governor left the lamps burning in the lighthouse. The Japanese didn't even need a compass. Bombers simply followed the lights straight to their targets. That actually happened? Soldier nods, crushing his cigarette under a battered boot. Now, see cover, they're nearly upon us. The air raid sirens begin to wail again. The thrumming begins. A low vibration that rattles the teeth in their gums. The ground beneath the shophouse starts to shudder. The siren! Get under this table! It's heavy teak, it will hold. Luna and Rose scramble under the table. Lucas holds on tight to them. Sounds of bombs exploding get closer and closer. The blast wave shatters any remaining windows in the area. Glass shrapnel sprays all around them. The blast creates a vacuum that sucks the air out of the room, popping their ears, replaced by a searing wall of heat and dust. Luna, are you intact? Luna nods, a terrified look on her face. We can't remain here to be buried alive. We must strike for the key. Let's get to the ship, quickly. They stumble into the street. It is pandemonium. The sky is a sickly orange, and the air chokes them with the smell of rubber and roasted spices from the hit warehouses. The Japanese raid used incendiary bombs. The wooden roofs of the shophouses are on fire. The auxiliary fire service are already on the scene, struggling with hand-drawn pumps. In the crush of the mob, Luna is torn from Lucas's grip by a surge of fleeing pain. I say, pardon me, madam, step aside. My sister, have a care, you brute. Lucas tries to navigate the throng with the polite frustration of a gentleman at a crowded railway station, but he is woefully ineffective. Luna is being swept further away into the darkness. Oh, for heaven's sake. Rose shoves Lucas aside and plunges into the fray. She delivers a sharp blow to a man blocking her path and kicks another squarely in the shin. Move it! Get out of my way! Luna! He grabs Luna by the collar and hauls her back. Come along, we are departing this instant. They sprint for the Keppel docks, climbing up the gangway of the Blue Funnel merchantmen just as the mooring lines are cast off. As the ship pulls away, the black soot of the north begins to fall once more, coating the shivering survivors as Singapore burns behind them. The Blue Funnel merchantman was a labyrinth. Every inch of deck space was occupied by distressed British subjects, the official category for British refugees with no means of support fleeing the Japanese occupation. Held on crates or sleeping on dirty blankets, the vessel moved with a slow, heavy rumble. It's a constant reminder that they were sitting on thousands of tons of cargo and fuel, prime target for a Japanese torpedo. Lucas spent the first morning on the boat deck scanning the horizon. Good morning, sir. Quite an adventure, I must say. What's your story? My wife and I were in Borneo. We made it to Singapore, but only just, eh? Borneo, eh? You chaps had it uncommonly quick. Spent 3 weeks in hiding before scrambling for the causeway. The brass in Singapore told us the jungle was impassable. Impassable? The Japanese were riding bikes through the thick of it like they were on a Sunday jaunt in Hyde Park. It's throwing everywhere, I'm afraid. The Royal Navy is stretched thin. We've been caught with the pants down. I saw the smoke over the strait when we pulled out. You managed to salvage much? You're traveling on a secretariat shitty like the rest of us DBS riches. Got my wife and sister with me. We managed a few trinkets into the clothes on our backs. Beyond that, well, I suspect I'm starting from scratch once we hit England. Easy got your info contact. My man was on the last Pandao boat out in November. Brave and she made it to the Gulf Face. The Gulf Face was the most prestigious and evocative landmark in Colombo, Ceylon. It consisted of 2 main parts, the Gulf Face Green, a seaside promenade, and the iconic Gulf Face Hotel. And to scrap a news since the wireless went down at Ipoh, major city in Malaya that fell early during the invasion. Man reaches in his pocket, producing a dented silver flask. Care for a lick? Some rather questionable brandy I managed to liberate in Singapore before the siren starts. He's got to kick like a mule. You're a prince among men. We're tabs and friends, eh? Jobs and friends, the short war. When evening hits, the ship is entirely blacked out. No lights are permitted on deck. Make it too much of a target otherwise. Did you have a good rest today? You needed it. Yes, I feel most refreshed. I also finished our rations from land. I fear my greatest challenge is yet to come tomorrow, managing to keep the ship's fare down. Greasy mutton and boiled cabbage. Hey, what do you have against greasy mutton and boiled cabbage? That's a Scandinavian tradition. That's our land food. I believe we cleared the Malacca Strait without a tail. We strike for the open blue tonight. Thank the stars for small mercies. Rose takes 2 cigarettes out, offering one to Lucas, who refuses. She takes on a long drag. Luna was crying in her sleep. Poor girl. She's been through so much, but she's putting on such a brave face. We'll keep her safe. She's very strong-willed. She will be okay. They stop the conversation when they hear Luna joining them. Singapore is gone, isn't it? I looked back at noon. There was only the smoke. Don't look back, little moon. There's nothing left for us in the east. From here on, we'll look to Blighty. Lucas? Yes, Luna? You're still wearing the ring. I haven't taken off since we left the key, even in the safety of the cabin. Lucas looks down at the gold band on his finger, then at Rose Goodwill in the twilight. The cabin is a stifling iron box. Rose is vigorously scrubbing the dirty porthole with a damp rag, while Luna lies motionless on the lower bunk, her face the color of spoiled milk. Rose tosses the rag into a bucket. There! At least now we might see the torpedo before it hits us. Luna, do set up. You spent the morning looking like a figurehead on a shipwreck. The smell coming from the galley is positively medieval, Rose. How can they expect us to eat boiled cabbage in this heat? One eats what is put before one when one is a distressed British subject, my dear. Now get up and put on your dress. We're going on deck for the tea. Tea? We're on a brass bucket in a war zone and you're talking about social graces? Rose placed the gold band back in her figure. Precisely. If we look like rabble, the authorities will treat us like rabble. In this part of the world, starched linen is the only thing standing between us and the abyss. We are the Stilling family now, and we shall play the part. Lucas enters the cabin, his white linen jacket stained with coal dust. The deck is crawling with people. It's so hard to get about without knocking people over. Miller from Johor, the old chap I was talking to yesterday, is pestering everyone for news, and the staff are overworked. Rose walking over smoothing Lucas's lapel. You look as though you've been stoking the boilers yourself. Come now, Luna, the tea won't wait. Let's go. Later on the boat deck, Rose sits regally on a rattan chair, a months-old copy of the Tatler open on her lap. Lucas stands behind her, his hand resting passively on the back of the chair, his eyes scanning the horizon. Luna is leaning against the rail, staring at the white wake unspooling behind them. It looks like a shroud, doesn't it? Unrolling all the way back to Sandakan. If it's a shroud, then it's a funeral one, Luna. The Japanese have airfields in Kedah. Kedah is a state located in the northwestern part of peninsular Malaysia, bordering Thailand. In late December 1941, Kedah was the site of a strategic disaster for the British. It was the first region of the Malaysian mainland to be invaded by the Japanese on December 8th, just hours after Pearl Harbor. The entire state is now under Japanese control, and we're about to get past that coastline. A Fennell or a Betty, Allied required names for Japanese twin-engine bombers that patrol the Malacca Straits. We're in the soup. You talk about something congenial, darling. The group of old women over by the light bulb are watching us. They've already asked me where we went. I told them Singapore. 3 years ago, St. Andrew's Cathedral. St. Andrew's, was it? You have a frightfully vivid imagination, Rose. Just bored and fetch me some of that ghastly lukewarm water they're calling tea. I'm thirsty. Luna follows Lucas to the tea caddy. 3 years. You've erased my father in a single afternoon's chat. Lucas turns around, touching Luna's arm affectionately. We haven't erased him, Luna. So we hit the gull face. We need to not draw attention to ourselves. Play the boss, little moon, please. Luna stares longingly at the sea, holding back tears. I'm steady, Lucas. It's the world that's gone all adrift. I miss Mother the most, but I did love my father too, you know. You loved Rose. Please remember that. Don't sully his memory. Lucas gets 3 mugs of lukewarm tea and starts heading back. Come now, Luna. Wipe those tears and have some tea with us. Lucas? Yes, little moon. I promise you we will look for my brother, and when we set foot on the quayside, I give you my word of honor. I wonder why Lucas didn't keep that promise. Did something happen to them on the journey? The blue from the merchantman has finally emerged from the claustrophobic squeeze of the Malacca Strait. The sea has opened up into the vast Andaman Sea. For the first time in a week, the horizon to the east is clear of the smoke of burning Malaya. Lucas Sterling is on the deck. You can see the Nicobar Islands. These islands were being reinforced by the British in a desperate attempt to create a defensive line. Lucas is relieved. This area is still under British control, and seeing the landmark brings him hope that they have a chance of survival. It is Christmas Day, 1941. In their cramped four-bunk cabin, Rose has performed a minor miracle with a few scraps of silver cigarette foil, creating some shiny festive garlands. Lucas returns to the cabin. The captain tells me we've put Sumatra behind us. We're on the Andaman now, striking west for the Gulf Face. Thank the stars, a bit of luck at least. At last. Luna is sitting on the edge of the bunk, looking more alive than she has in Singapore. Is it true, Lucas? Are we truly away from the Japanese and their airfields? We're beyond the range of their bombers, at any rate. We've still the submarines to consider, but the open believes a sight better than that death trap of a strait. Rose goes into the bunk and produces a dented tin that was hidden under there. Then I declare a double celebration, one for the captain and crew of this fine vessel, and one for Father Christmas. Rose, is that a plum pudding? Man! Alright, I think all the Brits are asleep, which means we can slander plum pudding, because after everything you went through, that's the holiday meal you're aiming for? Don't ask me what I had to trade for it, and it's a bit battered, and heaven knows it won't be hot, but it's Christmas in a tin. Lucas grins as he reveals a bottle with a handwritten label. And I've secured some celebration spirits, from a friend Miller. It's strong enough to rip the paint off the hull, but it'll serve for a Yuletide toast. Lucas pours the pungent rum into 3 mugs. The blue funnel merchantman rolls gently, the first hint of the Bay of Bengal swell. I'm some friends. Lune touches the pearls of her throat as her voice trembles. To Papa and Mama. To absent friends. To us, the Sterling family, may we reach Tilbury before the gin runs out. Take a tiny sip of coughing. Good heavens, it's like drinking a lightning bolt. It'll put hair on your chest. You think they're listening to the King's speech back home? Around the fire with a real holly and proper snow? I expect they are. Though I imagine His Majesty has a deal to say about the current unpleasantness in the East. Titapo, Lucas. For tonight we'll just pretend we are at peace. No soot rain, no sirens, and no pirates. Just a puka Christmas in the middle of the ocean. Rose hands a slab of pudding to Luna. She chews the rich fruity pudding, a tear finally escaping and rolling down her cheek. It's the best thing I've ever tasted. It's a start, isn't it? A few days of clear water and a bit of duff. We might just make a go of this, Rose. You're incorrigible, Mr. Lucas. Don't get sentimental. It doesn't suit the husbandly image. Now be a sport and pour me another tot of that vile firewater. I have a Christmas spirit to maintain. Bay of Bengal. Boop, boop, boop. December 27th. The ship is wallowing through the Bay of Bengal, far from the sight of land. They're being escorted along with a dozen other ships by a British Navy destroyer. The northeast monsoon has turned the sea violent, large waves crashing the blue funnel merchantman unceremoniously. The sea is pitching violently. After a day of constant vomiting, Luna has finally succumbed to a heavy seasick sleep in the lower bunk. Lucas and Rose have left her to rest and are in the galley getting some tea. Rose is bracing herself as she tries to pour a measure of water. I've had enough of this stupid boat swaying like a drunkard. I swear my internal organs have switched places. Lucas is attempting to steady the small table. The monsoon of the Bay of Bengal is a traitorous, but we should clear it soon and arrive at Colombo. This way we shall finally be able to relax, leaving both the storm and the Japanese finally behind us. You've remained unnervingly calm throughout this whole ordeal, Lucas. Is it part of the SIS training? Learning how to remain shipshape while the world goes to the dogs? It's not training, it's life. I've lived through some harrowing moments. Once you've seen your whole crew get murdered in front of you while you were helpless, you realize that fretting is a waste of a man's final hours. Out of nowhere, a thunderous explosion shakes the hull. It is not the explosion on board, but a depth charge dropped by their escort destroyer a mile away. The emergency gong begins to clank. That's the submarine alarm. Rose, get your life belt now. I'll go find Luna. Panic erupts in the passageway outside. In the chaos, Rose stumbles as the ship takes a massive roll. Lucas turns back around to catch her, his arms wrapping around her waist, pinning her against his chest to keep her from falling. The ship is still rolling. Dishes and bottles are clattering and clashing all around them as they fall from tables and shelves. Hold on to me. If we don't let go, if we hit the water, stay with me. Do you hear? For a long minute, they stand locked together, the thumping of Lucas's heart echoing against Rose's ribs. The blue funnel merchantman rights itself slowly. The explosion of the depth charges continue in the distance, but the all-clear eventually sounds. Their eyes catch each other for a split second, and then Rose pulls herself back together. You let go now, I'll be quite alright. They return to the cabin, the adrenaline leaving them trembling and spent. Lune stirs in her sleep but doesn't wake. Lucas sinks onto a crate, his head in his hands. Rose sits beside him and puts her arm around him comfortably. That was positively harrowing. Where's your unnerving calm now? I lied. I hold it all in, in the moment, but it just comes out even harder after it's over. Look at my hand. Look. He lifts his right arm and his hand is shaking uncontrollably. Today it was worse. I kept thinking of you and Lune. I did not care what happened to me. It was hurting my heart so much to think something could happen to either of you. I'm sorry, Rose. You should be enjoying your life, not waiting to be gutted by a torpedo in the middle of nowhere. I was not happy at the plantation, Lucas. I was dying in a different way back in Borneo. Rose is trying to compose herself, but before she can say the next part, her voice is trembling as she tries to hold back the tears. I had contemplated ending it all on numerous occasions, you know. Even penned a farewell note out of desperation and a need to feel noticed, feel loved. At least here I feel vivid, even though I'm scared out of my wits. You've more pluck than any agents I've worked with in the East. Rose leaned her head against his shoulder. What is the plan when we get to London? Really? What is in your heart? There was no true plan, just to keep both of you safe for as long as possible. But now, after these last couple of weeks... Lucas remains silent for a while, stroking his ring. I spent 10 years playing the Ghost Rose. No ties, no heart. But looking at you on that deck, I realized I don't want to cross the bar alone. Rose, closing her eyes. You aren't alone. Colombo, Sri Lanka. A whole lot of them. December 31st. Ooh. No? What's going on? Right. 2, 3, 4. Everyone's here. The merchantman docks at Colombo on New Year's Eve. The docks are absolute bedlam. Thousands of Ceylonese laborers are hauling coal baskets while British MPs in red caps bark orders at the line of dejected-looking refugees. Keep your chins up, both of you. We've managed the Ottoman. Now comes the challenge of the Admiralty red tape. If we keep our composure, we should be able to navigate the paperwork checks without a hitch. Looks like something the cat dragged in, Lucas. If the gal face sees me like this, they'll send me straight to the kitchen. Lune is awestruck, clutching her pearls, her eyes wide with the scale of the city. Look at the soldiers' rows, so many of them. Going to be alright? As they clear the customs shed, a familiar voice cuts through the noise of the docks. Rose! Mr. SIS! Little Lune, good heavens! You look like you've been dragged through a hedge backwards. They spin around to see Cynthia Seville. She has a striking contrast to her row, and she is in crisp tropical whites, a service armband on her sleeve. Cynthia! You're intact! I'm so happy to see you! Intact and on duty, Rose, when the Navy pulled us out of that Borneo inferno. Been by the soldiers, or some other stuff yet. I was ordered straight to the intelligence hub here. I've been scanning my manifest for 6 days hoping to see your names. Imagine my surprise when I saw Mrs. SIS on the manifest. It's a long story. Not that long, he just fancied himself the husband type. Alright. We've had our fun, but I have some pressing issues to discuss. We're DBS Cynthia on a blue funnel merchantman full of refugees, and we're carrying delicate cargo. You still have the sample. Suspected as much. I have a staff car waiting on the quay. We'll get past the harbor guards and straight to the gal face. Miss Cynthia. Did you bury them? My mother and father? Are they at peace? Please tell me they were. Cynthia looks at the girl, her face softening for a brief, pained second. I saw a great deal of bravery that night, Lune, and you were the bravest of them all, who held the fires and made sure they were all buried with dignity by the chapel. Only poor Vitalina and Mr. Bonfire were too charred to bury, gave them a sea burial. Keep your heart up, you're with us now. Lune buries her face deep in Cynthia's chest. Thank you, Miss Cynthia. Later in the gal face green. The sun is sitting on New Year's Eve, the Grand Lawn is covered in anti-aircraft pits and sandbags, but the Galface Hotel still stands proudly against the sea. After the luxury of a proper bath, Lune and Rose emerged looking and feeling so much better. Cynthia's outfitted them in beautiful clothes and straw hats. Ladies, you are looking positively a treat. Thank you so much, Lucas. I went to you too, Miss Cynthia. Don't mention it, Little Moon. You're most welcome. They're sitting on the veranda, 4 survivors with Stengos in hand. Oh. This Indian Ocean roars against the seawall. The news is grim, SIS. Hong Kong has fallen. Singapore is under fire. They're calling this the blackest year in the history of the Empire. All the more reason for us to get the sample to Whitehall. If the Japanese using green mist in the Sulu Sea, the War Office needs to know before they strike the Indies. Can we not be agents? Can we not be refugees? It's New Year's Eve, we are safe and we're in fine company. Well said, Rose. To Goodwill Plantation. May it one day rise from the ash. And to the Sterling family, you're so charming together you even fooled the master attendant. The new year. May it end better than it started. As the midnight gongs begin to echo from the ships in the harbor, the blackout remains total. There are no fireworks, only the lights of a searchlight sweeping across the water, waiting for the inevitable. The next morning, Cynthia Seville takes them to a back room in the Galface Hotel. The room is filled with chests and crates, and Cynthia unlocks the first chest. I've had my people raid the Admiralty stores and the local apothecaries. You're entering the most treacherous leg of the journey, and I'll not have you arriving in London looking like shivering spectres. Take as much as you need. Is this Burberry? Granbadine trench coats for the lot of you. This is the civilian pattern, but lined with wool fleece. You've been in the 90-degree heat of Borneo for years. The Atlantic in February will feel like a literal slap in the face. Put them on the moment you clear the Suez. And the provision, Cynthia? The merchantman's galley is already beginning to reek of rancid fat. Cynthia opens the next crate, producing a silver tin. Horlick's malted milk tablets. The RAF boys use them. Also packed several jars of Bovril. A cup of hot beef tea will do more for your fortitude than a bottle of gin. What's this one? It smells strange. Iocine tablets. The Bay of Bengal was merely a warm-up. The Arabian Sea can be devilish this time of year. The horizon starts to tilt to take one every 6 hours. It'll make your mouth feel like a Sahara dust storm, but it'll keep your stomach where it belongs. And the quinine? Here's a fresh supply of tablets, enough to last till you hit London. The Mediterranean damp often brings malarial shakes back with a vengeance. Keep the dose regular, Lucas. And lastly, British Army wool blankets. They're rough as a badger's back, but they're pure wool. Wrap yourselves in them once you hit the desert nights. The desert air is deceptively cold. Rose looks at the mountain of gear. You've turned us into a walking supply depot, Cynthia. You'll need it, Rose. The Japanese are already striking for Burma, and the U-boats are everywhere. You're carrying an important package. Least the service can do is ensure you have a warm coat and a steady stomach when you deliver it. The only concern is this bounty will draw the eye of every desperate soul on that deck. We're immensely grateful, Cynthia, don't mistake me, but we must tread warily from here on. We'll need to keep our heads down and try and pack it in as small a crate as possible. Well, I'm staking my claim on the garbadines and the blankets. I have no intention of arriving in London as a human icicle. And I shall want the malted milk and Bovril. Which just means you'll have to handle carrying it all for us, my darling husband. Aye, aye, Mrs. Sterling. January 8th with the squad. Lucas has rigged a makeshift tent using 2 of the British Army wool blankets draped over a spare spar to provide shade. Rose and Lune are seated on the remaining blankets. Do hurry it along, Mr. Sterling. I have a strong craving for a cup of Bovril. I never thought I'd see the day when a meat extract was the height of luxury, but here it is. Meat extract paste is certainly a thing that existed. Lune is busy popping a Horlicks tablet into her mouth and crunching contentedly. It's like eating a malted cloud, Rose. I've forgotten things that taste like, well, like things other than mud and salt. Here we are. Bovril tea a la Cynthia. Quick enough to float a coin in, but it'll put the iron back in your blood. As they sip the salty brew, a dozen flying fish burst from the water, gliding over the surface. One lands with a wet thwack onto the cabin floor. Luna gasps and erupts into a fit of giggles. Lucas, we have an uninvited guest for tea. Lucas chuckles out the side of the fish, flapping frantically. I say, do you have your papers with you, little fish, or are you just a clandestine on a fine ship? Rose jumps up dramatically and grabs Luna by the arms. Quick, Luna! He's a scout for the king of the sea. We must return him to his watery kingdom before he dries out. Rose and Lune both reach for the slippery fish and it slips through their hands, and for a chaotic moment they're both squealing with laughter as the fish eludes them, sliding over the floor. Finally they scoop it up together and fling it back in the sea. Lune wipes a tear of laughter from her cheek. Oh, did you see his eyes? He looked positively affronted. It's a capital omen, little moon. I didn't know a fish could fly. I read about them in picture books. I never dreamt I'd have one in my lap. When we hit London, I shall spoil you rotten. I shall take you to Selfridges, and we shall buy the most scandalous hats in the building. We'll look more like screen signs. I will make my darling husband carry all the boxes home. I shall carry them with pride, my dear, though I suspect I'll need more than malted milk to survive a trip to the shops with both of you. Rose reaches into the grate and pulls out one of the garbadine trench coats. She drapes it over Lune's legs like a heavy quilt. There. A bit of Burberry to keep the evening chill off. We're going home in style, Lune. Keep your pecker up. I'm keeping it up, Rose. I truly am. Lucas and Rose have gone to the upper deck to join the water queue, leaving Lune alone in the cabin. She slumped in the lower bunk, weakly fanning herself with a limp handkerchief. The scent of the bottled tea she drank earlier still clings to the air. Lune notices a shadow under the door that lingers there for a while, then there's an insistent rattle at the door handle. Rose? Lucas? That you? The door shoved open with a violent crack. Two men stand there looking menacing. There, told you, look at those stuff, proper rations. Lune screams, scrambling back against the wall. One of the men tries to calm her down. We're starving, Missy. My wife hasn't kept a bit of the ship's fare down in 3 days. We just want a bit of your food. No, it's all we have. Lucas, Rose. The rough man steps forward and roughly wrenches Luna's hands away from the crate. He shoves her back onto the mattress. Please, be a sport. We've lost everything too. Lost everything, have you? You have a cabin and a father in a white shirt. We're sleeping in the muck by the boilers. We just want a fair share. It's our turn. The two men run out disputing into the crowded corridor before Luna can even scream again. 10 minutes later, Lucas and Rose return carrying a single lukewarm carafe of water. They find the cabin door broken and Luna curled in a ball on the floor, weeping silently. Rose drops the water in shock. Luna! Rose looks around outside the cabin, or Lucas looks around outside the cabin for clues. Good God, what's happened? Luna, speak to me. Did they hurt you? Luna gestures the crates and choking her tears. They took it, the bovril. Malted milk. I tried to stop them, Rose, but I was too weak. Vultures, they must have smelled it through the vents. It's not just the food, Lucas. They laid hands on her. In a British ship under the King's colours, we're being picked apart by our own. I'll not have this. I'm going to find Master at Arms. We may be DBS, but we're still human beings. They'll see those scoundrels in irons before the sun sets. Steady on. You'll merely inflame the situation. Just need to keep our heads down and keep our mouths shut. Now, cease this talk of a scrap. Just be the family man I need right now. Come console Luna. Lucas nods and heads back inside the cabin. He kneels down and joins Rose in embracing Luna to console her. The sweltering heat of the tropics has finally evaporated on December 17th. Nope, not December 17th. What time? Seriously? January 1st, this must be like January 8th. So somewhere between January 1st and January 19th. I thought I'd pine for the humidity of Borneo, but this wind is positively glacial. I can't feel my nose. I've never been so cold. Is this what England is like? Only on a good day, little moon. By the time we hit the English Channel, you'll think this was a summer jar. John. Rose slaps Lucas's back hard. Don't tease her like that. She'll believe you and never want to go. Only mildly exaggerating. She'll have to get used to it. I could never get used to this. I'll just be wearing big woolly coats and blankets and hats all the time, and thick leather gloves. Drink some tea. It'll warm you up. Now, it's not bovril, but it'll keep the cold away. Give a sovereign for just one of those malted milks right now, just to make the tea taste better. You know there's one rule I've always lived by. Never keep all your eggs in one basket. Lucas, what are you playing at? Lucas reaches into the inner pocket of his jacket and produces his silver Dunhill cigarette case. He snaps it open, and instead of cigarettes, 3 white chalky discs sit nestled against the silk lining. Morlix! Lucas, you scoundrel, you hid some! Slipped a few into my case the moment Cynthia handed them over. Bit of insurance for a rainy day, or in this case a freezing night in the Arabian Sea. Rose pops a tablet in her mouth and sucks it as Luna crunches it contentedly. It makes the tea almost bearable. Thank you, Lucas. Lucas wraps his arms around them both, pulling the family tight against the wind. We shall all pull through. We'll clear the Suez Canal in 3 days, and then we'll be within reach of home. Talk about the trains to London? Tell me again the fog, the bridges, and the big clock. Okay, but, I'm going to observe the Suez Canal in 1941. Or 1942, I should say. Then at the rail of the boat deck, the view is no longer the infinite blue of the Indian Ocean, but a narrow river of water cutting through the Sinai Desert. Good heavens, I've quite forgotten that wind could feel like this. Like a slap in the face after years of being boiled alive. It's the desert, Rose. We're in Egypt now. The Orient is officially behind us. Look, there are camels, real camels. See camels, Rose, can you believe it? Lucas notices a rusted mass of a sunken merchantman sticking out beyond the shallow water near the breach. Well, the Japanese's reach, but we're in Mussolini's backyard now. Small flap-on boat pulls alongside the blue funnel merchantman, and a Fez climbs up a rope ladder. A crowd of refugees gathers as he reaches the deck. Who's this? I suspect he's the Gully Gully Man, a performer. They're common in these parts, coming up to entertain folks for a few coins. The Gully man. I'd heard the old hands of the club talk about when I was young. I never thought I'd see the day. The Gully man is a magician and approaches Luna, then moving in a blur. He reaches behind the girl's ear and pulls out a tiny, live, yellow chick. Oh, how did he? Look, he's perfectly real. Lucas tosses a small silver coin to the magician. Well done, good man. The three of them stand together watching the magician's absurd tricks as the desert sun begins to dip. Lucas hands out a garbaging trench coat to Luna. Put this on, little moon. It's got some weight to it, but you'll thank me for it by nightfall. It's so heavy, I feel like a soldier. Rose and Lucas don their own trench coats. Look, we're all soldiers now, Luna. Look, suits you, Lucas. Lucas reaches out and adjusts her collar, his touch lingering for a second. We have the Mediterranean Sea to contend with next. Likely to get hairy as we can get close to the Nazis and the Italians. Europe's doing great, I don't know what you're talking about. Lucas, Rose, and Luna are held on the deck, their Burberry collars turned up against the spray. The blue funnel merchantman is part of a small convoy, flanked by two elderly V-class destroyers. Mood on this boat has shifted very quickly. Even the stewards look like they're waiting for a death sentence. They have reason to be. I've had word with the signals officer near the wireless room. Marseille is effectively a Boche harbour now, and the French government holed up in Vichy is playing a double game, helping the Nazis root out the remaining Free French forces. They can't be trusted. Their only sanctuary is the Rock, Gibraltar. The far? 1,000 miles of open target practice, Luna. We'll have to thread the needle between Sicily and Tunisia. The Italians have their submarines lurking in the waters, and the Luftwaffe can reach us from the airfields in the north within 30 minutes. So, from the Japanese army in Borneo to the Nazis in the Mediterranean Sea. It's getting through life-threatening challenges just becoming our daily life, Lucas. I know I said this countless times throughout their journey, but this really is the most dangerous part. The Nazis are desperate to cut the Suez lifeline. Every ship that finds the bottom is a victory for Jerry. We'll be sailing in a permanent zigzag from here to the Atlantic. Luna looks at the escort destroyer with concern. Can that little boat truly stop a bomber? I don't give much faith to our escorts. They couldn't have provided any older relics if they tried. Well, I've already survived a Japanese landing, an air raid bombing, and living in a tiny sardine can with you and Luna for weeks. I'm in no mood to be interrupted by an Italian torpedo. I promise you this. You and Luna will be in the first boat lowered if we do get hit. I'll see you to the Rock if I have to swim the bally distance myself. Rose leans over and kisses him. Don't play the martyr. Doesn't suit the husband I've grown accustomed to. A siren sounds from the lead destroyer. It's the signal to change course. The merchantman begins his first zigzag maneuver into the heart of the Mediterranean Sea. High in the northern sky, 3 silver specks emerge from the sun's glare. The ship erupts into chaos. The emergency gong clings incessantly. Lucas, Rose, and Luna are thrown against the wall as the ship makes a tight turn. Stukas! They refer to the Junkers Jod Ju-87, a famous German dive bomber and ground attack aircraft used by the Luftwaffe. Get to the center of the deck, stay away from the glass. Second later, a concussive blast rocks the ship. A bomb has hit the forward crane. The giant structure collapses, destroying part of the deck. The escort destroyers are firing with all their might. One of the planes disintegrates in midair. A second Junker, its wing clipped, spirals down and hits the water hard. The attack lasts only minutes. The remaining Nazi plane flees north, chased by the destroyer's shells. The deck is full of wounded refugees, hit by the fallen crane. Lucas and Rose step out from behind cover to take stock of the destruction. Sailors are running around barking orders. Rose, help with fetching sand buckets! Right you are! Lucas and Rose plunge headfirst into the fray. They join a frantic fire party of sailors and refugees. While Lucas helps with plugging a leak, Rose works hard passing heavy buckets of sand to smother the flames. In the galley, which has been turned into a dressing station, Luna is on her knees, her floral dress ruined, ripping long strips of white linen from a tablecloth to turn into dressings. She hands the strips to a ship's surgeon who is tending to wounded sailors. Luna looks away from the blood, not quite ready for that yet. Luna, oh, there you are. Thank heavens you're unhurt. We couldn't find you. I'm helping Rose. There isn't enough lint. I've already used up all the tablecloths. I'm starting on the napkins now. Here, give me the other end. We'll strip the whole room bare if we have to. Lucas walks in covered in soot and sweat. He sees the two women, his eyes reflecting a profound sense of pride and respect. I'll go get you girls some tea. Yay, Gibraltar! After the terror of the Mediterranean, the site of Gibraltar feels like the first true sanctuary in Europe when they can finally put their guard down. Thanks to Cynthia's connections, the family is not sent to the crowded refugee camps on the racecourse, and instead they're tucked away in a requisition flight on the Old Town. The house is small and only has 2 rooms, but it's more than enough for the 3 of them. A small coal fire illuminates the room. Lune is already asleep in the small annex, exhausted by the journey. Lucas and Rose sit before the fire. Rose is extending her hands towards the heat. I'm sure I shall never feel warm again, Lucas. This dreadful rock is a refrigerator. And just think, that's Gibraltar, not London. It's the Atlantic air, Rose. It's purifying. It's in awkward silence for a while. We've cleared the Mediterranean. The Secretariat isn't watching us here. We could stop the whole marriage shenanigans if you wished. You can take off the ring. Is that what you want, Rose? Rose stares into the fire, pensive. I find I've lost the script, Lucas. I spent years in Borneo playing the bored man, and weeks in that rust bucket playing your devoted wife. I'm sure I don't know who I am or what I'm feeling anymore. I'll tell you who's there. A woman with more moxie than anyone I've ever met. A woman who kept her polish while the world burned. A woman I truly respect and admire. More than admire. I told you in the Bay of Bengal I didn't want to cross the bar alone. I wasn't playing then, Rose. I haven't been playing for a long time. Rose turns her chair to face him, her eyes searching his. Are you truly keen on me, or is this just the fever of the escape? Lucas takes her hand, her thumb tracing the ring he gave her in Singapore. It's not the fever. I've been carrying a torch for you for a long while now. I don't want to be your intended for the manifest anymore. I want to be your husband when we get to Tilbury Docks. For real. You absolute fool. You could have any number of eligible women. Why a broken planter's widow? Lucas leans in for a kiss. Rose responds in kind, her hands finding his bare chest under his sweater. Tilbury Docks. Oh, but everything has changed. The arrival is not the triumphant scene they had envisioned during the sweltering nights on the Malacca Strait. London is a world of ash and grey and charcoal. The shoreline is full of destroyed warehouses and bomb craters. Good heavens, what have they done to the city? One of the sailors they got friendly with over the journey is having a cigarette next to them. Been 18 months of relentless bombings, Mrs. Sterling. So quiet, so deathly quiet. They ascend the gangway into the Tilbury customs shed. They see women in dungarees and heavy boots hauling crates. At the processing desk, an official in a civil defense armband barely looks up as he inspects their forged papers. EBS from these, there. You're the last of the lucky ones. Singapore is practically in the bag for the Japanese. These are your emergency ration books. You've got 14 days of coupons. Use them wisely. Slides 3 small paper booklets across the desk, then stamps their papers. Move along. Luna picks up her ration book, staring at the coupons for various goods. What does this mean? Lucas takes the booklets and tucks them into his coat. It means we're not out of the woods, Luna. There's at the docks to catch the train to central London. As the train pulls out, they pass through the East End. Entire streets have been leveled. People are queuing in the rain for a single loaf of bread, their gas mask boxes slung over their shoulders. Like one graveyard only to land in another. It looks so shattered. We deliver the vial to Whitehall tonight. Then we find a hotel with a cellar. And tomorrow we start a new life together. He grabs her hand tight. He instinctively puts her other hand on his. Lune puts her head high against the glass, stroking her pearls as she watches barrage balloons high in the sky. Barrage balloons were used to protect London from dive bombers. They're filled with hydrogen and were tethered to the ground with steel cables. They're designed to force the enemy planes to fly higher to reduce bombing accuracy. Psychic energy gets intense, and the full tapestry of their shared life together just opens up to me suddenly. I see Lune, no longer the happy little miss who had been broken by a circumstance, blossoming into a woman of remarkable tenacity and independence. I see Lucas and Rose, fully in love and devoted to each other. I see they found sanctuary in London, in a modest terrace house. They are happy. What is that, May 14th, 1946. Not yet. For 3 survivors of the Goodwill Plantation, the 4 years since landing in England had been a slow, grinding climb. They lived in a single room in Bayswater through the worst of the V-rocket raids, surviving on dried eggs. But they'd held together. Rose is sitting at a small dining table in their house, a mountain of exercise books before her. She's now a teacher in a local primary school. She's sitting there marking homeworks. Honestly, I wish these boys spent half as much time on their long divisions as they do dreaming of flying Spitfires. Lune enters the kitchen, wiping her hands on an apron. She is 21 now, her face no longer sallow with malaria, but that of a woman who has managed 4 years of ration coupons and blackouts. Leave them be, Rose. They're just glad they can run around outside without fear. I've actually got some sewage from the butcher. I thought I'd try my hand at a spotted dick for tea. You're a veritable wizard, Luna. I don't know how we should have survived all these years without your stew pot. The front door opens and Lucas Sterling enters. He looks older and more mature. Throughout the latter half of the war, he'd been working secretly for MI6 to intercept and neutralize saboteurs attempting to strike the London docks. He pauses in the doorway, his head in his hand. Rose looks up, her smile faltering. He recognizes the cold, stern look in his face. Luna, come into the parlor, would you? You've had word from the War Office, I can tell. Lucas reaches into his inner pocket and hands over an official-looking envelope to Luna. I've spent 18 months chasing his trail. Promised you on that board 4 years ago that I would deliver him to you. I found him, Little Moon, or at least I found out what happened to him. Tell me, give it to me straight. It was mentioned in dispatches, Luna. He was a man of mettle. He fought on the continent until the very end. A heavy silence falls over the room. Luna doesn't scream or cry. She simply closes her eyes, head bowing. Rose puts her arm around her. Oh, my dear, I am so dreadfully sorry. Luna strokes the string of pearls. The one that Lucas gave her in Singapore, which she still wears every day. He was mentioned in dispatches, he said. Was. He died with his face to the enemy, Luna. He was a credit to the Goodwill name. Luna wipes a single tear from her cheek with the corner of her apron. And we shall have the suet pudding after all. We shall eat it in his honor, because he would have given a sovereign for a bit of proper duff, wouldn't he? I expect he would have, Little Moon. I expect he would have. Still a family, Luna. The Sterling family. We survived the jungle, the seas, and the Japanese. We'll survive this too. Steady the buffs, my love. Steady the buffs. Alright. We need to piece a few things together. Which actually will require us to go back to here. Back to here to figure out again what the hell happened on these later days. Everyone I've discovered is busy elsewhere at all these times. I suppose there's any chance of another thing somewhere. No? Can I check any of these? Do any of these do anything? No? None of those help? None of those help. What do you mean none of those help? What other locations are left? Like... Maybe I tell you I'm sharp for debriefing. Like, Cynthia's got to be somewhere at 10 a.m. No? Because that's just that. No, nothing at any of these places? Okay, something happened out there, but yeah, I don't remember what to do here. It's like... No, it's not Jeremiah. I guess that was from the workers' quarters, no? Apparently, okay. Let's burn a hint. Pearl on the pearl item in the good. Oh, thank you. We go over here to this one, and we use that. Commander in the command post. I'd very much like to take Miller and you know what we've done here. Blah 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 blah. Well, Sergeant, small photograph, John. Perfect. Alright, now we can backtrack into the Goodwill Plantation. And now we have the command post as a new location. Which at 10 a.m. No? Fine. We can look at the... Nope. A small photograph. Identify owner. Going to be Cynthia. New profile added, John Fairfax. Perfect. So if we use this one instead, where is Fairfax? He told me 10 a.m. sharp. Alright. And then we can do that one too. Reginald. Superior offer takes the manifest, blah blah blah. Cemetery. Superior officer. So we can do this. It's going to be John Fairfax. And it's a little bit of progress. Though, is there other information that I can get? Documents, no. Items, no. No. Oh, stop it. And I don't have any of the military folks, so... Let me follow this one then, and let's try using this. Nope. That seems to do nothing. That seems to do nothing. Hi. Hi. Yes, hello. I'm sorry. I don't remember how to unlock the crew. Nothing happened here. Because there's got to be other people. No? There we go. Cynthia sends the slip towards the worker's character, and the scent hits her like a brick. Young servant, as you were. But right, I've got the name Reginald Fairfax now. But I don't have the setup of them as all... Like, I don't have a portrait to do anything with. So I can't actually do very much. Let's just see if this hits anywhere else. No? Oh, the lighter. Ah, Thomas, what was that commotion just now? Leave it in your capable hands, tiresome little errand, little Miss Pipsqueak. Lieutenant walks in. Thank you. Last thing I need, I'll go see what he wants, Lieutenant. Railway. No. I don't know. I don't know. I guess let's just see if there's other things around. There we go. Excuse me, Corporal, can you point me to Sergeant Miller? This can be in these circumstances, Don't worry, Private, we'll get some soup afterward. Again, the fact that I don't have any of the files is a problem. Even though I've got names, but I don't have their files. So I can't do very much about it. Well, Cynthia is on her own at 10 a.m. in the command. Oh, duh, she's alone. I'm a dumbass. Cynthia Seville is out of the guest house, having grabbed the pair of clothes she had left there when she first arrived. She feels as refreshed as possible considering her circumstances. She can see the Navy has been hard at work setting up the lines. Temporary military camp would have been referred to as the lines, that would have consisted of huts made of local materials instead of tents. Mess hall has been stood up and a makeshift soup is already on the fire. No, this is a manifest. There we go. Manifest, thank you. There's a sergeant, isn't there? Sergeant Thomas Miller? I love when I get it on the first swing. Makes that so much easier. And I don't know which of those guys is supposed to be Commander Reginald Fairfax. I suppose there's a chance that this is Commander Reginald Fairfax. It sure is. Thank you. Your timepiece must be fast. It's 11 sharp. Reginald grabs the lighter off the desk and lights up a cigar. Reginald, it's so good to see you despite the circumstances. And you'd said 10, but no matter. Reginald, it's Commander Fairfax to you when you're on my turf, Agent. Apologize, stiff upper lip and all that, never been my strong suit. Quite. Now that pleasantries have been taken care of, do be a sport and tell me what the hell is bringing someone like you to this desolate plantation on the eve of war, no less. I had leads that the Raj and the Triad were both putting the squeeze on the plantation managers. Being able to get the jump on both with one spiderweb was just too good to pass on. The Japanese had other ideas. Who else knows you're here? My dear mother and my 2B, of course. Quite. I do have a favor to ask you. Can I requisite some of your men to help me bury the poor souls with dignity in the cemetery by the chapel? This massacre was terribly unnecessary. These were good people, fought hard to the very end. Every blasted one of them. I'd become quite fond of this family in the few hours I did manage to spend with them. All yours. I'll get Sergeant Miller to help you pick out some men to help you dig. Mass grave was being dug behind the work quarters for Japanese soldiers and pirates. I suggest you go warn them quick, before they start throwing all the bodies in there. Private, get Sergeant Miller. I've got a job for him. It'll be you two. Thomas, what was that commotion outside? By the shore? I really don't know quite how to explain it, quite frankly, but we've got it in hand. Good, I'll leave it in your hands. In the meantime, I have a tiresome little errand for you. Mr. Couple, your man, assist little Miss Pipsqueak bury your people. Maybe I will shut her up and get her out of my hair. When I say so, do you know, sir? You seem rather riled by the woman. She strikes me as innocuous enough. None of your business, Sergeant. Know your place. Wait, so spoke out of turn. Crave your pardon, Commander. Corporal Hudson was helping with the clubhouse fire. I'll go talk to him and you can take Tweety with him. I was already helping get the civilian bodies to the chapel. Cynthia Seville running up past the croquet lawn towards the jungle entrance. What's Cynthia doing up there at that time? Cynthia makes her way through the bushes to find Isia's body lying there. She drops to a crouch beside the girl. She reaches out and closes her eyes shut. Poor girl, you're a long way from the kitchen. What are you doing all the way up here? As she stands, Cynthia gets a glimpse of an unusual color farther down the brush. What's this then? Cynthia pushes a few branches out of the way and finds Babali and Anto's body. She pats the body and finds the mist report tucked in his trousers. She takes a quick glance at it. Well, that's a spot of luck. Maybe not everything was a total washout after all. She slides the report under her shirt and picks Asia's lifeless body in her arms. Time to say the final goodbyes. We can also now go guests, you, Corporal, Stanley, Hudson. That was you two are up here. Apparently there's someone else there too. There's also now the mess hall here and the shore. Is it you two? No. Okay. Cynthia Yeah, there's the private is there too. Okay. No? None of these spots? There we go. Cynthia, Stanley, and the young soldier arrive at the mess hall covered in mud and sweat. They drop the trowels by the entrance. Corporal Hudson, where's Sergeant Miller? Thomas Miller looks up at his paper as Cynthia and Stanley approach. Good to meet you, Sergeant Miller. It's very so much so. Private bird whistle, Ulu jungle, knife. Cool. Then we can go inventory, items, knife, associated with Stanley. Close the cabinet again. We can now check other time slots with the knife. No? There we go. Tweety, let's go explore. Which way do you fancy? We can go mess hall at 10. Nope. Okie dokie. Then... oh. Is there other information here? Arthur! There we go. Guests. Our last guy. Private. Arthur. Birdwhistle. Terrible last name for someone, but, hey, fair play. Excuse me, Corporal, can you point me to Sergeant Miller? Last I saw Sergeant, he was striking for the mess hall. You the man that loosed that rocket? Beg your pardon. So I give the Japanese one floor from the stern as we approach. Bloody good ship, I would say so. Must excuse young Tweety here, he has no manners. Name's Stanley, how do you do? This can be in these circumstances, Stanley. Here you have a job for us. Tweety and I are to be your muscles, as it were. How many graves are we digging? I don't see Bone and Vita, two of my fallen companions, among the gathered. Is that all the bodies? The souls were a couple of charred bodies about the clubhouse, so I was just there quelling the last of the fire. They're nothing but the scraps of scorched linen that suggest civilians. I reckon they'd be better served with a water funeral with the rest of our boys. Cynthia looks back towards the clubhouse and spots a glimpse of what remains of Vitalina Petrovsky's dress and a pile of bones and ashes. You were just there, you say? At least they died together. They really did love each other. So why do you want us to start digging then? Give the woman a minute, Arthur. Can't you see she's paying her respects? Alright, you have a spare shovel for me. There's so many work there is. I hope there'll be some grub left for us when we're done. Be quiet and dig, man. Don't be too harsh on the boy. Don't worry, Private. We'll get some soup afterwards. Bop. Burp, 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 burp. Chef, what's good? Corporal Hudson, where's Sergeant Miller? He's someone sitting by himself looking all stoic. Miller looks out for his paper. Hey, Sarge, there's the lady solicitor. Good to meet you, Sergeant Miller. Likewise. I hope Corporal Hudson and Private Burwell will prove themselves useful. Very much so, and you got me thinking, if I could get Commander Fairfax's blessing, I'd have need of your assistance even further. Private Birdwhistle tells me you've been stationed in Sandakan for a few years. Is this true? It's a fact, yeah. A local old hand for quite some years, what of it? It also tells me that the Corporal's a survivalist has dealt with the Ulu jungle most of his life. He has a big mouth, but it's also true. What are you getting at, ma'am? I would really like you to help me reach Sandakan by foot. All other avenues are death traps now, and I urgently need to see my fiancée, who is still in the city. With respect, we're soldiers, ma'am, not babysitters. And good soldiers is what I require. Make no mistake, this will be an order. I'm just being civil by providing you fair warning. That's all. Is that all? I wish I returned my broth before it turns cold. No damn fat. Miller turns away from Cynthia and continues eating. Arthur Birdwhistle runs over and sits down next to them with a large bowl of soup and a small bread, oblivious to the tension. Lord, I'm famished. Slurps the soup very loudly. He picks up his bread and tries to tear a piece off. Bloody hell, this is hard as a rock. How's a lad supposed to cut this? Stanley snaps the bread out of Arthur Birdwhistle's hand. Give it here, you daft pigeon. You ever keep your knife on your person? Sometimes I swear. Cuts the bread within half with a flick, hands it to Arthur. That's quite a knife, Corporal. It's not an issue, ma'am. Much obliged, Corporal. Resumes his slurping, dunking his bread in as he goes. He stops abruptly and looks up at the stony-faced sergeant and the steely Cynthia. Hey, why is everyone looking so blue? They're stupid. No, is it everyone? Only some of them? It's only some of them. No? Is it everybody? Could be everybody. There we go. Japanese army is making mincemeat of what remains of Harrow's men when hulking silhouettes of naval ships and armored launches are hitting the shore. British Navy has arrived. Alright, man, you know the drill. Let them know the king's men have found him. Japanese officers realize they're facing a fresh battalion and are caught off guard and low on ammo. Fearful of being cut off from their transport, the Japanese signal a frantic withdrawal, vanishing into the thick bushes to make a run back to the secluded beach. The ones who are getting cut off from the rest start running towards the Ulu jungle instead, hoping to hide deep in the trees. Then the Japanese soldiers, feeling cornered, hunker down behind low walls and start firing. As launches land, some of the men catch stray bullets. Oversight! Oh, the scoundrels down! The remaining soldiers are caught in a thunderous, murderous hail of machine gun fire. Reginald Fairfax yells as the last of the Japanese soldiers are silenced. Cease fire! Arthur and his fellow privates plunge into the waist-deep water, wrestling with heavy rope lines to secure the launches against the tide. The bow grates drop with metallic clang, and the rest of the landing party debarks into the sand. Come on, Tweedy, let's go explore. Which way do you fancy? Never seen a veranda this nice, Corporal. Look at all the glass. Well, it's left it. Come on, Slugger, we can get a sneaky drink if there's anyone left. Ghastly quiet returns to the beach, broken only by the crackle of the burning clubhouse as scouting parties move out, searching the buildings for any survivors or skulking foes. The boys' seamen begin a chain unloading Admiralty crates from the launches into the silt. Reginald surveys the shamble of carnage and sees Cynthia emerge from the chapel. Well, I'll be damned. Cynthia as I live and breathe. He watches with a smirk as she brushes past the Star Lieutenant and starts heading towards the guest house. You go clear up and meet me at 10 AM sharp for a debriefing. The beach is a shamble of smoke and ammo. Miller and Fairfax lay against a palm tree, watching the clubhouse blaze. Miller takes a pack of Lucky Strikes out and offers one to Reginald, who refuses. Bloody tragedy, isn't it? They're not going to let off. It's totally like they're meant to go on. Kota Bharu was a bloodbath. Kota Bharu in northeast Malaya was a crucial military hotspot and the site of the first major battle of the Pacific. Men of the Indian troops fought valiantly from what I hear, but the Japanese took over with unbelievable speed. That was at the same time as Pearl Harbor. They're very cunning and organized, you'd have to give them that. But just in Hawaii, they struck Hawaii, the Philippines, and Malaya simultaneously. Terrifying. And my brother, he's stationed in Sandakan. He tells me they raced down the Malayan Peninsula on bicycles. They're also saying the jungle was impassable and I proved them wrong on bloody bicycles. Can you imagine? Right, best make sure my men aren't pissing in the wind. Just remember, they sunk our 2 unsinkable battleships in less than 3 hours. Time here is over, and we need to retreat gracefully. I'm not saying that doom and gloom to my man. I don't want deserters on my hands, thank you very much. Study, 10 AM, Reginald. Reginald walks into the study, surveying the environs. He looks out to see the last of the Japanese soldiers run out into the jungle getting pursued. Then leans out the window to watch the Japanese launches attempt to get away as Royal Navy ships are blocking their way. We got lucky this time. Really lucky. Feeling is there for a moment. I goes to step back out when he notices something shine from the breast pocket of Jeremiah Goodwill's body on the floor. Crouches down to inspect Jeremiah further. Oh, peculiar. You've not been shot. What really happened here? It's a nice tunnel. Don't play it. Then we get the veranda. I don't think has any specific time on it. Clubhouse. No. Is it everybody? No. Alright. Then guest house. 9 AM is Cynthia and only Cynthia. Cynthia looks around the estate, watching the naval officers rebuke the last of the Japanese soldiers. The sound of gunfire dissipating and slowing down as they regain control of the plantation. Young soldiers are running around attempting to quell the clubhouse fire while the tobacco drying shreds by the railway are but a smoldering wreck now. Something happens at the clubhouse with some number of them. There we go. Bugger it. This is very bad. You, over there. Yeah, you, why are you standing around gawking at it? See the wash house over there, they'll have buckets. Go get some quick. Yes, sir. You, go empty some of our crates into the sand and start filling them with water. Oh, yes, sir, me. I'm not finished. Don't you dare carry the water all the way up here. Get a chain going, grab whoever you can. And get me a spade so I can start smothering the base. Stanley is shoveling sand into the roaring base of the fire, a silhouette flickering against the orange glare. Behind him, a human chain of young soldiers are hard at work. They hurl bucket after bucket of water into the flames, their faces blackened by soot and slick with a mix of sea spray and sweat. They don't deter, they keep going as fast as they can. Though they're exhausted, they do not waver through sheer, dogged willpower. Honesty pays off as the fire finally starts to slow down. Some combination of these guys. Soldiers are forming a chain from the water to the clubhouse, hoisting buckets and makeshift barrels. Corporal Hudson, you have a minute? We're near you by the chapel. There's a woman and lady solicitors in need of help to bury the civilians appropriately. Commanders asked me to get some people together and I in turn am putting you in charge. Grab Burr's whistle on your way. Greedy, really that boy won't shut up. Yeah, but he's a hard worker and always happy to help. I'd expect I'd rather he be lazy and moody and quiet. Just do as you're told, Corporal. So yes, sir. I'll be grabbing a spot of food if you need me. I don't remember what was on the... I don't remember what was in this time slot. Is it just Reginald? It's just Reginald. Sir, there's a Charles Brooke who just arrived by the steam engine. Charles Brooke. That name rings a bell. Where did I see it? I believe seen somewhere in my research during Borneo. Maybe in my glossary? Hey, guess what? Hey, chat, you know this glossary that we've been pulling up? Hey, right? This one? The one that's just for fun? The one that is just obligatory in historical games of this style? Yeah, it's diegetic. This is completely diegetic, and so actually is Delphine's research notes. Which is fantastic. Charles Brooke. Dear Roger, we didn't expect to see the Sarawak flag this far north. This is Trial Company land. What brings you over the border? Borders, Commander? The Japanese don't care about your borders. I don't see a company plantation here anymore, do you? We've repelled the first wave, sir. The Navy has the coast under a watchful eye and the mist is dissipating. A bit hairy, but we're holding the line. You're holding nothing. I hear what is being spread on the wireless. The King's army is spread too thin, and if the Charger Company can no longer protect its assets, perhaps it is time for a sturdier hand to oversee these estates. You can't be serious. Are you trying to just march in here and take over company property? In the middle of a war? Colonial offices 5,000 miles away and blacked out by the bush. I am right here. If the plantation is a total loss, becomes protectorate with Raja. With a Japanese foothold on my doorstep, I'll take care of protecting this land. You're not here to protect anything. You are here for your own interests. I am here for Borneo, Commander. The island is old and it has a long memory. It remembers the pirate republics and will remember the Japanese as nothing but smoke in history. The question is, will it remember the British? This was just a courtesy warning. I will be in my carriage awaiting your departure. It's a ghost from the 19th century and he's still trying to outmaneuver the Admiralty. We don't need any more bloodshed and we know the island's lost. No sense in squabbling over cinders. Let him take over the plantation and its ghost. It'll be a short-lived victory by the time the Japanese have regained their second wind and returned in force. Railway, at the end, Charles Brooke. Charles Brooke sits ensconced within the velvet-lined interior of his private carriage, watching through the silk curtains of the British Navy begin the task of drawing to their launches. On a small wooden table, a silver tray is flowing with a variety of fresh meat and fruits. A bottle of sparkling wine is chilling in an ice bucket. The man is like a block of wood, solid, silent, and ancient, patiently waiting for the estate to empty out so he can finally claim the remains of the land for himself. He fancies, perhaps, that this latest acquisition will bring him some fleeting contentment. Perhaps he doesn't know what he wants after over half a century spent expanding his kingdom. What does one more acre of land really signify? Does he really believe in the deep recess of his soul that can hold back the Japanese war machine with a few Iban blades? He's being willfully ignorant on purpose because acknowledging the truth that his kingdom was built on a house of cards would be too much. He's drinking, looking at ready to depart. Someone's in the veranda at some point. Don't know who, don't know when. Oh yeah, wait, never mind, it's these two. But not those two? Is it everybody? It's everybody. Private Barboys will get to the shore, get a detail together, carry these men and other civilians from around the estate over to the chapel yard, next to the cemetery. They deserve a respectful burial. We'll do it properly, by the book. Watson, when you're done with that drink, do me a favor and help organize the quelling of the fire over there. It's getting dangerously close. And then on the shore, at 11, there's weirdness. What the hell is going on? We have no idea, sir. These bodies start washing up on the shore. They're not our men. I don't understand it. Look, they've had their boots and belts taken off. Does no one have any respect for the dead? Or could pirates, I'll wager, savages? But our British compatriot victims with their fallen comrades will give them a proper sea burial. Take the Japanese to the hole. Sir, yes, sir. You two come with me. We'll get a large gurney together using some of the big leaves and some ropes. We can then pull a few of them at once. Veranda's looking for you. Really, Veranda's not done? Apparently Veranda's not done. There we go. Stanley and Arthur enter the veranda, moving in practice, crouch their bayonets fixed. They're clearing the deck, hunting the last of the Japanese soldiers. All they find the bodies are Dieter and Jiro. Fair lad. You think they'll be back? No doubt about it, they'll be back in force, they'll be back in force before you know it. We just caught them by surprise is all. Look at that Japanese in his dungarees. You'd think he was fifth column, and that's why them two had a scuffle? Yeah, well, the Japanese barber turned out to be a spy and cut the throats of all his customers when he received the signal. The signal? Ah, yeah, Corporal. They have very complex and hidden signals that they wait for, and then bam, they try to strike. They turn from your friendly photographer to a deadly warrior. The camera had a gun. Maybe the flash is gunpowder. You not joke. They have eyes and ears everywhere. They've been having your tear cutting your hair for a decade, only to emerge as a master of your destruction. And have you heard about the Black Dragon Society? They've been funding all these Japanese 5 and dime shops as front organizations. Why do you think these shops sell cheap toys and silks to the locals? To build goodwill and turn locals against us, feeding them lies about us. Come on, boys. Party's over. When you get our house in order on the double. Ah, we do love the rumor mill. Love the rumor mill. Thomas Mill is enjoying his soup quietly, reading a month-old newspaper. So, I just want to apologize for the false alarm by the shore earlier. I just never seen anything like it. Quite alright, Private. It's been a hell of a morning. We're all on edge. What do you think happened to them? It was so random and savage. Like, we'll ever find out, so I'll put it out of your mind. Just get them out of the water and put them in with the rest of the victims. Now, if you don't mind, I'd like to get back to my reading. So, with all due respect, this is old news. You do know that. Just relaxes me to read about simple things, simple pleasures, and petty squabbles. Makes me out this grisly life we're living currently and gives me hope we can return to normalcy someday. Atmosphere by the chapel is a world apart from the rest of the estate. It's eerily peaceful. Arthur has gathered a new detail, handpicking older seamen to carry the bodies of Jeremiah and other victims enveloped in white sailcloth and Union Jacks from the launchers. Alright, a little bit left. Cynthia and Arthur. Steady it, boys, don't let it slip. If we let them slip down the hill, we'll be all day getting the bodies out of the bushes. They're so heavy, and sir, they're starting to smell under the burning sun. Come on now, we're nearly there. We have the spades on a trench 6 feet deep and 10 wide, and sharply, do you hear? Wait, tell me, you do only have Japanese soldiers and pirates from the pit, I trust? You're not committing any of the civilians that were murdered to this dog hole? No, ma'am, no civilians here. Civilian bodies are being run by the cemetery next to the chapel, keeping Imperial infantry separate per orders. Well, you do fine. Young gal's girl by the jungle entrance, but we've left her there under the tree canopy for now. She'll know. Well, she'll keep better there until the detail moves up. And there's something here. Don't know what. Don't know when. Like, I have literally no idea why this is a location. Because there is nobody here. I mean, I guess we just clear it the old-fashioned way, you know? We figure out exactly what didn't happen here so that we can get it off our damn list. Like, it would be funny if they gave us a location and then just didn't have anything in it. You know? Oh yes, here's our location. It's full of, nothing. It's full of nothing. It existed for the fun of the game. Good job, squad. Alright, so that is the entire area cleared out. Which means now we want to go over here. And we can go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright, but obviously not on that day. She approaches a private who is standing guard. It's the commander in the command post. Soldier nods and Cynthia enters. Evening, Cynthia. I'm praising the current situation. Please take a seat. We've done what we can here, sir. The fires are out and the dead are committed to the earth. We both know the Japanese are merely regrouping the mangroves. We'll be back soon and they'll bring heavier metal next time. Precisely. The Navy is spread very thin. I'm pulling my boys back to the ships to screen the coast. Green mist is carrying out west, we should be able to avoid it. We can't hold this location for long. I understand, which is why I must beg your indulgence. I need to strike for a Sandakan immediately. My intended is there. I was due to reconvene with him after this job. Quite. Your intended. You don't have to tell me your reasons, but don't take me a fool. I can't spare a platoon, but I can give you a scouting party. I'd very much like to take Miller and his men. They have proven useful today, and they seem to have the right background for this trek through the jungle. I do have a task they'd be well suited for that would also meet your needs. 2 birds, 1 stone, as it were. We'll act as your escort and an early warning picket. If they sight any Japanese patrols moving through the primary forest, they're to double back and signal. The orders once reach the capital? They're to reconvene with the governor at Government House. They can carry my dispatches, all the updates on the Navy's movements, and the necessity of an immediate evacuation. Much obliged, Commander. Just one last thing. Speak. Who arrived earlier? Tell them arrived by steam engine when I was by the jungle entrance. Don't know what you mean. I could have sworn I saw you go up and greet them as coming back down. I must have imagined it. Godspeed, Cynthia. Say hello to John for me. Cynthia stops short, turns around and pulls a small photograph from her pocket. She hands it to Reginald. It's John a few weeks ago. You keep it. The party gathers at the edge of the plantation where the once manicured Croquelon meets the green wall of the jungle. Cynthia emerges from the wash house where she recuperated the pearl and her affairs. Thomas is testing the edge of his parang, and Stanley is finalizing his rucksack. Right, they missed. The trek to Sandakan is a beastly business in this weather. The mud is knee-deep and the leeches are abundant. Get close to my heels and keep your eyes on the canopy. And don't you worry, miss. We'll have you into the Sandakan Club for a gin pahat before you say bye to your uncle. How long will it take it? Sandakan feels so far away. Any other time, we can march there within 2 days, but we need to tread carefully and avoid the main roads, so it could take up to 5. Ideally 4, God willing. Let's get a move on, gentlemen. I have an appointment in the city and I don't mean to keep it waiting. We'll straight down the path to start with and make camp by the end of the trail. We'll be safe there tonight and will give us a good head start for tracing through the Yulu jungle in the morning. Led by Thomas, the small group plunges into the forest. The humidity swallows them instantly. The sounds of the plantation fading into the distance, with ominous deep booms are echoing from the direction they're heading. They reach the end of the logging track. Thomas Miller signals for a halt in a clearing in the middle of the bushes. They drop their heavy bags with a grunt. Right then, we set up camp here. Rudson, get the ground sheets rigged. Arthur, use ground for dry wood. I want a small, smokeless flame. Cynthia's collecting some finds with a padlock. What's the watch, Bill Sergeant? Yours, Dins. Uzzins, your youth first watch. Bird Whistle, you take graveyard watch from 2 to 4. Cynthia, I'll take Tiger Hour before dawn. I'll take midnight till 2. I can handle the rifle as well as any blue jacket. Don't let skirts I was wearing earlier fool you. You're more than a lady solicitor, that's for sure. MI5. I try not to shout from the rooftops, secrecy and all that. But seeing as how we're about to depend on each other to survive, I owe you the courtesy of the truth. Appreciate it. Figured there'd be something like that. Hour later, they huddle around a tiny, shielded fire. A small tin of Horlicks is being heated over a spirit lamp. Let's recount some stories, I say. Keep the spirits up. I was thinking about your story, Sergeant. About that run-dump business in 15. You really there, Sarge? Chasing ghosts in the mud? Yeah, I was there. Uprising escalated so quickly. Symbol of the broader tensions and resistance to colonial rule. Saw Antonym, you know, with my own eyes. What's that? Not what? Who? It was the greatest warrior that ever lived. Though legendary, he was believed to have supernatural powers. He led the rebellion. Must have been something. Watched him burn. It burnt like any other man. Screamed like any other man too. No such thing as supernatural powers. The cicadas begin to sing, signaling to Thomas that it's time to extinguish the fire. Remember this down too? What's that? Time just before sunset and just before dawn are the most dangerous for any camp in the jungle. Stand to is a sacred rule. The shifting shadows at this time make it hard to notice anything. We keep deathly quiet and arms ready at the bayonet for the next 30 minutes with eyes on the tree line. Listen for the cicadas. If you stop hearing them, and something big is on the hunt. They all stand silent for a while, and then when the sun is totally down, he breaks it out. Right, Arthur, get to perimeter, keep your ears pinned back. Anything bigger than a mouse moves, you give us a whistle. Up, 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 up. Cynthia standing guard at 3 a.m., chewing on a licorice root, staring at the orange glow of the destruction happening miles away. Stanley and Arthur are fast asleep. Thomas taps her on the shoulder. No rest. Have from here. Not tired. I'll start up a small fire. You want a brew? Or I'll be grand. Cynthia gets the water in the boil. So. Oh, what is an MI5 agent doing in this neck of the woods anyway? I'd really like to know too. It all seems so simple. We all went to hell when the Japanese landed, and now I'm so far away from my loved ones. It just doesn't seem like it was worth it. I think that's how everyone feels about this blooming war. Brew's ready. It's in silence for a few hours, then the others wake. They dismantle the camp, making their way down into the thick of the jungle. The day is a relentless, humid wait. The group moves in a single file, the only sound the clinks of Thomas's parang, quintessential tropical utility knife and weapon. As he cuts through the vines and leaves to forge a path. The wild forest is a maze of vegetation and prehistoric ferns. The light is filtered into a deep, dark green. Arthur is stuck directly behind Cynthia. He hasn't stopped talking since they cleared the plantation fence. And my dad always say, Arthur, he said if a sheep can get his head through a gap, the rest of it's follow whether you like it or not. Much the same with these vines, Miss Seville, don't you think? You don't caught in your boot and the whole jungle's trying to pull you backwards. Don't let the Dale's mind. Back home you can see a rain cloud coming from 3 miles off, though rain cloud's never more than just a few feet away in any direction. Here it's like walking through a warm sponge, isn't it? Weedy, close your cake hole. You're making enough noise to wake every snake from you to the host. Sorry, Corporal, just observing, like, it's a marvel, really. My mum would have a fit if she saw the size of the spiders here. She's the ones in the barn are monstrous, but these guys... Sarge, I remember when Paulie went to put his boot on and it was too tight, so he put the boot to his face to have a good gander, and this massive spider just jumped straight in his face. Screamed like a girl. Absolutely hilarious. Suddenly a violent crashing erupts on the canopy directly above them. Branches snap like pistol shots. Arthur lets out a high-pitched yelp, stumbling back and nearly bowling Cynthia over as he follows bring his rifle to his shoulder. Japanese in the trees, they're coming down. Hold your fire, you daft bird brain. A large monkey swings into view. His nose twitching as it lets out a small squeal and vashes into the higher branches. What were you saying about Paulie? Unless that monkey's a Japanese spy, I think we're safe for the minute. I put a bullet in the sergeant's rump. Not giving me strength. I'm a sergeant in the Royal Marines, not a bloody nursemaid. Should be up in Fairfax to protect the Empire instead I'm trekking through the uli with a milk boy scared of his own shadow. By dusk, they find sanctuary in a shallow limestone cave perched on a ridge. It's damp and smells of backwater, but it still offers a view of the lowlands stretching towards the coast. As the light fails, a series of dull booms can be heard faintly from the north, where Sandakan lies. The sky begins to pulse orange. Dark plumes of smoke, barely visible against the twilight, rise in the horizon. Arthur is staring at a mixture of awe and fear. Sarge, those aren't fireworks, are they? No, son. Those are the oil godons in the harbour, and that glow. That's the city burning. They won't take Singapore, right, Sarge? My dad said Singapore was a fortress. He said we'd be out by spring. Oh, by spring? Tweety, your dad's been reading too many stories. Bird whistle, got the spirit lamp going and gets to grab some food from the pack. A long slog tomorrow and I'll not have you fainting because you missed your tea. Cynthia sits at the mouth of the cave watching the distant fires. Stanley comes over and puts a blanket on his shoulders. Well, some food. We have a long day ahead of us. If you thought the forest was bad, wait till we hit the Nipah swamps tomorrow. Stanley, I'll take graveyard. Tomorrow's your day to shine. We need you bright and alert. What do you mean, Sarge? Corporal, what does he mean? Stanley makes the sound of the mouth of a crocodile snapping with his arms. That's what he means. Watch your feet tomorrow. Stanley is the first to emerge from his bedroll that morning. He didn't sleep. Very well knowing he will lead the charge. Arthur is having a cigarette, staring at the sky as black soot rains down on them. He holds his tongue out. What do you think it tastes like? It's dangerous if I swallow too much. Will my insides turn to charcoal? Too early for your shenanigans. Have you not got a pot of water going yet? I couldn't maintain the watch and go find kindling. It's one or the other. We're in the jungle, you daft lad. You're surrounded by trees. If you can't find a dry stick, I'll shove the end of my rifle up you. Cynthia sits up, shaking it down from her gabardine. She's out to lace her boots up. I'll go get some kindling. You men keep bickering. It's a capital way so the Japanese know exactly where to find us. Bop, 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 bop. Get the squad going again. The group is waist deep in brown water. The mud beneath clings like grease. Miller leads the way as Hayes constantly scanning the muddy banks. Watch your footing and for the love of God keep your muscles out of the muck. Plug the barrel and pull the trigger of the rifle will blow up in your face. It's like walking through treacle, Sarge, only treacle doesn't smell like a clogged drain. Careful, Tweety, you're splashing like a beached whale. Freeze. Nobody move a muscle. Cynthia goes rigid, her hand finding the grip of her revolver. 10 feet to their left, a patch of flattened mud curves into the water, indicating a fresh crocodile slide. The reeds are still trembling. Big one. Well-footed at least. He's in the channel somewhere. You feel a log bump against your leg. Don't scream. Just pray the Almighty like sheep farmers. I'm praying right hard. Oh dear. Arthur attempts to take a wide, cautious step around the cluster of mango roofs. He leans too far and his left leg sinks into a hole. There's a visceral slurp as the mud claims his lip. Oh, I'm stuck. Corporal, help me. Chat. Hey? You're gonna hide over there because you thought I was gonna scoop you? That's probably smart. I was gonna scoop you. What the, Bull Tweety Eve! Arthur lunges upward with a desperate grunt. He breaks free, but his left foot emerges coated in stinking black slime. His army issue boot remains buried 3 feet down, lost to the swamp forever. My boot! Sarge, the bloody mud's gone and needed my boot. I haven't been out 2 days yet, and the Imperial forces are already down to 1 shoe. Hudson, give him a hand, we can't stop to dig for it. As they navigate a bend in the creek, a small sampan emerges from the bank. It is steered by a local man. The boat is dangerously low in the water, piled high with furniture and a terrifying eyed-looking goat. 2 small children sit at the pile, staring questioningly. Tabak! Where do you go, Pak? To the city? No, ma'am, not to the city. We go to the small rivers, into hiding for a while. He's got the right of it. He's taking his family inland before the Japanese can catch him. Time is over, Cynthia. Even the locals can smell it. Man offers a respectful nod and paddles past them, vanishing into the maze of roots. I mean, the Sandakan Club won't be open. I was fancy trying that place. Expect the new management will be serving sake by the time we get there, Tweety. Now try and keep your foot dry and keep moving. As the sun begins to dip to the horizon, casting long shadows across the water, the group finally haul themselves onto full, firm earth. Every inch of their khaki is plastered with a thick layer of mud. Arthur is in the worst state, hobbling along. Miller signals a halt under the roots of a giant tree. They can hear the first buzz of the 6 o'clock cicadas. Stanley drops his heavy backpack. Right, strip your socks, lads. I'll get those leeches off. I can feel them, Corporal. It feels like dozens of worms twitching inside my leg. It's probably grisly. Stanley is starting to carefully pull the wriggling, fanged worms off. Look at the size of this one. It could be a whole meal. Looks like a sausage. Use the salt. Don't pull that off. It's too far in. It'll cause him a tropical ulcer that'll eat right to the bone. Lost my boots. My socks are shredded. I'm being eaten alive by vampiric slugs. Cheer up, Tweety. I'll fashion you a sandal out of some rattan and a bit of canvas. Cynthia used the excuse of looking for some palm to get a moment by herself. She finds a small trickle of rainwater running down a limestone fissure. She gets a rag from her bag to scrub the swamp mud from her face and neck. The water is freezing against her skin. She unpins her hair, shaking out the silt and twigs before braiding it back as best she can. Thomas approaches. He cuts on the rainwater in his hands to splash to his face. Being a very good sport about all this. Have you tried to trek through the bush like this before? Not really, no. Spice work is not quite as adventurous as what storybooks may tell you. Do tell, I've always fancied to use fast motor cars, coded telegrams, and firefights in dark alleys. The reason why my cover is being a lazy solicitor. In reality, it's mostly ledger work and analysis. It's about being the woman no one notices at a garden party. It's sitting in a stifling office in Sandakan for 6 months, cross-referencing the manifest of every Japanese ship that docks in harbor. It's noticing that a Japanese barber on a small street is suddenly taking photographs of the constabulary barracks. You don't even go looking for a smoking gun. You look for the smell of the smoke before the fire even starts. You listen for the things people don't say. But you do carry a piece everywhere you go. I've been trained to think... We get trained to think that if I have to pull that trigger, Sergeant, it means I've failed at my primary task. Most of my adventures involve aching guys from reading blurred carbon copies and fearing I've missed one tiny detail in a shipping invoice. Well, you're here now, miss. Walking through the river with us. That's an adventure, surely. This is a failure, Thomas. The fact we are fleeing through the trees means our spy network has failed. Our job was to see it coming. Stand to, everyone. Stone searching the trees, not a peep. And one more. It begins with large clouds forming above them, then the heavens break. The first true monsoon deluge of their trek doesn't fall, it arrives as a solid wall of water. The group is stalled for their sleep when the cave fills up with water within seconds. They grab their bags and boots and run outside. I've never seen anything like it. That's not rain, that's a bloody waterfall. Stop messing around, grab everything you can before it all gets swept away. It's a godsend is what it is. They use the force of the water to scrub the mud of the Nipa swamps from their arms and chests. They wrap their clothes on low-hanging branches to let the rain soak them through. They use the hilt of the powdering to batter them clean. Suddenly, as it began, the deluge stops, followed immediately by rising steam, as the rainwater evaporates. Right, the fun's over. Hudson, get those ground sheets spread. We need to dry the kit before the humidity turns everything to mold. Tweety, dry your sandal. I'll not have you hobbling on a wet foot. We have a long slog ahead. The ground's going to be like a skating rink after that lot. Sergeant's right, we're heading to the limestone ridges of the Gomentong outskirts. It will be very slippery. We must cross them before the afternoon heat. So I don't know how much attention y'all have been paying, but there are 6 people on our list. After the low muddy swamps, the terrain rises sharply into limestone ridges where the air gets thinner as they climb. The wind shifts, carrying the stench of ammonia from the droppings of millions of bats and swifts from the caves above. Keep a lookout for swift nests. They're not only edible, but a delicacy, and they preserve for weeks. Edible nests? How are they edible and what are they made of? Saliva, lad. Solidified bird saliva. That sounds foul. I wish you hadn't told me that. You asked? Will you two shut up and concentrate? I want you losing your grip and slipping. Let's just keep moving. The group is scrambling up a steep, rain-slicked ridge. Arthur is struggling mightily with his sandal being especially slippery. Arthur sees some shadows above and looks up. High above them, swaying in the breeze, are hundreds of wooden ladders and vine ropes, hanging from the mouths of the many caves that form the top of the Gomentong. Good heavens, what are those for? It's where the collectors live, lad. The swiftlet nests are up there. Like I said, they're a delicacy. How do you get up there? They climb, Bird Whistle, they climb. Blimey, you couldn't catch me up there for all the king's gold. Those collectors must have hollow bones. Seems they've all bolted a while ago from the state of things, Stanley. Resonance is distorted. My reconstruction is incorrect. They reach a small plateau, a natural shelf on the cliffside. The group is winded. Miller signals for a brief rest before he can even see himself. He notices something jump from the shadows. A dozen figures step up from behind the screen of ferns. They are Suluk marauders, pirates with their chests etched with tribal ink, brandishing swords and rifles. Stanley scrambles to his feet, snapping his rifle to his shoulder. Ambush! Form a square! Sarge, they're everywhere! It's a hopeless standoff. The pirates have the high ground and the numbers. Cynthia and the British soldiers are backed against the sheer limestone wall. One man, a man with a vicious scar across the throat, steps forward, his blade leveled at Thomas Miller's chest. Just as he prepares to swing, there's a sharp whistle from the rocks above. Ludwig Harrow emerges from the shadows of a fissure, a heavy pistol tucked into a crimson sash. His eyes fall upon the group, eventually settling on Cynthia. A slow grin spreads across his face. Well, I'll be the son of a sea cook, the lady solicitor. I thought you'd have been goaded by the Japanese by now. You're a long way from the plantation, Harrow. World is upending itself, my dear. A man must find high ground when the enemy comes from the shores. Do you? Trekking through the Ula with a one-legged boy and a couple of old hands? Tell me, what of Bone and the rest of the poor devils? Do they salvage anything from the chaos? Bone is dead. The plantation is a charred ruin and everyone is evacuating. Ludwig looks genuinely saddened. He looks out towards the horizon where the smoke still lingers, then back in Cynthia. He offers a slow, respectful nod. Dead, is he? Great. I like the old devil. He had pluck. Ludwig signals his men to step back. They vanish back into the greenery as quickly as they appeared. All men, strike for the city. The Japanese hold the back roads to Sandakan. You'll have to take the Sepulok crossing tracks if you want to make it. Why not help, Ludwig? Consider it a professional courtesy. I'd rather see you drown in the Atlantic than be executed by those little men from the north. Now, get to move on before I change my mind. Sarge, did Pirate just let us go? Sure did, Private Bird Whistle. Just keep moving before the Almighty realizes he made a mistake. The group scrambles away, their boots slipping on the wet limestone. Arthur glances back one last time, half expecting a volley of gunfire. That night, the group is doubly vigilant. Every snap of a twig, every rustle of a leaf sends a jolt of adrenaline through them. Little close to the fire, the flames doing little to ward off the oppressive darkness of the jungle. Following morning, the group continues their trek through the jungle. The terrain is still treacherous, but the worst of the limestone ridges are behind them. They're making good time, but the heat is taking its toll. How much further to Sepulchre Crossing, Sergeant Miller? Not much farther now, Private. Just over this next ridge, we should be able to see the coast. As they crest the ridge, they are met with a breathtaking sight. Below them, the jungle stretches out as far as the eye can see, a sea of green broken only by the winding ribbon of the river. They make their way down the ridge. As they reach the bottom, they come across a small clearing where a group of locals are gathered around a fire. Look at that, a proper feat. Let's not jump the gun, it's their feast. We can be polite and stop for a spot of lunch at the lavas. The locals are a group of Dusun hunters, the largest indigenous group in North Borneo. They're farmers and fierce hunters. They look up as the group approaches. They're wary at first, but when they see the group's not Japanese soldiers, they relax slightly. Good day to you, we're British soldiers, we're heading to Sandakan. The locals nod, understanding the word Sandakan. They gesture for the group to join them. They seem friendly enough. Aye, but keep your guard up. Arthur tucks in with gusto. This is the best food I've had in weeks. I tell you, Miss Cynthia, if I ever get back to your— oh, he's your— shit. I've been giving him Southern the whole time. Well, what do you mean he's a Yorkshire? He's a good Yorkshire boy. I'll tell you, Miss Cynthia, if I ever get back to Yorkshire and tell me dad to stop keeping sheep and start keeping whatever these chaps are catching, this is proper grand. Thomas Miller sits slightly apart, watching the dozen hunters and the rest of his party enjoying the food. He accepts a bamboo tube of water, nodding his thanks. You know, I've spent the last 48 hours calling you shambles. I call you pups, milk boys, and nuisances. Well, you went long about the nuisance bit where Tweety's concerned, Sarge. A lot of men hit the Ulu for the first time. Men with years of drill behind them. See him weep and break in the harshness of it all. I'll say this for you lot. You've got guts, more than most in these circumstances. I'll drink to that. They all take a long drink from the bamboo tube, with the liquid sloshing over the rim and down their chests. Giant pterocarp trees walk out the sun, making it a permanent twilight. After they recuperate from the lunch, they cross into the Epilogue Reserve where the giant pterocarp trees soar 200 feet into the air, their interlocking crowns leaving a roof so dense the sun barely makes it through. The forest floor is a world of permanent twilight, surprisingly clear of vines, full of moss, fungi, and the occasional giant millipede. The group moves through the giant trunks feeling like ants. Even Arthur has been silenced by the majesty of the place as they walk on the thick carpet of decaying leaves. So silenced in fact that he's going to say the first line. Why do you think trees could grow this big? Called dipterocarps, they're the giants of the jungle. Where the light shines through the branches looks like a cathedral. As they walk, they come across a clearing where a large orangutan is sat perched on a branch. You watch there with soulful eyes, slowly peeling a wild fruit. Look, Sarge, Miss Cynthia, it's a man! There's a man in a fur coat up there! That's no man, Tweety. That's the true master of Borneo. He's likely wondering what a sorry sight like us is doing trampling through his neck of the woods. He's got a face just like my great uncle George. He's a big bushy ginger beard. Look at him, he's winking at me. The group stops to watch the orangutan. Arthur makes a clicking sound with his tongue. The orangutan tilts his head, drops the fruit peel, and lets out a booming call that echoes through the trees. The group laughs. After a few minutes, the orangutan swings away, leaving the group in silence once more. We should keep moving. We're losing day. A crack, like the snap of a dead branch, shatters the moment. Thomas Miller doesn't scream. He simply jerks backwards. Blood starts seeping through his khaki tunic. He looks at Cynthia Seville with a look of profound bewilderment before he collapses into the moss. Arthur looks in horror. Cynthia drops into the dirt. Sarge! Arthur! Down! Get down, you fool! Stanley scrambles behind a tree trunk. His face is pale. What was that? A sniper? From the shadows of the massive trunks, shots crack through the air, hitting the trees around them. Snipers! It's the Japanese! They're everywhere! Cynthia draws her pistol. Get behind me! The staccato chatter of a Japanese machine gun erupts from behind the leaves, shredding the trees around them. Stanley is propped against a massive root. He shoots in the direction the muzzle flashes. Japanese in the canopy. 10 o'clock. They're in the valley trees. Arthur is lying there frozen in terror. He's staring at Thomas Miller's lifeless eyes. Look at me, Private. The sergeant is gone. If you want to see Yorkshire again, you pick up that rifle and you fire. You hear me? Fire! Cynthia lunges back into the kill zone as Stanley and Arthur provide covering fire, Japanese bullets kicking up dirt around her heels. She seizes Thomas's bag containing the dispatches for the governor and drags it back into cover. The sergeant's belt, she snatches a grenade. She tears the pin out with her teeth. Stanley, cover the left flank! She stands, arches her back, and hurls the grenade into a cluster of ferns where the muzzle flashes are brightest. A loud explosion shakes the forest floor, and the machine guns stop for a minute. Now, Bolt, make for the back ridge, don't look back! The survivors flee through the shadows of the sepulchre, leaving Thomas Miller's body behind. They ran until the light failed completely, leaving the Japanese patrol squarely behind them. They collapse under one of the trees, their lungs burning, their uniforms soaked with sweat. Cynthia slumps against the damp wood, her breath coming in ragged, painful hitches. She clutches Miller's bag close to her chest. Stanley throws his rifle down in anger. Arthur is crying, his shoulders shaking uncontrollably. He's gone. He's bloody gone. We left him. We left him so that you could live, Arthur. Pull yourself together. He wouldn't want you to be like this. He knew the risk. Arthur flinches but doesn't look up. Stanley sinks to his knees, his head in his hands. It's my fault. I should have done something. There was nothing to be done, Stanley. The Japanese had us pinned. We didn't even see them. We're alive. They were ghosts. We're alive. That's all that matters. When I had malaria in 39, he sat up 3 nights pouring quinine down my throat. He was a good man. He was a good man, and we left him. We just bloody well left him there to rot. He deserved a proper burial. Cynthia opens Miller's bag. Inside, nestled among damp maps and half-eaten of biscuits, is the dispatches for the governor. He wouldn't have wanted a burial, Stanley. He would want us to get these dispatches delivered to the governor. Stanley looks up, his eyes red-rimmed. Arthur stops crying, his attention caught. He wipes his eyes with the back of his hand. So, we should continue on our mission for the Sarge? We should. Listen to me, both of you. The service doesn't give us the luxury of mourning today, but I swear to you we will make the Sergeant's death mean something. We will carry this bag to its destination. And let's get on with it. The sooner we get there, the sooner we can back to civilization. Right. Civilization, and a point. Come on, you two. We have a long way to go. Next stop, Batu Sapi. They walked all night in silence. They couldn't bring themselves to make camp and just wanted to make good time and reach civilization as soon as possible. The darkness of the primary forest was replaced by the brutal glare of the equatorial sun reflecting off the Sulu Sea. They stand on a low sandstone bluff. Below them sits Batu Sapi. In peacetime it's a popular tourist site, but in wartime it's a desolate place. We're out then. We're really out of the trees. Aye, that's the cow. That means we're close now. 5 miles from the Jubilee Tower. Cynthia moves to the very edge of the bluff, shielding her eyes against the shimmering heat haze of the bay. In the distance, the whitewashed buildings of Sandakan are visible. Oily black smoke spirals into the sky from the waterfront. The sawmills and the oil godowns are all ablaze. Good God, they put the whole Bali town to the torch. That's the work of the British, not the Japanese. They're destroying everything on the way out. We need to hurry or there'll be no one left. They'll have all evacuated. Look there, Hudson, by the harbor behind the headland. They can see an Imperial Japanese destroyer sitting in the mouth of the bay, waiting for any British vessel to attempt to break for the open sea. A Fubuki class by the look of her, she's corking the bottle. No one is sailing out of Sandakan. So what do we do now? Keep moving. We find a way to get to Sandakan, we deliver those dispatches, we'll enter the city from the cliffs. Just a few more bits here. They skirt the low-lying Chinese town, bustling district of shophouses and markets where the local Chinese community conducted their businesses, where the rattle of gunfire and the screams of a panicked population drift up from the waterfront, make their way to the wireless station. The tall, steel telegraph cables of the wireless station have been felled like timber, their cables lying in the dirt. Radio communication to and from the outside world is now impossible. They can see secretariat buildings down below as well as the docks, a jumble of scuttled ships and burning launches. Everyone's running, Corporal. We too late? Has the governor bolted? Not have bolted, Bird Whistle. A British governor doesn't leave his post, he gets dragged from it, to the government house on the double. They reach the gates of the government house. Inside, everyone is running around frantically. Clerks are dealing with locals and refugees trying to find a way out. The group is ignored as they enter and left to their own devices. They find the governor in his study, a stiff drink in his hand. Cynthia salutes as they enter. Governor, I carry dispatches from Commander Fairfax. Fairfax, are you still alive? Where are the Japanese who reached the Sulu coast yesterday? The Navy held them for a time, sir. These dispatches contain the Navy's final coordinates for the evacuation. There's a vessel available for these men. Vessel, look out the window, my dear. The Japanese have this harbor by the throat. No merchantman is clearing that harbor today or any day soon. I'm merely waiting for the knock on the door now. Then it's time to finish this. Hudson, Bird Whistle, follow me. I have one last mission to conduct and you may as well accompany me. Cynthia Seville. leads the two bewildered soldiers away from the government district and up the residential hills to an unassuming bungalow. The moment the front door is bolted, her fiancé, John, emerges from the shadows. John sees the two soldiers and pauses for a second before opening his arms to greet Cynthia. Oh, my beloved, finally. You can drop the act, John. We're at war and past the subterfuges. This is Stanley and Arthur there with me. Lads, this is John Fairfax, my handler, Commander Fairfax's brother. Fine. Report, agent, and be quick. The Japanese are at the Jubilee Tower. Sandakan Jubilee Clock Tower was a historic landmark located in Sandakan. It survived the war but was demolished when the town was rebuilt. I may have failed in my primary mission, but seeing what's happening on the front door, I doubt it matters. Then I've got something much better in these circumstances. Cynthia opens her bag and slides over the mist report. The formulae for the green mist, everything the service requires to manufacture it. An SAS agent, Lucas Sterling, is on his way back to the Allies with the countermeasures, but this is the sword to match the shield. Capital work, Agent Seville. This will make the board of directors sit up and take notice. John Fairfax reads through the documents. Stanley takes a look and finds a hidden room with wireless equipment. I say, who are you people, truly? The ghost in the machine, Stanley. And we're your only ticket out of this graveyard. Power is blocked, but a seaplane base at the West Inlet is still running. We have a Catalina military flying boat prepping for a dawn run to Colombo. A flying boat? We're going to fly to London? Not quite London, lad. Bill get to Ceylon in 48 hours. It's a tight squeeze and loud as anything but beats hanging around here waiting to die. The Catalina sits low in the water of a hidden cove. Cynthia, Stanley, and Arthur, now in new clean uniforms, scramble through the waist-high hatch. The plane begins its takeoff, boys. Keep your chins up, boys. Next stop, the Galface Hotel. Arthur looks at the burning city as the plane lifts off. Look at that, Stanley, we're flying! We're really flying away from it all. Good riddance to the Ulu. I won't miss her, Arthur. The flying boat banks west, climbing into the clouds. The long flight towards the Indian Ocean has begun. I have found all I can concerning Cynthia now, but I'll write it all up in a side report. It might still be of interest to someone. But we have exactly one thing left to do. London. Present day. Lune, Lucas, Rose, and myself. Knock on the door. Good afternoon. May I help you? Miss Sterling, it's so good to finally meet you. You don't know me, but I know a lot about you and your family, and I would love to come in and explain. Come in. Please don't mind the mess. I was in the middle of scoring tests. I'm a school teacher, you see. Thank you very much. Lune, we have company. Coming. Lune, look at you. You are such a beautiful young woman. Excuse me? Do I know you? It's a long story. Is Mr. Sterling around? I'd very much like all of you to be here before I explain my sudden visit. I'm so sorry. My husband's still at work. He shan't be long. Well, I suppose I could start. The main person I'm here to see is in this room. So, the coolest thing of this game is that there are two endings, and reality will shift itself around to make one of these explanations completely work. Right? If you didn't do the whole journey thing, if we just said they're alive, you can submit that, in which case you get one ending. But you also get two other ones here. Of the two, one of them is canon. The demo for Green Mist Over Portland makes it quite clear that this is the canon one, and it's also narratively the much better one. So we're doing that. Lune, this is going to sound insane, but I'm what they call a sensitive. I can sense echoes from the past and souls that have not yet departed this world. Ghosts, if you will. Your brother. Your actual brother, Miss Goodwill, he contacted me. What are you saying? How do you know That's not possible. From beyond the grave. His soul could not rest until he understood what had happened to you. Who are you? Why are you saying these horrible things? We've suffered and grieved enough. I'm sorry. I'm truly sorry. This must come as a shock, and I have no proof save for this journal I wrote describing everything that has happened to you since that fateful night in Borneo. How could I know all this if I didn't have the powers I'm claiming? Rose and Lune flip through the journal, their faces white with shock as they read their life. I just can't get my hand around this. How did he contact you? I thought I received a letter, but it wasn't actually quite real. In a way, I should have known. It came with photos of everyone in the plantation at the time. I mean, how would he have got hold of pictures of Conan and Isia, for example? Rose and Lune are staring at Delphine incredulously. I know how it sounds. Really, I do. I debated long and hard if I should even have come. Lucas enters. What's going on? Luna runs up to him and hugs him tight, crying. It's Luna's brother. This woman claims she spoke to him. Oh, no, I didn't say I spoke to him. You're sensitive? Wait, you're Delphine? Yes, do we know each other already? Oh, no, not personally, but MI6 has employed you in the past. You've done some amazing work for us and for the country. I thank you from the bottom of my heart. Thank you, that means a lot. Wait, so everything she's telling us is true? After what I've seen and heard, I wouldn't doubt anything she says. Luna gets over the shock and finally speaks up. So you say my brother cared so deeply about me that he couldn't let go until he found out the truth? Yes, that's what I'm saying. And the moment he discovered you were alive, happy, and living your life, the echo of the letter he had sent me just vanished, and I felt him leave, finally at peace. The room is silent for an uncomfortably long time. Tea? Well, my manners, do you want some tea? That would be wonderful. They'll take a seat in the sitting room. Did I make the right choice by coming here, or should I have left you all blissfully unaware? Lune wipes a tear from her eye. A tear of joy. You made the right choice, Delphine. It's given me some actual closure. Thank you. Oh, and before I forget, I went to see Miss Seville before coming here, you see, just to get a sense of whether I should or not, you know? Oh, is Cynthia in the country? Yes, but only for a short while until very hush-hush. No one should know where she is, but you know I have my ways. Anyway, Luna, she wanted you to have this. Delphine hands over a single, solitary red pearl. As a keepsake, lest we forget, is what she said to me. Luna attaches this red pearl to the front of her necklace. A radiant smile is on her face. And that is the Red Pearls of Borneo. As I expected, about 5 hours to complete it. It's very, very good. Right, I think the front half of the game is significantly stronger than the back half, but in terms of its, right, that initial bit where they're setting up the plantation and setting the seed, it is a magnificent bit of historical work. And the thing I love about it is it's all about the practice, right? That's what my day job is that we're working with the practice. And so we actually have to just do research. We have to cross-reference with our documents. We have to look at letters and testimony and physical traces. And we need to put all of those in relationships to each other in order to do historical work. And so, this rules. I have such a good time with it. And, you know, also on the flip side, told a bit out of order. But, like, let's be real. Not a half-bad adventures, like, wartime trauma/adventure story. Like, there's some sauce in there. Also, it's free. Like, I can't say that enough. All of this great work is free, so I'm so happy I got to share this with y'all. I think it's awesome. So, that does it for us for this weekend already. Looks like Twitch side, there is a raid going on. Right, there's a guest lecture with Melissa, so we're gonna raid over that way. YouTube side, VOD watchers, we are going to let you all get going there. Thank you all so much for joining me for this. We will be back. We will see if I can do Friday, Saturday, Sunday next week. I can definitely do Saturday, Sunday. Yes, it's holiday weekend. I'm not busy, so I'll be hanging out here with y'all. So, I hope I'll see all of you then. Until then, though, I hope you have a good rest of your evenings, okay? Bye-bye! And of course, thank you to all of our patrons who are over there. You can join them by heading to patreon.com/LudoHistory or by checking the links in the description. Also, the rolling credits is super duper broken. Why is it not working? I don't know, but it isn't. So, let me just thank everyone manually. So thank you to Wolfie for gifting 10 community subs, this dude for 5, and Bree for the resubscription as well. You were all very lovely. And yeah, we will see you next time. Hope you have a good rest of your weekends. Bye-bye.